The radio crackled with a terrible message. Chongshou had fallen. That city was supposed to save us. Now it's gone. I've been riding my old bicycle with a convoy of survivors. I couldn't hotwire a car like in the movies, so the bike is all I have. We all follow 2 rules. Don't fall behind, and gather supplies. The first one matters most. When we set up camp that night, I cooked my last pack of instant noodles. I kept my crossbow ready the whole time. Hungry people can be just as dangerous as the monsters. I ate fast and never put the weapon down. After I finished eating, I lit my last cigarette and tried to think. Where do we go now that Chongshou is gone? I remembered reading online that only people with special sequence abilities could actually kill these creatures. My crossbow did nothing to them. Nothing. Then, when I reached into my bag for a blanket, something strange happened. A message appeared in my head. A system offering to upgrade any object I touch, using something called kill points. I had 0 points, but the system offered to lend me 300 for 1 month. I didn't think twice. In a world where I could die tomorrow, saying no would be stupid. I used every single point on my bicycle. It's my most important tool. Falling behind means dying. I watched the upgrade timer count down through the night. When morning came, one message woke me up. Upgrade complete. When morning came, I saw that my bicycle had completely transformed. It was now a tricycle, 3 wide tires, thick spokes, and a cargo box in the back. Best of all, it had a power assist function. Pedaling felt almost effortless. Everyone stared at it, some with envy, some with hunger in their eyes. A woman named Xinghua walked over and asked to ride in my cargo box. I said no without even thinking. She looked shocked, like no one had ever refused her before. She went off to ride with a big guy named Chongshou instead. Later I heard her whisper to him about taking my tricycle. He looked at my crossbow and decided against it. Smart. While everyone else pedaled hard and dripped sweat, I rode calm and easy. The power assist made a huge difference. Then someone up ahead shouted, "Buildings." A small town by the road. Everyone's eyes lit up. A town meant supplies, and most of us were running low on food and water. During the day, the strange creatures rarely came out, so this was our chance. I hung my crossbow at my waist, stood on the pedals, and pushed hard. The tricycle shot forward, leaving the other cyclists far behind. But as we got close to the town, something felt very wrong. Even in broad daylight, the place felt cold and dark, like the middle of winter at night. The lead off-road vehicle sped toward the entrance, then slammed its brakes hard. The tires screamed. Every car behind it stopped too. Then total silence. I slowed down and moved to the front to see what stopped them. When I finally saw the town clearly, my stomach dropped. A wave of cold fear shot straight up through my whole body. The town entrance had a faded old gate that read, "Welcome to Xinghua town," but there was nothing welcoming about it. The street beyond looked like it had been abandoned for decades. Weeds everywhere, cracked walls, broken signs. A rotten smell filled the air. My face went pale. I gripped my crossbow tight, even though I knew it probably wouldn't help. Then a massive man, over 2 meters tall, built like a wall, squeezed out of one of the off-road vehicles and charged straight toward the supermarket deep in town. Others followed. Even an old man in a tiny electric car rushed past, teasing everyone into moving. I followed too, but my target wasn't the supermarket. Too deep, too dangerous. I stayed near the street where sunlight still reached. If those creatures appeared, sunlight was the one thing that made them stop chasing. I found a small shop selling cigarettes, snacks, and alcohol. The rusty lock fell apart when I pulled it. I stepped inside carefully, crossbow raised. Nothing moved. I worked fast, swept everything into my backpack. Spicy snacks, instant noodles, jelly, cigarettes, 2 bottles of wine. The shelves were already half empty, but I took everything useful. My bag was completely full. Then that feeling came. The same cold, crawling dread I had felt before back in Jiang City. The kind that means something is right behind you. I turned slowly. A child's face, pale as paper, unnaturally red cheeks, a wide, eerie smile, was inches from my head. Crouching in the darkness, staring at me. I stumbled back and knocked over the counter, rushing for the door. It was locked from outside with a wooden stick. Through the glass I saw Xinghua and Chongshou standing next to my tricycle. They had trapped me. Then Xinghua saw the pale child behind me. Her face went white, and they ran. A child's giggle echoed through the shop. "Moon lady, shine on the bed, little brother waits for sweets." a paper crying child. I had seen one before in Jiang City. I fired my crossbow straight at it. The bolt passed right through its body. Hee hee. I want sweets. While I was inside collecting supplies, Jia and Xiangzi had been watching me the whole time. They jammed a wooden stick through the door handle and locked me in. Also, they could take my tricycle. I already knew Xiangzi was scared of me. Back in Jiang City, during our escape, I had used a man as bait to distract a creature chasing us. It wasn't something I felt good about, but it kept me alive. Xiangzi never forgot that. He knew what I was capable of. But Jia pushed him into it anyway. Behind me, the paper crying child crept closer in the darkness. The sunlight coming through the glass door was the only thing keeping it back. That wouldn't last long. The sun was already getting low. I looked around for something useful. Nothing. So I kicked the glass door. Once. Twice. It crashed down in pieces, and I ran out into the street. The afternoon sunlight hit me, and the cold feeling dropped away instantly. I glanced back into the shop. The pale child stood in the darkness, staring at me with red cheeks and cold eyes, still singing that eerie little song. I turned away and ran. I had to get my tricycle back before sunset. The shadows on the street were already stretching long, and I could feel something in this town starting to wake up. Somewhere ahead, Xiangzi was pedaling my tricycle toward the supermarket, with Jia pushing him to be braver than he actually was. She kept telling him I would never really hurt anyone. She was wrong about that. What she didn't say out loud, but was clearly thinking, was that she had started losing interest in Xiangzi and gaining interest in me. I didn't care about any of that. I just wanted my tricycle back before dark. I reached the supermarket and spotted my tricycle right at the entrance. My stuff was still in the cargo bed. Good. Those two hadn't touched it yet. The entrance had some sunlight, but inside was dark and completely silent. Too many people had gone in for it to be that quiet. Something was wrong. I emptied my backpack and went in carefully, crossbow ready. The shelves near the entrance were already stripped clean. I moved deeper toward the food section. Then some survivors ahead spotted me and quickly waved at me to stay silent. I understood why immediately. A girl was wandering between the shelves. Her upper body rose above them. She had to be over 3 meters tall. Long hair covered her face, white dress, stiff movements like a broken puppet. In her hand, a giant pair of scissors opened and closed slowly. Where are you? Come out. Let's play together. The scissor woman. I had just escaped the paper-crying child, and now this. We all crouched low and moved carefully between the shelves, hiding and quietly packing supplies while watching her every move. It was a slow, terrifying game. Cold sweat kept dripping down my face. Then I bumped into the person ahead of me. Everyone had stopped. The paper-crying child was standing right in front of us. Pale skin, red cheeks, eyes full of hate. He had followed me here. Someone screamed. The scissor woman's head turned toward us. Click, click. So you're all here. Let's play together. She came forward and knocked over entire shelves. Her scissors came down, and 2 survivors dropped to the ground, cut clean through. Then a third, a man in a suit, was sliced in half in an instant. I grabbed my bag and was about to run. Then a furious shout filled the whole building. The massive man from before, the one who had charged into town first, began to swell. His body grew right in front of my eyes, expanding until he stood just as tall as the scissor woman. 3 meters of solid muscle, hard as iron. He was a Sequence Transcendent, so they really did exist. Inside, the big man was fighting the scissor woman. He had grown to 3 meters tall and was throwing everything he had at her. But she caught his fist like it was nothing and flung him across the room like a toy. I fired my crossbow at her. The arrow stuck in her hair. Useless. She slowly turned and looked at me. The system flashed a message, 200 kill points for the attack. I had no time to think about that. I ran. Then something grabbed my ankle. The paper-crying child again, grinning up at me. I want candy. Candy from a knocked-over shelf was scattered all over the floor. I grabbed a few pieces and held them out. The child stared, confused, like no one had ever actually given it candy before. Some strange rule seemed to force it to accept. It let go of my leg. I ran straight for the exit. Behind me, screams filled the whole supermarket. Shadows were pulling survivors back into the darkness one by one. I didn't stop. I burst out into the sunlight and finally took a breath. Then I heard her voice. Jia and Xiangzi were standing there with 2 full bags. They had found a side entrance and gotten out safely. but they were standing next to my tricycle and calling it their truck. I said nothing. I raised my crossbow and fired. Xiangzi dropped. Jia froze, shaking. Then she turned and ran back toward the side door. A second later, she came screaming back. Something had grabbed her by the hair and was dragging her into the darkness. She begged me, said she had a child at home, called me cold-hearted. I stepped back into the sunlight and watched. When she was gone, only the marks on the ground were left. I loaded the bags onto my tricycle and rode away. I pedaled hard toward the edge of town. The sun was almost gone. Shadows stretched across the entire road, and inside them I could see dark shapes staring at us with hatred as we ran. Then I looked up and saw a young woman with a sword leaping across rooftops, heading back toward the supermarket. Another Sequence Transcendent. I hadn't realized there were so many of them in our convoy. No time to think. I rode through the town gate and pushed into the crowd waiting outside. A barefoot man climbed out of one of the lead vehicles, bent down, grabbed a handful of dirt, and put it in his mouth. Then his face changed completely. Go? If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Everyone panicked. People begged and screamed. Their husbands, brothers, wives were still inside. The vehicles didn't stop. They drove straight through the crowd and sped off. I was about to follow when an old woman grabbed my handlebars. She demanded I take her with me, using her age as a reason I owed her something. I kicked her into the ditch and rode. The convoy was already far ahead. Even with the power assist device, my legs were burning. A bus swung out of town behind me, seats half empty, not stopping for anyone. Everything was running like something terrible was right behind us. I pedaled until my lungs felt like they were on fire. My clothes were soaked through. Without the power assist, I would have been left behind a long time ago. After what felt like forever, I spotted lights ahead that had stopped moving. Half an hour later, I caught up with the convoy. People were already setting up tents. And there was the big, muscular man, the Sequence Transcendent, lying on the ground. His left arm was completely gone. The grass around him was dark red. I stopped my tricycle and just fell down beside it, gasping. It took 5 minutes before I could breathe properly again. I lit a cigarette, let the smoke out slowly. Then I opened my system. Over 1,200 kill points. One clear thought. Time to upgrade this tricycle into something electric. 1,200 kill points. It wasn't much, but without that muscular fighter buying me time back in the supermarket, I wouldn't have even had that. I knew what I needed. An electric tricycle. Something that could keep up with the convoy in an emergency without destroying my legs. I opened the system and started designing. Solid off-road tires, a reinforced frame, a closed cabin so I wouldn't get soaked in the rain, a throttle brakes. I built the whole thing in my head, and the system turned it into a 3D model. Then the price came up. 3,500 kill points. I had 1,200. I stripped the design down to only what I absolutely needed. Removed everything extra, even the headlights. The final version cost exactly 1,200 points and would take 15 hours. Then I spotted a rusted motorcycle lying by the road. I asked the system, if I found real parts, could I save some points? Yes. I dragged the motorcycle over. Using its engine and parts dropped the cost to 900 points. Disassembling it and partially installing the pieces onto the tricycle myself saved another 100. A few other small things saved more. In the end, 900 kill points, 6 hours instead of 15. Gasoline-powered now instead of electric, but still with human pedaling as a backup. Not perfect, but good enough. I confirmed the upgrade and watched the countdown appear on the tricycle. Done by morning. I finally sat down and checked the supplies. For large bags total, 2 I grabbed from the supermarket floor, and 2 that used to belong to Jia and Xiangzi. Nearby, people were grilling meat. The smell hit me hard. I took a few long drags on my cigarette and tried not to think about how hungry I was. I flicked away my cigarette and lit another one. Small pleasures matter when the world has ended. Then I heard noise from the darkness, survivors stumbling into camp, gasping and crying. They had been chased by creatures. Some had blood on them. Many stared at me with angry eyes, like it was my fault they'd fallen behind. I put my crossbow where they could see it and said nothing. The convoy had started with about 200 people. Now we were under 100. I opened my bags and checked what I had. The 2 bags from the supermarket had rice, chips, instant noodles, chocolate, drinks, and water bottles. Good. Jiajia's bag was almost useless, mostly women's clothes, shoes, and hygiene products. Maybe tradable later. Xiangzi's bag was much better. Cured meat, plenty of snacks, 2 large packs of noodles, clothes, and a pair of shoes. Finding clothes was actually a relief. I was sweaty, dirty, and looked like a beggar. I changed immediately and packed my old clothes away. Nothing gets thrown out. I cut some cured meat with my crossbow's arrowhead and cooked rice with it on my portable stove. No washing the rice. Water is too precious to waste. 2 bottles of Lao Gan Ma in the bag made it feel like a real meal. While I waited for the food, I thought about becoming a Sequence Transcendent. I asked the system. 2 ways, Sequence Serum or Self-Awakening. The serum was impossible to find. Self-Awakening cost 3,000 kill points. I had 300. So I spent those 300 on something more immediately useful, a way to deal with the strange creatures. The answer came back after 10 minutes. Black dog blood. It can affect them. Not a weapon. Not a cure. But something. After feeling completely helpless against those things, even that felt like hope, I leaned back against my tricycle, ate my rice and cured meat, and watched the camp slowly settle into uneasy silence. The tricycle upgrade would finish in 5 hours. Tomorrow would be a different day. At dawn the system flashed, upgrade complete. I looked at my tricycle and barely recognized it. The front looked like a real motorcycle now, with a proper fuel tank, handlebars, and seat. The cargo bed in the back had taller side panels, and if I laid the back panel flat and put something soft down, it could work as a bed. No more sleeping on the ground. It wasn't perfect. The front tire was from the motorcycle, the rear two were still bicycle tires. No sunshade on the front. No 3-wheel drive. But for 900 kill points, it was more than I expected. The problem now was gasoline. Without it, this thing was actually harder to pedal than the old tricycle. I looked toward the front of the convoy where the off-road vehicles were. They had fuel. I had supplies. A trade seemed possible. People stared at my tricycle. Some mocked it. Then someone pointed out the obvious. One person had turned a bicycle into this in a single night. Alone. That's impossible. The mood shifted. People started looking at me differently. Fear. Suspicion. A few had seen me shoot Xiangzi the day before. No one stepped forward, though. Then a girl walked over. Tall, high ponytail, shorts, long sword at her waist. I recognized her. She was the one jumping across rooftops back in Xinghua town. A Sequence Transcendent. She looked at my tricycle, then looked at me, eyes bright. Have you awakened a special ability? She asked. I said nothing. But she had already made up her mind. She assumed the system was some kind of mechanic ability. Honestly, I wasn't going to correct her. She told me to follow her and walk toward the lead vehicles at the front of the convoy. Just like that, I was being moved from the group that gets left behind to the group that does the leaving. I followed without a word. The girl, Nana, announced to everyone that I had awakened as a mechanic sequence. Just like that, people who had looked at me with suspicion were now staring with envy. The women's eyes lit up. The men looked like they wished they were me. A young barefoot man with a quiet but powerful presence stood up and shook my hand. His name was Chu Che. He introduced himself as a leader sequence. Nana was a sword immortal sequence. The big muscular man recovering from losing his arm was a titan sequence. And now me, mechanic sequence. 4 of us total. They brought me into a tent and gave me tea. The first tea I'd had since the world ended. I used to hate tea. Now it tasted good. Chu Che explained what a mechanic sequence actually was, a natural talent for understanding machines, how they work, how to fix and build them. A support type. Useful, but not a fighter. Then he told me things I hadn't known. The strange phenomena had started appearing as early as 2025. Governments managed it quietly at first. Sequence experts began awakening around the same time. But even sequence experts couldn't truly kill these creatures. They could only fight them or run from them. The scissor woman in Xinghua town was considered one of the weaker ones. She took Taishi's arm and nearly killed everyone. And these creatures were still getting stronger. The reason our convoy had stayed safe on the roads was Chu Che. His leader sequence let him sense strange phenomena nearby and find safe paths around them. The more people traveling together, the more attention they drew. So we kept moving. No destination, just survival. He welcomed me as the 4th member of their team. I shook his hand and immediately asked about gasoline. He smiled and said everything in the convoy worked by trade, even for sequence experts. Then he suggested holding an internal trade fair. Everyone had come back from Xinghua town with supplies. We could swap. My mind started moving fast. A trade fair meant a chance to get parts and supplies for upgrading my tricycle. I was already thinking about what I had to offer. The convoy had one simple rule: fairness. Chuche didn't give anyone special treatment, not even sequence experts. If you wanted something, you traded for it or found it yourself. Honestly, that was fine by me. They held a small trade fair. Everyone laid out what they had. I put out some of my supplies too. Not the cigarettes, though. I finally got a look at the whole group. Chuche and Nana each had a modified off-road truck. The injured Titan, Tai Shi, owned the bus. And the small car belonged to a young actress named Zhou. Simple-looking, no makeup, naturally pretty. I recognized her name when she introduced herself. I walked around checking what everyone had. Chuche's trunk had expired cookies, soda, gasoline drums, and some strange animal skins. One bright red skin caught my eye. He wanted a bag of rice for it. Too much for something I didn't understand. I said no. He pushed for 2 packs of cigarettes instead. I walked away. His gasoline, though, I wanted that. He asked for a box of instant noodles, 10 Snickers bars, and 5 pounds of rice. I decided to look around first. Nana's trunk was half filled with clothes. Some cured meat, instant noodles, handheld game consoles I had no use for, and several knives. She wanted 10 pounds of flour for a long knife. I laughed and moved on. The bus had the most supplies: canned beef, fish, baseball bats, underwear, toilet paper, phones, a large outdoor power bank, even rice cookers. Most of it interesting, but not urgent. Then I saw it. A full set of repair tools. Screwdrivers, wrenches, pliers. Exactly what I had been missing when upgrading the tricycle. Without tools, I had wasted kill points doing things manually. A bald man with glasses was already calling out to me, telling me that a mechanic like me needed proper tools. He wanted 10 pounds of rice or 2 boxes of instant noodles that I could work with. I agreed to repair the bus twice in exchange for the tool set. A good deal. I also traded a few packs of instant noodles for salt and oil, but I still needed gasoline. Chuche and Nana both wanted 20 jin of rice for theirs. That was too much. I hadn't eaten rice in days, and I wasn't ready to give it up that easily. Then Zhou walked over, carrying a metal fuel bucket. Her younger brother grabbed her arm trying to stop her, but she sent him back. She offered me gasoline for 8 jin of rice, way less than anyone else was asking. I looked at her and understood immediately. Before the apocalypse, she had been famous, beautiful, untouchable. Now she was surrounded by men with bad intentions and no real protection. Chuche and Nana had their own circles. She was alone with just her brother. She wasn't really selling gasoline. She was buying protection. I told her 8 jin wasn't enough. Her face went pale. She asked what else I wanted. I told her to give me the gasoline for free. In return, I would help her when she needed it. She stared at me like I had said something unforgivable. Her eyes filled with tears. She was furious, nearly shaking. She said I was shameless. I told her she wouldn't be standing in front of me if she had other options. Before the apocalypse, I wouldn't have even been in the same world as her. But this wasn't before the apocalypse. She was an ordinary person. I was a sequence expert. The choice was hers. She stood in silence for half a minute. Then she gritted her teeth and said, "Deal." Zhoulan's brother Xiao stormed over and took the gasoline back from my tricycle. I let him. I had other options. I went to Chuche instead. He wanted 18 jin of rice for a barrel of gasoline. I told him I had something better than rice: information. A way to affect the strange creatures. Black dog blood. It can't kill them, but it does something. His eyes went wide. That was worth a barrel of gasoline to him. I also got his solar charger thrown in. Then I went to Nana. Same trade. The black dog blood information for her large outdoor cleaver. Japanese brand. Heavy black blade. Leather sheath I could hang at my waist. She looked pained giving it up, but she agreed. I didn't hide the information. Humanity had already lost 90% of its people in just a few months. Anything that could help against these creatures was worth sharing. Chuche used some chocolate and sausages to get 2 small bags of black dog blood from survivors who kept black dogs in the convoy. He passed them to me. I sat at my tricycle and used the new cleaver to adjust my crossbow arrows. Then I soaked the arrowheads in the black dog blood, tied the bag shut, and stored everything in the cargo bed. The Zhou siblings watched from a distance, confused about how I had walked away with gasoline and a knife that Xiao himself had been trying to get for a long time. 15 minutes later, the convoy moved out. Chuche's truck led the way. Then Nana. Then the bus. I rode forth, right behind them. Behind me was Zhoulan's small car. For the first time since the world ended, I wasn't at the back. Behind me, Zhoulan and Xiao were trying to figure out what I had said to get gasoline and a knife so easily. They wouldn't find out. Uncle A Bao knew nothing useful. I poured Chu Che's gasoline into the tank, and the engine started up. For the first time, I was riding instead of pedaling. It felt good. The days that followed were strange. The convoy moved in random directions, east, then west, sometimes backtracking completely. People complained at first. Chu Che told them they could leave anytime. Nobody left. What they didn't know was that strange creatures had been tracking us. At one point, they came within 3 kilometers. Without Chu Che's ability to sense them and find safe paths, we would all be dead. During rest stops, I made crossbow bolts from branches and bamboo, using my new cleaver to shape them. I soaked each one in black dog blood. I built up over 100 bolts. The 2 black dogs in camp looked exhausted from giving blood so often. I felt a little bad about that. Then Taisher woke up. When I saw him, I couldn't believe it. His arm was already growing back. He called it the basic ability of the blood-flesh titan, flesh regeneration. He said it like it was nothing. He also talked too much and too loudly. But he thanked me for the arrow I fired that day in the supermarket. Said it might have saved his life. I told him honestly that without him blocking the scissor woman, most of us would be dead. I traded him the black dog blood information for his outdoor power bank. One more piece toward eventually making my tricycle fully electric. Then Chu Che called a meeting. Tomorrow we would reach Chongshou village. Supplies were running low across the whole convoy. We needed to gather more. I lit a cigarette and thought it through. Small villages were safer than cities. I had over 100 blood-soaked bolts ready. This could be a chance to earn serious kill points. I needed 3,000 to awaken my true sequence ability. I was still far from that number. Then a scream tore through the camp. There's a monster. The scream threw the whole camp into panic. People grabbed their things ready to run. Nana and Taisher were already moving toward the trees, weapons ready. I loaded a black dog blood bolt and watched the shadows between the trees. There were dozens of them. My stomach dropped. If those were all strange creatures, nobody here would survive the night. But then one of the shadows stepped forward into the light. A person. Ragged clothes, one shoe, barely standing. Then another. Then more. Dozens of exhausted survivors stumbled out of the darkness. They had escaped from Deer City. Another city gone. I had once thought about taking a trip there with my girlfriend. Now it was a forbidden zone full of strange creatures. Hearing it said out loud still hit hard, even though I had expected it. Around the camp, people broke down crying again. These survivors said they had been hiding in an underground parking garage with about 200 people. Only a few dozen made it out. I quietly asked Chu Che if they might have creatures following them. He squatted down, grabbed a handful of dirt, put it in his mouth, waited 10 seconds, then nodded at Nana. No tail. They were clean. Chu Che told the newcomers the only rule, fairness. 1 free meal today. After that, find your own way. They agreed without argument. They had no choice. With the new arrivals, the convoy was back over 100 people. Chu Che picked some middle-aged women to cook porridge. Simple food, but the smell filled the whole camp. I climbed into my cargo bed, wrapped myself in my clothes, and tried to sleep. Tomorrow was Chongshou village. I needed rest. I needed kill points. 3,000 of them still felt very far away. Then from somewhere in the camp, a loud woman's voice cut through the night, complaining that only women were cooking and men were doing nothing. I closed my eyes and ignored it. I watched from my cargo bed as the loud woman who complained about cooking got exactly what she deserved. Chu Che calmly reassigned the cooking to men, who were happy to do it for a small reward. The women who had lost their jobs turned on her immediately. I lay back and looked at the stars. Chu Che was smarter than he looked. Morning came and I cooked rice with cured meat and wild vegetables I had picked along the road. Simple, but real food. Then an old woman walked over holding a chubby kid, asking me to share my meal. Before I even answered, the kid grabbed my rice bowl and tried to yank it away. I held it steady and looked at them both. The old woman smiled like nothing had happened. The kid cried and hid behind her. Then she started lecturing me about respecting elders and loving children, threatening that I would regret hitting her grandson. I kicked the kid. He slid across the ground and lost a few front teeth. Loud crying filled the whole camp. The old woman screamed and rushed to him. Then she stood up and came at me herself. I kicked her too. Both of them sat on the ground, crying together. Some people looked at me with disgust. Xiao whispered to her sister that I was a scoundrel. But others, including Nana, thought I was completely right. She went on a long speech about entitled elderly people and badly raised children. Taisher tried to say something about respecting elders. Nana told him his brain was all muscle. Before the convoy moved out, I walked back over to the kid. He flinched behind his grandmother. I smiled and told him that whoever he was waiting to come back and protect him. In this world, they might never come back. The grandmother went pale. The kid started crying again. I started my engine and moved out. Nobody helped them up. Nobody said a word for them. They got themselves off the ground eventually, the grandmother throwing angry looks at my back. When I looked at her, she quickly looked away. When the kid saw me glance at him, he shook with fear. Good. November had arrived, and the air was getting cold. I rode my tricycle and felt it on my face. I needed warmer clothes soon, and I needed to add a roof to the cargo bed. Rain and wind were already miserable enough. The new survivors had almost nothing. 1 car, 2 motorcycles, and the rest on foot. Taisher's bus was packed full again. He was too soft-hearted to turn anyone away. Chu-Che and Nana kept their vehicles the same as before. That evening, dinner for the convoy was thin porridge and salted vegetables, even thinner than the night before. People complained. Chu-Che told them they could leave. Nobody left. I cooked my own meal again. Cured meat, rice. Simple but real. I could feel someone watching me from not far away. Every time I looked over, whoever it was pretended to look elsewhere. I couldn't figure out who it was or why. I hadn't showered in days. I could feel grime building up on my skin. Before all this, I showered every day. Now that felt like a dream from another life. Then Uncle Abao came and brought me to a meeting in the main tent. Chu-Che, Nana, and Taisher were already there. Taisher's arm had completely grown back. The Titan ability was something else. Chu-Che told us about a woman named Su Jiao among the new survivors, a boxing blogger before the apocalypse, already gathering followers in camp and clearly planning something. I told him she was just a clown. Without a sequence ability, these people wouldn't survive a day on their own. Then Chu-Che got to the real point. We would reach Chongshou village by tomorrow morning. He pulled out a radio to discuss the plan. Nana explained it wasn't an ordinary radio. It was a rare item, numbered 01257, meaning it ranked within the top few thousand special objects in existence. The top 100 were said to have almost unbelievable powers. I watched Chu-Che turn it over in his hands and waited to see what it could do. Chu-Che turned on the radio, and it began describing Chongshou village like a live news report. 3 months ago, every single person in the village had died. Over 300 people, no survivors. The village had a small supermarket, a well with clean water, grain stored in the village chief's cellar. Good supplies. Then came the bad news. Over 100 strange creatures currently inside. Danger level, SSS. Without this radio, we would have walked in blind. I finally understood why Chu-Che carried it everywhere. After the broadcast ended, Chu-Che looked relieved and asked if I wanted to join the group or go alone. I said group without hesitating. I was still just a support-type sequence expert. Going alone into an SSS village would be suicide. Last time in Xinghua town, I got lucky. I couldn't count on that again. Chu-Che laid out the split, 30% for him, 30 for Nana, 20 each for Taisher and me. Fair enough. Without Chu-Che, we couldn't even find the place. And apparently Nana was a second-tier sword master, stronger than Taisher. I had no complaints. We started planning. Chu-Che would guide us in, and then step back. The actual work inside would be me, Nana, and Taisher. First target, the supermarket under the big willow tree. Second, the village chief's cellar. Then the radio crackled again, and out came Chu-Che's own voice. He had apparently talked about all of us at some point without knowing the radio recorded him. He called Nana a monkey who was neither male nor female. Called Taisher a big fool whose stupidity was strange even for a Titan. Called me hot-tempered, gloomy, definitely not a good person before the apocalypse, and said he saw me hitting old people and children himself. He also said Zhoulan looked better on TV than in real life. The tent went completely silent. Chu-Che tried to cover the radio with clothing. Useless. His calm face, for the first time, looked genuinely uncomfortable. Nana's face went dark. Her hand moved to her sword. Taisher looked like a kicked puppy. I just stared at him. So that was why he looked so tense the whole time the radio was playing. Chu Che came out of that tent with dark circles under both eyes. Nana stormed off without a word. I gave Chu Che a look that said he deserved it and walked away. We moved out toward Chongshou village. Chu Che led, then Nana, then me. I rode with one hand and smoked with the other, thinking about what I had learned. Every sequence ability seemed to come with a price. Taisher lost intelligence. The radio had a side effect of broadcasting things its owner said privately. What was Nana's price? What was Chu Che's? Then my fuel gauge hit empty. The engine died. Everyone sped past me, even Taisher's bus, with him grinning through the window as it went by. I arrived at the village last, pedaling by hand. Chongshou village. Even under bright midday sunlight, it looked dark, like the sun simply refused to reach it. The same cold feeling I had in Xinghua town, but heavier. Everyone stood at the entrance with fearful eyes, too scared to move, but too hungry to leave. Chu Che lifted a loudspeaker and announced we had until 4 p.m. to get in and get out. Missed that deadline, and it was over. I noticed Jolan glancing at me. She and her brother had run out of food and nearly out of gasoline. They needed help, but they had made their choice when Xiao took back that fuel barrel. I looked toward the village entrance and stopped. A hunched old man stood there leaning on a cane, grinning at all of us. A wide, crooked, unsettling smile. The crowd stirred. Some thought he was a survivor. I turned to Nana. Her face was serious. She said the radio had confirmed there were no living people in this village. The hunchbacked old man turned and walked back into the village, disappearing without a trace. Taisher started walking in without hesitation and told me to stay close. I gripped my crossbow and followed. My quiver was full of blood-soaked bolts. Nana was right behind us, one hand on her sword. The roads inside were too narrow for vehicles. Everything we collected would have to be carried by hand. Others followed us in, including the sneaky old man who had been the first to rush into Xinghua town. And behind him, Jolan and Xiao. Xiao was confident that one of us would save them if things went wrong. Jolan looked less sure about that. The grandmother was sending herself in too, telling her crying grandson to wait outside and remember Chun Ye's face if she didn't come back. Chu Che's radio picked up every word. He just sighed and covered it with a blanket. I lit a cigarette to steady my nerves. It wasn't my first time walking into a place like this. Still felt the same cold dread every time. The moment I crossed into the village it hit me. The sunlight vanished. Not because clouds covered the sun. The sun was still there. But inside the village it felt like deep night. Nana called it a ghostly place. An area shaped by some kind of power where strange creatures could appear even in daytime. Worse than Xinghua town. Something was watching from the darkness. I could feel it. But every time I looked, nothing. Just shadow. Two survivors couldn't help themselves and pushed open a door of one of the mud brick houses at the entrance. They stepped inside together. The dark doorway swallowed them whole. No sound came out. A man with glasses broke completely and ran back toward the entrance screaming that he wanted to get out. I kept walking toward the big willow tree in the center of the village. We kept walking toward the willow tree. The deeper we went, the heavier everything felt. Dark doorways on both sides. No sound. No movement. Then the hunchbacked old man appeared again, right in front of us. Up close he looked wrong. Too stiff. Like a puppet. He told us the supermarket under the willow tree was full of supplies and pointed us down the road, smiling that crooked smile. Then I heard it. A faint voice coming from somewhere inside him. Help me. Help me. I asked Taisher if he heard it. He nodded. Nana confirmed. The voice was coming from inside the old man's body. I didn't hesitate. I loaded a blood-soaked bolt and shot him in the forehead. Blue smoke rose from the wound. He flinched in pain. The system gave me 100 kill points. But he just pulled the arrow out and dropped it on the ground like it was nothing. Nana's sword flashed and cut him clean in two. Neither half bled. Both pieces jumped around like animals, climbed onto a nearby roof, and vanished. That pleading voice kept echoing behind them. Several survivors behind us lost their nerve completely and ran back toward the entrance. I glanced at Jolan and Xiao. Jolan's eyes flickered with something. Regret, maybe a plea. Xiao looked down. Neither of them left. We kept walking. Then a girl behind us started screaming. Someone named Z had disappeared, just vanished mid-step. The girl was hysterical. Jolan crouched down to comfort her. Before anyone could say much, the girl stood up and ran back the way we came, crying that she couldn't go on without a Z. We all watched her go in silence. I lit a cigarette and tried to think. Something felt wrong about all of this, but I couldn't pin it down exactly. Then it hit me. I exhaled slowly and asked quietly, had anyone actually seen that girl in our convoy before? I pointed out that nobody seemed to recognize the long-haired girl from the convoy. Xiao tried to argue, but couldn't even remember the girl's name. I said it plainly. This was Chongshou village. A stranger appearing out of nowhere and following us was suspicious. Nobody argued after that. I also noticed that Xiao was actually a girl pretending to be a boy. I had known for a while. I said nothing. In a world this dangerous, having one more person around, even one who might become a shield, was useful. We pushed on toward the willow tree. From outside the village, it had looked large. Up close, it was enormous. 3 people with linked hands couldn't wrap around it. The branches hung down like a curtain, reaching toward the ground. Taisher turned the corner first and stopped completely. Nana went around after him and went stiff, shaking. Nana was the strongest fighter among us. Seeing her react like that made my stomach drop. I raised my crossbow and stepped around the corner myself. The branches of the willow tree were full of bodies. Men, women, old, young, hanging from every branch like fruit. Dozens, maybe 100 or 200. Perfectly still. No wind. No sound. I stood there and couldn't speak. My whole body was trembling. My throat went dry. Behind me, I heard Zhou Lan and Xiao choking back sobs, covering their mouths. I bit down on my cigarette until the filter cracked. Then I said quietly, "Stop looking. Collecting supplies is more important." The supermarket was right there under the tree. Small wooden sign, open door, faint light inside. We moved carefully and slipped in without making a sound. Taisher and Nana switched on flashlights. The shelves were fully stocked, cigarettes, alcohol, food. Everyone's eyes lit up despite everything we had just seen, including the grandmother, who had been quietly following the whole time, saying nothing, waiting for exactly this moment. Outside, a gust of wind moved through the willow branches. The bodies swayed gently. The supermarket was well stocked. Rice, flour, oil, instant noodles, cured meat, dried fish, cigarettes. I moved fast and packed smart. Rice first, then the cured meat and dried fish. The grandmother tried to grab the same supplies as me. I pulled out my machete. She backed off immediately and gave me a hateful look. I ignored it. Taisher was something else to watch. He had a bag large enough to fit 3 of me, and he just threw everything in without looking. Chicken claws, spicy strips, sauces, whole bags of rice like they weighed nothing. Nana's backpack was taller than she was. Even half full, she moved like it wasn't there. The grandmother tried copying my style with 2 backpacks, one front, one back. She packed them so full she couldn't stand up from the floor. Zhou Lan and Xiao worked quietly and seriously. No star behavior. Just survival. The whole supermarket was stripped bare in no time. Shelves completely empty. Some people were disappointed it wasn't enough. Taisher's enormous bag was only half full. Nana wasn't satisfied either. We decided to push on to the village chief's house. The radio had said there were more supplies there, and we had come too far to go back with this little. Some survivors who had enough wanted to leave. Others who hadn't collected much wanted to keep going. A fight almost started. Nana stepped forward and shut everyone up with one sentence. Had they forgotten what was hanging outside? Silence. She told them simply, "Go back if you want, stay if you want, but those who stay follow our rules, and we guarantee nothing." Then she walked out the door. Outside, hundreds of bodies hung motionless from the willow branches, watching us like an audience as we stepped back into the village. Nana checked her watch. 1:46 p.m. Less than 2 hours left to get out before 4 o'clock. We slipped past the willow tree as quietly as possible. I kept my eyes forward, trying not to look at the hanging bodies. But something made me glance back at them. They were facing a different direction than before. I said nothing and kept moving. Then a sharp scream cut through the air. Xiao recognized it and started to speak. I told her to shut up and move. She listened. We pushed further from the tree until I could breathe again. Then I looked back to check on the group behind me. Nobody was there. Xiao was staring at my back with a completely white face, trembling, pointing toward the willow tree. I spun around with my crossbow ready. Taisher and Nana went on alert too. Under the willow tree, a new body was hanging. Backpack still on. Fully loaded with supplies from the supermarket. It was the man who had been walking right behind me. Less than a minute had passed since we left the supermarket. No sound, no struggle, nothing. I turned and walked away without a word. There was nothing to do. This wasn't the first day of the apocalypse. Even Nana, a second-tier sword immortal with senses far beyond any normal person, hadn't noticed a thing. Whatever this willow tree was doing, it was beyond any of us. 2 more survivors broke and ran for the entrance. I didn't stop them. Xiao whispered to her sister that staying with us was better than going out alone. Zholan said nothing but kept following. We found the village chief's house easily, the biggest building in the village. 3 floors, floor-to-ceiling windows, a yard with a black car inside. Walls covered in creeping plants. The windows were gray and dull, like something behind them was blocking the light. The kind of place every instinct tells you to walk away from. We stopped in front of it and looked up. We looked at each other, me, Nana, and Tai Shi, and went in. The grandmother slipped in right behind us, faster than Zholan, muttering something about respecting elders. Xiao wanted to argue. Zholan held her back. Inside, the village chief's house was fancier than anything else in the village. European leather sofa, marble table. Before the apocalypse, it would have been impressive. Now nobody cared. We spread out and searched every floor. Kitchen had rice, flour, and noodles. Not bad, but not enough. Second and third floors had clothes, luxury bags, a pool table. Nothing useful. I found a digital watch and a wardrobe. Without power, it was useless, but if I could hook it up to Chu Che's solar charger, it might work again. I pocketed it. By 2:30 p.m., we were back on the first floor with an hour and a half left. Then a boy with glasses found a small door beside the staircase. A basement. Everyone crowded around, but nobody wanted to go first. Nana jumped down without hesitating. A moment later, her voice came up excited. Potatoes. Lots of them. That was enough. Everyone dropped in after her. Even the grandmother moved like a young person when supplies were involved. Nana called up for Tai Shi and me to stay on top and guard the entrance. Tai Shi caught each heavy bag of potatoes with one hand like it was nothing. Then I saw him, the hunchbacked old puppet, standing at the front entrance, watching us with that twisted smile. I fired without thinking. 100 kill points appeared in my system. I hit him again. Tai Shi spun around, but saw nothing. He asked if I had seen something. I told him it was nothing and told him to move faster. My cold sweat was already dripping onto the floor. The bad feeling in my chest was getting worse. The cellar was beyond anything we expected. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, canned food, rice, flour. Everyone came up with full bags and big smiles. Even people who had half-empty backpacks from the supermarket were now loaded down. Tai Shi had to tear the village chief's doorframe apart just to get his enormous backpack outside. The grandmother packed more than anyone. Backpack, 2 handbags, another bag around her neck. She looked almost proud about it. I said nothing. In this place, carrying that much was just asking for trouble. I kept scanning around. The hunchbacked old puppet had completely disappeared. That made me more nervous, not less. Nana checked her watch. 40 minutes until 4 p.m. We moved out fast. The mood was lighter than before. People were quiet, but their faces showed relief. Full bags will do that. Then Nana stopped suddenly. Tai Shi's backpack nearly toppled him. She pointed at a house nearby, the same house where 2 survivors had entered earlier and never came out. We had already passed it once. I lit a cigarette and looked around carefully. Something was wrong with the path. Then someone's trembling voice said what everyone was already feeling. The big willow tree was right in front of us. It should have been behind us. Everyone's face went pale. The happiness of finding supplies drained away instantly. We had somehow walked in a full circle and ended up back at the willow tree. Nana looked at her watch. 30 minutes left. We took the wrong direction. Go back now. We can still make it. We turned away from the willow tree and walked fast. Then we saw it again, right in front of us. The willow tree. Again. People started breaking down, crying, shouting, blaming each other. One survivor got right in my face, screaming that my abilities were useless and demanding I get everyone out immediately. His eyes were wild. He was about to attack. Before I could reach for my dagger, Tai Shi's leg swung and sent him flying 10 meters across the ground. Tai Shi stood there with his supply mountain still on his back and told the rest of the survivors coldly that he could help anyone else who wanted to die. Nobody moved after that. 20 minutes left. We had tried twice and ended up back at the willow tree both times. There was only one option now. We had to go to it. Taisher actually seemed excited. That was a Titan thing apparently. The closer to a fight, the more alive they became. Then the hunchbacked old puppet appeared in front of us again. I stopped Nana from attacking immediately. If this thing could talk, I wanted information first. I asked who it was and why we couldn't leave. It told us we had stolen supplies from its home. I asked if it was the village chief. It said yes and no at the same time. I asked how we could get out. It just laughed and said we couldn't. We should stay and keep it company. Nana had heard enough. She drew her sword, ran her fingers along the blade, and a flowing light moved through the steel. She fired a sword beam straight at the puppet. The puppet dodged like a monkey, fast and unnatural. But not fast enough. The blade caught its hump and sliced the clothing apart. And everyone finally saw what the hump actually was. A woman's head, hair hanging loose, hidden inside the old man's back the whole time. The willow tree's branches began to move. Every body hanging from them opened its eyes at the same time. Hundreds of corpse puppets, controlled by the branches like puppets on strings, launched themselves at us. Taisher charged toward the tree to destroy it. His body grew as he ran, legs expanding, clothes tearing, 3 meters of solid muscle smashing through corpse after corpse. But punching them did nothing. The same fists that could blow apart a normal person just knocked them back. They kept getting up. I fired blood-soaked bolts as fast as I could reload. Each hit produced white smoke and pushed a corpse back, but never stopped them for long. The system counted kill points with every hit. 100 here, 100 there. Not enough to feel good about. Nana slashed corpses in half with glowing sword energy. The halves kept crawling toward us anyway. A survivor near me was dragged screaming into the air by willow branches. Then another. The grandmother had been quietly hiding behind me the whole time. The moment I felt her there, I grabbed her and shoved her into the path of 2 incoming corpses. She screamed. The corpses took her instead of me. I reloaded without looking back. The other survivors went cold watching that. Good. Cold meant careful. Careful meant alive. Xiao had been trying to reach me through the chaos. Then she stopped and turned pale. Zhoulan had been knocked down by a corpse. Xiao screamed at me to save her sister. I was burning through bolts faster than I liked. Every shot pushed a corpse back, but none of them stayed down. The system kept flashing kill points, but I had no time to count them. Taisher and Nana were pulling most of the corpses toward the willow tree, which was the only reason the rest of us were still alive. But the branches seemed to stretch across the whole village. There was nowhere to run. I heard my name. I turned. 4 or 5 corpse puppets had surrounded the Zhou sisters. Both of them had steel pipes that were completely useless. The corpses were closing in from every direction. The sisters stood back to back, trembling, barely holding on. A male survivor 4 or 5 meters away tried to run and got bitten through the back of the neck. The willow branches lifted him into the tree. He had been someone important before the apocalypse. Didn't matter now. Xiao had said earlier she would never beg anyone. Now she was looking straight at me with tears running down her face. Please, Chenyi, save us. Her voice broke on my name. I looked at them both for a moment. Zhoulan's legs were shaking, but she hadn't dropped her pipe. Xiao was bleeding from her lip where she had bitten it. The kill points didn't matter right now. What mattered was whether it was worth the arrows. I raised my crossbow. Then the ground shook. Taisher had gone into full battle rage. 3 meters tall, fists like hammers, smashing into the willow tree's trunk. Bright red blood poured from the wood. Nana stood beside him. Her sword now stretched over 10 meters long with glowing energy, and drove it into the tree. The whole village shook like an earthquake. Screaming sounds came from underground. The willow tree was hurt. I could feel something break open in the village, whatever was holding us inside. I screamed at everyone to run. The survivors turned and sprinted for the entrance. Willow branches shot out from every shadow, grabbing at ankles. 2 or 3 survivors were dragged screaming into the darkness. I fired at every branch that came near me, and they pulled back howling. Then Nana called my name. Taisher had gone too deep into his battle rage to stop himself. She couldn't pull him out alone. I thought for half a second. These 2 were worth saving. I turned back, aimed at Taisher's back, and fired. He felt it and spun around with blood-red eyes, spotted me, and charged. I ran. That was enough. Nana stepped onto his shoulder as he passed her, looped a rope from his arm to the giant supply pack, and suddenly we were all moving toward the exit at full speed, Taisher chasing me, dragging everything behind him. Then a branch grabbed my ankle and yanked me upside down. My crossbow was empty. I grabbed my cleaver, the one I had been soaking in black dog blood, and swung at the branch. It screamed. I cut through it and hit the ground rolling. Got up and kept running. A huge hand grabbed me and threw me on top of Taisher's mountain of supplies. His eyes were clear again. "Hold on," he said. "I'm about to use my strength." The village entrance was right ahead. Outside the village, Chu Che was watching his watch. 4:22 p.m. 22 minutes past the deadline. He had given us until 4:30 before he would have to leave with the convoy. Something terrible was approaching from the southwest, the same kind of danger that had forced us out of Xinghua town. He couldn't wait much longer. I didn't know any of that. I was on top of Taisher's supply mountain, holding on with everything I had as he sprinted toward the village entrance. The voices started then, whispering from every shadow around us. "Don't leave me. Stay and play with me. I'm so cold." Some voices sounded like people I recognized from the convoy. A young man ahead of us stopped running, turned toward the darkness, and disappeared into it. Just like that. I fired an arrow into the shadow he walked toward. A scream cut through the air, and my head cleared slightly. Nana swung her sword and released another blast of energy into the darkness. Then she nearly fell off Taisher's shoulder. Her face had gone white as a corpse, lips gray. She had nothing left. I told Taisher not to stop. He let out a roar, and his whole presence shifted, like an ancient mammoth charging. Then the hunchbacked old puppet appeared right beside us, moving like a monkey, grinning that wide, broken smile. The woman's head on its back stared at me with pure hatred, screaming that I hadn't saved her, that we were all going to die. I fired straight into its eye socket. It didn't even flinch, just kept running alongside us, arrow stuck in its face, still smiling. Then warmth hit me. Light spread across everything. We were out. I looked back. The old puppet stood at the edge of the shadows inside the village, arrow still in its eye, watching us with that same crooked smile. 16:28. There are only 2 minutes left until 4:30. The convoy was ready to depart at any moment. Although many people opposed, the decision to leave could not be changed. Some survivors started to cause trouble, even refusing to leave and lying on the ground. But they couldn't change Chu Che's decision. Chu Che's face showed no change, still calm and indifferent. To other survivors, nothing could alter Captain Chu's decision. Many survivors even cursed him silently for being ruthless and cold-hearted. The commotion inside the convoy seemed insignificant to Chu Che. In truth, Chu Che was extremely anxious inside. As a superhuman leader, his sensing ability should be very sharp. He wanted to sense what was happening in the longevity village. But right now, he simply couldn't do it. Ever since the survivors entered the village, his perception had been mostly blocked by some kind of barrier. He could only vaguely sense that countless strange things were happening inside. Chu Che could feel that even the longevity village he saw was probably fake. He had no idea what was really happening inside. Perhaps all the survivors had stayed in the village. Beneath the illusion before his eyes, the ground was already filled with the bodies of the survivors. Perhaps, at this moment, a fierce battle is happening in the village. Chu Che tries hard to sense what is going on inside the village. But he simply cannot do it now. Just then, something changes at the entrance of Chongshou village. A small hill suddenly breaks through a strange barrier and appears before everyone's eyes. It looks like it has suddenly come from another world into reality. The small hill collapses as if a golden mountain and a jade pillar have fallen. As the hill falls, everyone finally sees what it really is. It is a giant man about 3 meters tall, with an exaggerated backpack on his back. The giant is shrinking visibly and quickly. In just a moment, the giant's height drops from 3 meters to just over 2 meters. Along with the giant, a man and a woman also fall. They look very exhausted and battered. The woman's face is pale as paper, with lips also grayish, and her long hair is dusty and messy. The man is not much better. His clothes are torn, and his forehead is shiny with sweat and dust. Chu Che's calm eyes brighten slightly. Seeing these three appear, the survivors become excited. The convoy becomes chaotic. Uncle Abeo, oldly, they're back. Husband, did you see my husband? Big brother, are you back? Son, where are you? The scene is in chaos. Soon, more survivors rush out of the village. One after another, they follow behind the small group. Husband. A woman sees a disheveled man and tears fall like beads that have broken loose. She throws herself into his arms and cries loudly. The man shows a relieved smile, reaching out with blood-stained hands to hold his wife's shoulders, smiling happily and comforting her. There's also a brother gently patting his sister's head, smiling and saying, "I've come out, so don't cry anymore." Some survivors silently walk to a bicycle, carrying a full backpack of supplies, and light a cigarette. Maybe their family is already gone. Many others stand on tiptoe, stretching their necks to look into the village. But all they see is a dull, gray scene with not a single figure in sight. These people did not wait for the figures they were hoping to see. Zhou Lan and Zhou Xiaoxiao, the sister pair, supported each other and were among the survivors still alive. The sisters looked very exhausted. Zhou Lan's ponytail, which she had tied earlier, was now messy and loose. Sweat stains on her face made her long hair stick to her face and neck. At some point, she also lost one of her shoes. Compared to her sister, Zhou Xiaoxiao was not much better off. Zhou Xiaoxiao had 2 deep cuts on her thigh and arm, with blood flowing down her clothes, soaking half of her body. Earlier, in the village, the dim light made it hard to see the injuries, but now they were very clear. Her upper clothing was torn open, revealing a large area of skin underneath. Many survivors only realized at this moment that this carefree young woman was actually a girl. Their eyes showed greed, and they licked their lips, looking eager. The sisters faced great danger this time, but they also gained a lot. Their backpacks were full, and they even found an extra backpack on the way. The sisters supported each other and carried their backpacks to their car. Time was running out. Chu Che could even smell something strange approaching. They had stayed too long at the entrance of Chongshou village. In his perception, several strange creatures had noticed their presence and were starting to come closer. The convoy was moving smoothly, with some lifting the large figure of the Iron Lion into the bus. Others were stuffing the big bag of the Iron Lion into the bus's cargo hold. These supplies would have to wait until they found a safe place to distribute them. Chen Yi, no longer a rookie, knew time was urgent. He walked over to the Tricycle motorcycle and threw his backpack into the cargo box. He reached into his pocket and took out a pack of cigarettes, about to light one. "Chen Yi, this is gasoline from Ah Che." Uncle Abe Bao came over, carrying a jug of gasoline, and handed it to Chen Yi. The last bit of gasoline in Chen Yi's tank was gone. He had planned to ask Chu Che for some. Chen Yi didn't believe Chu Che hadn't prepared any. As one of the few extraordinary members in the convoy, Captain Chu would definitely lend some. He didn't expect Chu Che to be so straightforward, just giving it directly. Chen Yi was not polite. He reached out and took the item, saying, "Thanks, I'll return it to him later." Uncle Aba nodded and turned to leave. In the fair convoy, there are no free benefits. This barrel of gasoline must be returned. The barrel probably holds about 15 liters. It took about half to fill the motorcycle tricycle. The fuel tank of this tricycle hasn't been measured exactly, but it's probably around 7 liters. In future upgrades, the fuel tank should be increased because a small tank means limited travel distance. Limited range can be deadly in a doomsday situation. At least during future resource searches, it's good to keep a few gasoline cans ready. At this moment, Chen Yi was quickly following the convoy, too busy to check how many kill points they gained from this trip to Chongshou village. But he guessed it wouldn't be very few. This time, only a few Black Dog blood crossbow arrows remained. After filling up with fuel, the convoy started moving slowly. Chen Yi lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and after blowing out some smoke rings, he started his motorcycle tricycle. At the village entrance, some survivors looked inside with hope. As time passed, their hope in their eyes gradually dimmed. Some kept murmuring something, still waiting for figures to appear. Beep beep. The modified off-road vehicle at the front of the convoy honked loudly, and the convoy began to move. Under the setting sun of the apocalypse, the yellowish light stretched the shadows of the village entrance into long curves. The fully fueled motorcycle tricycle regained its ability to move. Chen Yi twisted the throttle, feeling the engine roar with bursts of power, which gave him a sense of security deep inside. Who says men don't need a sense of security? In the apocalypse, the fuel in the carriage and the supplies in the truck bed are the best signs of safety. Chen Yi took a deep drag on his cigarette, exhaled a smoke ring, then twisted the throttle. The motorcycle tricycle let out a weak, tired roar before slowly starting to move. To be honest, the power of Chun Ye's motorcycle Tricycle was quite lacking. Even when he pushed the throttle to the limit, it still couldn't catch up with the off-road vehicles and buses ahead. Once again, the convoy's numbers had decreased. Nearly 50 survivors entered the Long Life village. Only about a dozen managed to escape from the village. More than 30 stayed permanently in Long Life village. Many of these were survivors who had previously escaped from looting. These survivors had the fewest supplies, so their desire to get resources was the strongest. Those who did not leave Long Life village lost their loved ones at the village entrance before they could escape. Without their close family members, these people lost the courage to keep going. The other survivors didn't have time to feel sad. Everyone was busy packing their belongings and hurriedly set out to catch up with the group. The survivors who escaped from looting had a car and 2 motorcycles. Through the car window, Chun Yi saw that the driver of the car, which had escaped from looting, had been replaced. It's likely the original owner of the car stayed behind in Long Life village. In addition, the convoy already had 2 modified off-road vehicles, a bus, a small car, a cheerful old man, 3 motorcycles, and Chun Ye's tricycle motorcycle. So, although the number of vehicles in the convoy seemed smaller now, there were still many different types of transportation. A few bicycles also followed at the end of the convoy, especially the cheerful old man, who caught Chun Ye's attention. This old man had been with the convoy since Chun Yi joined, and he hadn't fallen behind. Chun Yi knew the owner of this cheerful old man, an elderly man surnamed Zhang. He was always smiling and quite talkative, though a bit cheeky. No one knew how he kept his energy. All the vehicles in the convoy started moving. Under the sunset, they formed a long line of cars. Only the Zhou sisters' car was still stuck and not moving. Inside the car, Zhou Lan and Zhou Xiaoxiao looked very disheveled. Their clothes were torn, and they had many injuries, making them look very pitiful. Especially Zhou Lan's big, bright eyes. No wonder she was a popular star. "Big sister, what do we do? We're out of gas, and the car can't move," Zhou Xiaoxiao asked anxiously, her voice soft and fragile. This young girl, after the incident in Chongshou village, seemed to become much softer. In the convoy, it was because of this small car that the Zhou sisters appeared different from other survivors. Without gasoline, the car would be useless, and the sisters would be just like the other survivors. "Big sister, maybe I should go ask Chun Yi for some gas." Earlier, Uncle Abeo had given Chun Yi a barrel of gasoline, and Zhou Xiaoxiao saw it. For some reason, after asking once before, Zhou Xiaoxiao felt it wasn't hard to ask Chun Yi again. "Xiaoxiao, do you think Chun Yi will lend us some?" Zhou Lan asked. When they were in the village, Zhou Xiaoxiao had already asked Chun Yi for help. She understood what her sister meant. Back then, Chun Yi didn't help her. Zhou Xiaoxiao looked at the tricycle outside the window, her expression complicated. "Big sister, I can just apologize to him. He's a grown man, not some petty person like me." As she spoke, her voice grew quieter and less confident. Chun Yi was not like the people who used to flatter her. From the moment he unhesitatingly used that old lady as a shield, Zhou Xiaoxiao knew Chun Yi was ruthless. And now, in this end-of-the-world situation, Zhou Lan didn't know what to say. She opened the car door and rummaged through the trunk. At this moment, other survivors, who had packed their belongings, were passing by their car. Although surprised by the sisters' actions, no one stopped. Everyone looked tense. Some were riding tricycles, others driving old scooters. Some were only using one leg. But no one wanted to fall behind. "Big sister, what are you doing?" Zhou Xiaoxiao, enduring her own pain from her injuries, asked her sister as she rummaged through the trunk. Soon, Zhou Xiaoxiao saw her sister mysteriously pull out a barrel from the trunk. Seeing the barrel, Zhou Xiaoxiao even forgot her own injuries. "Big sister, when did you hide this?" "You're amazing." This barrel of gasoline was hidden by Zhou Lan during her last supply run, and even Zhou Xiaoxiao didn't know about it. This was to prepare for moments like today. So, Zhou Lan and her sister Zhou Xiaoxiao's car also started moving. The convoy was gradually speeding up. Survivors without any transportation were in trouble. They could only grit their teeth and hold on. These walking survivors weren't unwilling to ride or share a vehicle with others. But in the convoy, every favor came with a price. And every vehicle was full, with no extra space. Fortunately, Captain Chu chose a good route. It was a national highway with good road conditions, and there were no villages nearby. A gentle breeze with a cool touch made the journey comfortable. Sometimes, they saw a few cars parked by the roadside. At first, some survivors were excited and ran over to look, but they quickly left disappointed. Xinghua wanted to check if those cars still had fuel. But the convoy was moving too fast, and he had no time to look. The road conditions remained good for now. If it had been a muddy country road, not only the walking survivors, but even Xinghua would fall behind. This motorcycle tricycle couldn't handle rough terrain. Suddenly, Xinghua felt a coolness on his face. He wiped his face and saw a drop of water. His face immediately looked grim. Damn, is it going to rain? My 10 upgrade isn't finished yet. At this moment, Captain Chu's face also looked grim. He sensed strange energy all around the convoy, front, back, left, and right. Some were closer, others a bit farther away. The nearest strange presence was about 7 or 8 kilometers behind the convoy, rushing quickly toward them. Captain Chu ordered the convoy to speed up. As he sped up, the remaining vehicles also accelerated. The convoy moved faster again, but it was hard on the survivors without any transportation. Chu Che was already ready to abandon these survivors. Xinghua also felt uneasy. His motorcycle tricycle had the throttle fully open, but he was falling further behind the cars. Even the few motorcycles managed to leave him behind. The rain grew heavier, soaking Xinghua's clothes, then his pants and shoes. Xinghua looked as if he was soaked in rainwater. The car ahead of him was getting farther away. The survivors behind him were also left far behind. The heavy rain blurred Xinghua's vision. He reached out and wiped his face, flicking away the rainwater to see briefly. All he could hear was the sound of raindrops falling. Dark clouds covered the sky, with occasional flashes of lightning. Xinghua was alone, riding his motorcycle tricycle through the heavy rain. Besides the pouring rain, only Xinghua's lonely figure was visible in the world. Xinghua knew he couldn't stop. If he paused, something terrible might happen. Based on what he knew about the guide, Xinghua understood that Zhu Che wouldn't do such things without a reason. Fortunately, Xinghua could faintly see the red taillights in the distance, so he wouldn't lose the convoy. His only thought now was that after stopping later, he must upgrade his motorcycle tricycle with a better cockpit. He also needed to improve the vehicle's power so he wouldn't fall behind the convoy again. Ideally, he wanted to upgrade the tricycle into a 4-wheeled vehicle. He planned to spend 3,000 killing points to exchange for an extraordinary awakening sequence. He wasn't sure if this time the killing points would be enough. Zhu Che kept sensing the strange atmosphere all night, never daring to relax. He was like a skilled martial artist dancing on the tip of a sword, tiptoeing carefully. One wrong move could cost him his life. Outside the car window, the rain kept falling heavily, hitting the glass with a loud pitter-patter. Zhu Che knew that after this, at least half of the convoy's members had been lost, maybe more. In such a heavy rain at night, it was easy to imagine some people would fall behind and lose the group. Even if Zhu Che felt sorry, he couldn't change what was happening. He could sense that the strange presence tracking the convoy had stopped following. Zhu Che closed his eyes slightly, a look of pain crossing his face. He could imagine what had happened. It was the members who had fallen behind in the convoy. They were being tracked by the strange pursuers who had found the survivors. They can start a wonderful hunt or a picnic. These stranded survivors will slow down the strange creatures, allowing the other team members to escape safely. When the strange creatures find new food or toys, they are likely to stop chasing the team. That is why Chu Che always tries to bring along the survivors on foot. Geckos choose to shed their tails when in danger to distract predators and escape easily. The survivors on foot are like the gecko's shed tail. But no one else knows this secret, only Chu Che. Maybe Nana suspects, but she has never asked Chu Che about it. As dawn breaks and the sky begins to lighten, Chu Che's face finally relaxes. He senses that the nearest strange creature is over 20 kilometers away. That distance is safe enough. But now he feels very sleepy and is about to fall asleep. Ahead, he sees a sign with 2 big characters, Yinzhou. He is surprised to have arrived here so quickly. When Chu Che sees a bright rainbow appear in the sky nearby, he doesn't know what to say. It's winter now. A burst of summer heat suddenly hits him, and Chu Che is surprised again. It's late November. Why is it so hot? This is definitely abnormal. Yinzhou? Is this Yinzhou? I've actually reached Yinzhou? Xinghua looks at the sign and the endless desert in front of him, feeling stunned. He has already traveled so far from Jiang City to Yinzhou. He remembers from school that Yinzhou has a very special landscape, including mountains, river valleys, plateaus, Gobi deserts, and sand dunes. But Chunyi isn't in the mood to enjoy the desert now. The sky is just beginning to brighten, with clouds turning golden and very beautiful. But Chunyi has no time to admire it. After several hours of intense fighting in Chongshou village, plus a night of traveling quickly, he is exhausted. It's still late November, and the weather is very cold now. Moreover, it rained all night last night. At this moment, Chunyi was feeling dizzy and lightheaded. He had a premonition that he was about to fall seriously ill. The heavy rain had stopped. Now, Chunyi was completely soaked. His hair was plastered to his scalp, dripping with water, and his face, eyebrows, and even eyelids were covered with rainwater. His shoes felt heavy, as if they were filled with water. When he moved slightly, he could hear the sloshing sound of water inside them. Chunyi's body was trembling slightly, but he managed to stay upright on his motor tricycle without falling. Even as the sun rose and a beautiful rainbow appeared in the sky, it did not catch his attention. Rainbows usually appear in summer or autumn, but this one appeared at the end of November. In the distance, the campsite finally came into view. Chunyi forced himself to drive the tricycle toward the campsite. The campsite was now dotted with tents, and many places had bonfires burning. The smell of food wafted into Chunyi's nose, making him greedily take a couple of deep breaths. A warm sensation spread through his body, dispelling the coldness and making him feel a little better. He was extremely exhausted and didn't care whether this warmth was real or not. When Chunyi's tricycle arrived, some survivors looked over at him, but then continued with their own tasks. Their eyes were full of confusion and despair. Everything around them seemed unrelated to him. Chunyi parked his tricycle and plopped down onto the hot sand. The warmth continued to chase away his coldness. Huh. Chunyi took shallow breaths, then reached into his shirt pocket and pulled out a pack of cigarettes. As he took out the cigarettes, he noticed water droplets seeping through the pack. Damn, he placed the wet cigarette pack aside to dry. Even though the cigarettes were soaked, Chunyi was reluctant to throw them away. Once they dried, he could still smoke them. He took out another pack, tore off the plastic wrapper, and lit a cigarette. Fortunately, the plastic was sturdy enough to protect the cigarettes from the rain. He took a deep drag, nearly finishing half the cigarette before stopping. Feeling the nicotine moving through my body, it somewhat eased my fatigue. I smoked half a cigarette before Chunyi finally started to feel a little better. At this moment, Chunyi sensed something was wrong. Why is it so hot? It's late November, and it's winter. I've never heard of Yinzhou having such hot winters. This isn't the south. Chunyi then began to look around at his surroundings. He was beside the Yinzhou highway, and in front of him was a vast desert, with sand dunes and yellow sand filling his view. The sun was blazing overhead. This was Chunyi's first time seeing a desert, and he was momentarily stunned by the beautiful scene. But soon, Chunyi couldn't enjoy it anymore. It's hot, very hot. His body, soaked from the heavy rain earlier, was now starting to dry out. His hair was already mostly dry. Chunyi noticed that the survivors nearby were all wearing short sleeves and shorts, dressed like it was summer. He also took off his jacket and jeans, hanging them on the front of his car. He took off his shoes too. When he turned them upside down, some water spilled out and quickly disappeared into the sand. He then took off his hoodie and thermal underwear. The weather was just too hot. Chunyi guessed that this extreme change in weather might be related to the apocalypse. After finishing another cigarette, Chunyi wished he could just wear his boxers. By now, sweat was already soaking his body. He ate 2 pieces of bread to regain some strength, then eagerly checked his gains in Chongshou village. Seeing the number of slaughter points, Chunyi was a little surprised. There were over 7,000 slaughter points. Since entering Chongshou village, Chunyi had been caught in various troubles. While in the village, Chunyi focused on drawing his bow and shooting arrows repeatedly. At first, he paid attention to the system prompts, but later, he didn't have time to notice them or check how many slaughter points he had accumulated. He only knew that the arrows soaked in black dog blood, which he had spent a lot of time gathering, were running low. Every time Chunyi found a suitable branch, he would take his machete and cut 2 pieces. Over time, he collected many black dog blood crossbow arrows. During the battle in Chongshou village, Xinghua deliberately shot more crossbow arrows to accumulate killing points. He never expected to gather as many as 7,000 killing points. This number made Xinghua very happy. He took a deep breath, excited, and focused his attention on the system. He had asked before how to awaken the extraordinary sequence. The system replied that it required 3,000 killing points. He had not accumulated enough before, but now with over 7,000 points, he had enough. He still had more than 4,000 points left, which he could use to upgrade his motorcycle tricycle. System, I want to exchange for the method to awaken the extraordinary sequence. Are you sure you want to exchange for the method to awaken the sequence? A message appeared in front of him. Yes, Xinghua decided excitedly in his mind. Soon, a circular icon on the system interface started spinning, like a phone refresh screen. Xinghua waited eagerly. It took less than half a minute. Then, a line of words appeared on the screen. The methods to awaken the extraordinary sequence are 1. Natural awakening. This method is also called innate sequence awakening. People who awaken this way are better than others with different sequences. 2. Awakening through sequence injections. Sequence injections are a type of sequence magic potion. Injecting them can give a chance to awaken the extraordinary sequence. Seeing these 2 lines of text, Xinghua was stunned for a moment. No way. Did he really get these things for just 3,000 killing points? He already knew this information. When he talked with Iron Lion before, Iron Lion had explained it to him. Natural awakening is not worth thinking about. If it were possible, he would have awakened already. And sequence injections are even more rare. According to Nana, even before the apocalypse, the price of sequence injections was in the hundreds of millions. And they were extremely rare and hard to find. Now, spending 3,000 killing points only got him these 2 public secrets? Just as Xinghua was about to curse, he suddenly felt a weight in his hand. A cold sensation appeared in his hand. Without thinking, Xinghua tightly gripped the cold object in his hand, cautiously looking around. Under the intense sunlight, the survivors were busy with their own tasks, and no one paid attention to Xinghua's situation. Xinghua slightly shifted his body and glanced at the object in his hand. A glass syringe appeared in his hand, filled with a mysterious blue liquid that looked fascinating. The moment he saw it, a word flashed in Xinghua's mind. Sequence serum. It was really this thing. After asking the system, Xinghua confirmed his suspicion. This is the sequence serum. He suppressed his excitement and looked around again. The environment around him hadn't changed at all. The survivors were still doing what they normally did. Some were cooking, others resting in tents, and some whispering quietly. Pretending to need the bathroom, Xinghua moved a little farther away, turned his back to the others, and took out the sequence serum. The blue liquid shimmered mysteriously under the scorching desert sun. Without hesitation, Xinghua raised his arm and injected himself. A slight prick was felt. He slowly pushed the blue liquid into his body, feeling a cool sensation flowing inside. Soon, all the serum was absorbed into him. Xinghua carefully removed the needle and put the syringe away. He shook slightly, then turned back to sit beside his motorcycle tricycle. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag while observing the surroundings. At the same time, Xinghua was looking forward to the changes happening inside his body. There was no intense pain as he expected. Instead, he felt very comfortable. After a night of rushing and rain, plus suddenly being in this hot environment, Xinghua felt a bit unwell, worried he might get seriously ill. But when the sequence serum entered his body, that discomfort was completely gone. He didn't expect the serum to have this effect. He focused on feeling the changes inside, but didn't sense any new abilities. Based on what he had learned from Tai Shi, after becoming a sequence extraordinary, the body would show obvious changes and sensations. However, he had been under the influence of the injection for a long time and didn't notice anything unusual. What exactly is going on? System, why didn't I notice anything? Is my awakening failed? Xinghua asked the system silently. The system quickly responded. Currently awakening. Please be patient, host. How long will it take to succeed? Currently awakening. Please be patient, host. Xinghua asked several questions, but the system's answer remained the same. Currently awakening. Please be patient. He had no better options, so he could only wait. Now he understood the system's features. If he asked questions or exchanged supplies, the system would respond immediately without a cooldown. But if he wanted to upgrade supplies, there would be a waiting time. Maybe he could use some killing points to directly exchange for a doomsday-based vehicle? That idea was very tempting, but it would probably require a lot of killing points. Chen Yi quickly checked with the system to confirm his idea. The system could exchange for a doomsday-based vehicle, but the required killing points were astronomically high. The long string of zeros made his head spin. The scorching sun in the desert made Chen Yi's scalp feel hot, and the cold air from earlier had completely disappeared. The sun in the sky was just too fierce. He reached out and touched the clothes hanging on the car earlier. Most of it had dried now. Exposing large areas of skin for a long time in such an environment was not a wise choice. Moreover, there was nothing around except a road sign and not a single tree. Some survivors had found tents somewhere and were hiding inside. Others were hiding in the shadows of a bus. Some had nowhere to hide and could only stay behind sand dunes, which was better than being fully exposed on the sand. The convoy had lost many people on this trip to Longevity Village, probably more than half. Chen Yi rummaged through the truck bed and finally found a hooded sun protection coat. He had found it earlier in Xinghua town, in the backpack of the fitness coach he had killed. As for pants, Chen Yi only found a pair of large shorts. Other pants are either too thick or are women's styles. Besides the materials collected from Chongshou village, Chen Yi's truck bed also contains many other items. There are many different clothes among them. Most of these were gathered earlier by a survivor named Jia. That silly woman went shopping for clothes in Xinghua town while others searched for food. She brought back many outfits. Now, these have become her property. When trading supplies in the convoy before, other survivors exchanged some of these clothes, leaving many behind. In a world ending, every resource is very valuable. Even clothes that Chen Yi couldn't wear himself, he kept. Chen Yi looked at these women's clothes and had a bright idea. Why not use these clothes to make a sunshade for his vehicle? He is someone with a system, so it shouldn't be too hard. He thought about it and immediately started working. Soon, the system interface appeared in front of him. Quickly, the upgraded system displayed a design drawing. A beautiful black sunshade appeared before Chen Yi. It extended from the truck bed all the way to the front cockpit. The black sunshade could cover the entire motorcycle tricycle. It even had a rainproof function. With rain protection, you wouldn't have to worry about heavy rain like last night. The sunshade created a relatively enclosed space in the truck bed. A zipper allowed ventilation, making it a breathable environment. The design was excellent. However, when Chen Yi saw that it required over 700 kill points to build this sunshade, he felt terrible. He had only about 4,000 kill points left after exchanging for the sequence injection. Spending over 700 points now felt too wasteful. He had no choice but to use his old method to save points. Chen Yi began adjusting the design draft. The black sunshade didn't need to be so complicated. He had many women's clothes and wanted to use them as much as possible to save kill points. Chen Yi remembered seeing a design online, made by a foreign master, who used discarded jeans to make a sofa. That patchwork denim sofa looked quite nice and was not cheap. Chen Yi plans to use this idea to design his own sunshade. Soon, a brand new design draft was completed. The new sunshade is made by stitching together pairs of pants and pieces of clothing. There are even pockets from pants on the new sunshade. Of course, it does not have rain protection. This feature would cost too many kill points. Also, now they are in a desert map, and rain in the desert is a rare event. The truck bed has been turned into a semi-enclosed space by Chen Yi. By lowering the curtains on both sides and zipping them up, the truck bed becomes a closed space. Rolling up the curtains makes the truck bed an open space. As for the cockpit, Chen Yi decided to keep only the sunshade on the ceiling for now, skipping other designs. He plans to upgrade the cockpit later when he finds suitable materials. It would be best to find an abandoned car to save many kill points. After finishing the design, the system shows it only costs about 252 kill points, which makes Chen Yi very happy. Confirm to upgrade the sunshade with 252 kill points? Chen Yi looked around again, seeing no one paying attention to him, and then confirmed silently. The lady's clothes on the truck bed instantly disappeared mostly. A countdown timer appeared above the motorcycle tricycle's roof. 04:59:59 when Chen Yi arrived at the camp. Many people looked at him with surprise. Since he was the only survivor to catch up after stopping to rest, everyone was surprised. Didn't expect Chenyi to make it. Is she even human? Zhou Xiaoxiao looked amazed. Being extraordinary means being extraordinary. Even a tricycle can survive. Zhou Lan, a famous star, now looked weathered, and her eyes on Chenyi were full of envy. Big sister, I wish I could awaken my powers too. At least I could survive. ... The climate in the Yanzhou desert made Chenyi very uncomfortable. He felt the temperature was at least 36 degrees Celsius today. Standing in such heat in the desert, under the sun, with not a single visible tree around. This feeling is simply like torture. It's hard to believe that it's already the end of November. With normal temperatures, wearing a down jacket in Yanzhou at this time would not be unusual. Perhaps after the strange outbreak, the seasons have changed. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter no longer feel the same. Winter doesn't feel like winter, and summer doesn't feel like summer. Gulp gulp, Chenyi took out a bottle of mineral water, took 2 sips, then quickly screwed the cap back on. There are several boxes of mineral water in the truck bed, but even so, Chenyi doesn't dare to drink it all at once. Who knows when they will be able to leave this desert? In the desert, water is more precious than gold. Only heaven knows when they will find water again. The wet clothes from earlier are now completely dry and very crisp. He looked at the large bus and cars nearby. Chenyi thought for a moment, then stood up and walked toward the bus. All the necessary precautions to avoid danger have been taken. Standing here foolishly might lead to heatstroke soon. At least the bus has a roof, providing some shade, which is much better than his bare motorcycle tricycle now. It will take at least 4 hours to upgrade his shelter. Chenyi's movements caught the attention of some people. These survivors just glanced at Chenyi briefly before turning back to their own tasks. Before heading to the bus, Chenyi first went to Chu Che's off-road modified vehicle. He learned that Captain Chu was also resting. He approached the long-legged girl's off-road vehicle. The girl was not resting. Her face was extremely pale, and her lips were grayish. Clearly, she had exerted a lot of energy during the fight at Chongshou village and the big willow tree, and she hadn't fully recovered yet. Chenyi could only let her rest well before turning to walk toward the bus. This bus belonged to Iron Lion. When he talked with Iron Lion before, he heard that before the apocalypse, Iron Lion was the driver of this bus. After the disaster broke out, Iron Lion drove this bus and has been fleeing in it ever since. The outside of the bus was covered with scratches and bloodstains, and much of the paint was peeling off. It was clear that this bus was already quite old before the end of the world. There is a tall roof rack on top of the vehicle, tied with many supplies. The small mountain of bags that Iron Lion brought from Chongshou village is strapped to the roof. Before the end of the world, having so many things on the roof would make it impossible to drive. Now, in the apocalypse, no one cares about these things. They arrived in front of the bus. Several survivors are lying outside the bus. The sunlight shines down, providing a good shady spot. Perhaps sensing someone's arrival, these people lift their eyelids to look at Chenyi, then drift back into a sleepy state. Most people in the camp are actually sleeping. After a night of running, many are completely exhausted. The bus driver is a young man around 30, wearing glasses. Others call him Oldly. Oldly has noticed Chenyi. When he sees Chenyi, Oldly gets off the bus to greet him. He respects the extraordinary powers of the sequence. Chenyi, you're here? This terrible weather, so hot. Come into the bus and hide for a while. Oldly smiles, but says nothing, then turns and leads Chenyi onto the bus. This is the first time Chenyi has been on someone else's vehicle after the end of the world. Once inside, Chenyi notices the inside of the bus. At the back, there is a large bed that almost takes up the entire lower part of the bus. A strong figure is lying on the bed, sleeping deeply. It's Iron Lion. The Titan sequence has strong fighting power, but transforming into a giant during battle consumes a lot of energy. Therefore, after fighting as a Titan, they usually fall into a deep sleep. This helps them recover their strength and energy. It also helps heal their injuries. This is what Iron Lion, the big guy, told Chenyi before. Like Nana said, every awakened Titan sequence superhuman has some reduction in intelligence. Most of Chenyi's knowledge about the sequence superhumans comes from Iron Lion. Whenever Chenyi says something, Iron Lion often shares everything he knows. Earlier in Xinghua town, Iron Lion broke his arm and slept in the bus for a long time to recover. Now, Chenyi can see that many of the big guy's wounds are starting to scab. The inside of the vehicle was very spacious, and some simple modifications had been made. The shelves inside had been removed, making the whole bus look much emptier. There were also a few other survivors on board, about 7 or 8 people. When they saw Chunyi arrive, some looked at him with fear, while others seemed jealous. Chunyi was surprised and asked, "Is it really just this many people?" "Yes. Many people in Chongshou village didn't come out, and some didn't want to leave with the convoy," Oldly replied in a low voice. Since there were so few survivors on the same vehicle, everyone felt a bit sad. "Oldly, you go ahead and do your thing. I'll rest here for a while," Chunyi said. Oldly turned around, handed Chunyi a bottle of mineral water, and then went off on his own. Chunyi found a shady seat, lay down, and saw 2 other survivors sitting a bit farther away, having moved to the back. He adjusted the backrest to a comfortable angle, lit a cigarette, and relaxed. Looking at the countdown on the ceiling, ticking away second by second, Chunyi felt much more at ease. Now, he was just waiting for Captain Chuche to wake up so they could distribute supplies. Big and clumsy, the man with the huge backpack probably had many good things inside. Nana and Chunyi's backpacks were smaller, but they still needed to be shared. Chunyi simply rested with his legs crossed on the back of the front seat. In the distance, the desert was glowing under the sun, looking hazy. At that moment, Chunyi saw a slow-moving vehicle approaching at the end of the highway. A Lao Tu Lu, a type of old truck? The old truck was wobbling, but moving steadily. It was actually old Zhang. So many people had died, yet old Zhang was still alive. It seemed that this old truck held a big secret. The appearance of the old truck immediately drew many people's attention. Most of the old and weak in the convoy had already died. The grandmother of the boy who had argued with Chunyi had died in Chongshou village, and the 7 or 8-year-old troublemaker hadn't been seen since. He probably also died during last night's escape. Given how much people disliked that boy, no one seemed eager to save him. Last night, many healthy-looking adult men also died during the chaos. And surprisingly, the old man who was riding the old scooter actually survived. This situation is simply unbelievable. This old man entered restricted areas twice, Xinghua town and Chongshou village, and he didn't get caught. Many people died, but he is still alive. The old scooter wobbled as it came closer, as if it might fall apart at any moment. Right now, both scooters were in poor shape, with scratches all over and even some deformations on the bodies. There was a lot of mud on the vehicles. On top of one scooter, there was a shaky luggage rack tied with several bags filled with unknown items, which could fall off at any time. Clearly, the old man had a restless night. Many people looked at him with surprise. The old scooter stopped unsteadily next to the camp. A scruffy, thin old man jumped out of the vehicle. His gray hair was slightly blowing in the wind. He wore only a white tank top and a pair of large black shorts, with flip-flops on his feet. The old man saw a hint of joy in everyone's eyes. "Finally here. I almost died. I tell you, damn it, you people, you don't respect the elderly or care for the young. Why don't you come help me? Little Zhao, little Zhang, little Zhang. Why don't you come help Grandpa Zhang?" Without hesitation, the old man called out the names of a few young men to help him. They just glanced at him lazily, not bothering to respond. The old man cursed loudly for a while. In the end, he had to take out a large tent from his vehicle and set it up himself. This surprised Chunyi a little. He didn't expect the old man to have such supplies. He even had a large tent. Then, the old man wasn't finished. He took out several solar panels from the scooter. He spread them out on the sand. This was simply unbelievable. Chunyi had always wanted Captain Chu Che's solar panels, but he didn't expect this old man to have so many. After about 2 hours, as the desert climate started to cool down, 2 figures appeared at the edge of the horizon. Chunyi looked over again. It was 2 men riding bicycles. At this moment, these 2 men were clearly in very bad shape. Their bicycle speeds were very slow, and they looked as if they had just crawled out of hell, disheveled and exhausted. One of them was Chunyi, the college student with glasses who had previously discovered the village chief's cellar in Chongshou village. The other was unfamiliar, but also looked extremely worn out. On the back of their bicycles, there were 2 large bundles, which seemed to be supplies collected from Chongshou village. Yesterday's situation was surprising. Besides the old man Lu, there were still people alive. This made Chunyi very surprised. As they approached the camp, Suddenly one of them lost strength and fell to the ground. Shaoli, Shaozong, and you others, come help. It was Uncle A Bao, calling some young survivors to help. Uncle A Bao seemed to be in charge of the whole convoy. Many things in the team were managed by him. Because of this, Uncle A Bao's authority was much greater than that of the old man Lu, who was always joking around. The two survivors were quickly carried to a shady place to rest. Chenyi looked back at the road they had traveled, thinking these two might be the last survivors to return to the team. Earlier, the convoy had lost some people in Xinghua town. Later, more were lost in Chongshou village. In both searches for supplies, nearly 100 people disappeared, as if they had never existed in this world. This was the cruelty of the end times. Chenyi lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and the faint flame illuminated the outline of his face. He gently exhaled the smoke. The smoke drifted out like a snake, running far before dissipating. Chenyi was slightly stunned, took another puff, trying to repeat the previous trick. But he couldn't succeed no matter what. Chenyi, Captain Chu is awake. Come over. Old Li, Taisher hasn't woken up. You should come with Taisher. After finishing with the two survivors, Uncle A Bao came to the front of the bus and called Chenyi. Chenyi saw Old Li helping two survivors climb onto the roof of the vehicle, bringing down a mountain of supplies. He knew it was time to distribute supplies. According to the previous agreement when entering Chongshou village, Chu Che and Nana took 30%, while Chenyi and Taisher took 20%. Chenyi returned to his motorcycle Tricycle, took out 2 backpacks from the bike's cargo box, and headed toward Chu Che's off-road vehicle. When Chenyi saw Zhu Che was barefoot, squatting on the ground, chewing a handful of sand. Zhu Che noticed Chenyi's gaze, turned to look at him, and smiled. His pale face showed a hint of warmth. The ability of the guide sequence allows us to sense strange beings by connecting with the larger world, and these sands are the best medium for that. Because of the battle at Chongshou village, Zhu Che's attitude toward Chenyi became more friendly, so he explained again. I understand, but what does the sand taste like? Chenyi was curious. When Zhu Che was eating sand, he didn't seem to feel any pain, but looked like he was enjoying a delicacy. The sand tastes like sand. Even as a guide sequence, I am still human, just like you. Zhu Che swallowed the sand and led Chenyi to sit under the canopy tent. Inside the tent, a set of camping tables and chairs had already been set up. So, what did you sense? Chenyi tossed his backpack aside, sat down, and took a sip of tea. We can stay here until 9 a.m. tomorrow. Zhu Che picked up the teapot and refilled Chenyi's cup. Although Chenyi didn't fully understand how the guide sequence makes these judgments, he was amazed by Zhu Che's ability. He also felt more eager about his own extraordinary sequence. Before they could say much, they saw a tall girl looking pale and weak approaching. 2 people followed her, each carrying a large backpack. Compared to them, Chenyi's 2 bags were the smallest. Soon, a small mountain of a backpack, like iron lions, was carried over and placed on the ground. Many survivors looked at it with envy. Nana, with her long, attractive legs, sat down heavily next to Chenyi's chair, grabbed Zhu Che's teapot, and started pouring tea. The tea spilled from her mouth, flowing down her neck to her collarbone, giving her a lively and beautiful look. Regarding the tall girl's behavior, Zhu Che's mouth twitched, and he looked pained. Today he was drinking pu'er tea, a collection he kept before the apocalypse. After the end of the world, others brought various foods or portable supplies, but he only brought tea leaves. Now, in this apocalyptic time, every sip of tea means less tea left. No matter how much money he has, there's nowhere to buy more. Even he rarely dares to take out his tea. But Nana just drank it all, as if she was eating flowers. Captain, you're so stingy. You only bring a little each time. It's not enough to fill a gap in my teeth. Nana placed the teapot on the table, clearly unhappy. Chu Che looked at the empty teapot, his forehead veins bulging with anger. That girl even ate the tea leaves. It was simply. Nana chewed happily, feeling the fragrant tea in her mouth, and her energy seemed to improve. Chenyi was stunned. He didn't expect this tall girl to be so rough, completely different from her delicate appearance. But now Chenyi understood that his behavior in the longevity village had made the tall girl see him as one of her own. Cough, cough. Uncle Ah Bao, how many people didn't come back this time? Uncle Ah Bao stood nearby and replied directly. Before, Our convoy had 124 people. Now only 44 remain. From the longevity village, and last night, we lost a total of 80 people. Currently, there are 16 men and 28 women in the convoy. Hearing these numbers, everyone fell silent. Just one night, over 80 people were lost. This death rate would have shocked the whole country, even the world, before the apocalypse. But now, no one outside the convoy knows. Even the survivors inside the convoy don't care. Chenyi didn't expect so many people to be lost. At first, he thought losing half was enough. When they went to the longevity village to gather supplies, most of the people there were men. Men are stronger and faster, and they brought back more supplies. But because of this, many men never left the village again. Last night, the survivors with cars survived. Those who didn't reach the camp all died. What exactly happened in the longevity village? Why did so many people get lost? Chu-Che finally had time to ask this question. Nana recounted everything that happened since entering the Long Life village. During this, Chenyi also added some information. Chu-Che, Uncle Abeo, and Old Li listened carefully. When they heard that there was a large willow tree in the center of the village hanging full of zombie puppets, Uncle Abeo and Old Li looked a bit pale. As ordinary people, just imagining it made them feel cold all over. There was also that hunched old puppet with a human head on its back. It was even more nightmare-inducing. Did you say that the hunched old puppet never attacked you? After hearing both sides, Chu-Che fell into deep thought and asked this first question. Nana was stunned, then remembered that in Long Life Village, the hunched old puppet seemed not to have attacked the survivors. This situation was really strange. Eerie things are naturally opposed to humans. When they meet humans, they usually attack without hesitation. Only when one side dies do the attacks stop. Chun-Yi confirmed Chu-Che's answer. No, that hunched old puppet only watched us and even seemed to have some intelligence. This was also what puzzled Chun-Yi. He always felt that this hunched old puppet was hiding a big move. Chu-Che turned his gaze to Chun-Yi and asked, "What do you think?" Chun-Yi thought for a moment, then said seriously, "I have a guess. It seems that the eerie creatures are gradually getting stronger, and they might even develop intelligence." Chun-Yi said this based on the hunched old puppet in Long Life Village and the paper-crying children in Xinghua town. The paper-crying children might not be very smart, but they clearly had their own ideas. Chun-Yi had never encountered such eerie creatures before. When he said this, everyone present felt a cold chill run through them, and their hearts sank. If the eerie creatures are already so hard to deal with, and they develop intelligence, it might become even more difficult to handle. There was a long silence. "Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. Anyway, the world is like this now. What more could it be? Let's share the supplies we collected from Long Life Village. Since Taishir hasn't woken up yet, Old Li will take his place. We agreed before that I get 30%, Nana gets 30%, and Chun-Yi and Taishir each get 20%. Does everyone have no objections?" Chun-Yi shook his head and said he had no opinion. Although Chu-Che did not enter Chongshou village, without him, the convoy might have disappeared long ago. As for Nana, she is the only second-tier member in the convoy and has contributed a lot in Chongshou village. In the end, Chun-Yi has not yet shown his value to the convoy, so taking a 20% share is already a big gain for him. The first thing opened was Chun-Yi's backpack. Chun-Yi has two backpacks, one on his back and one in front of his chest. But both backpacks are not very big. Everyone moved the table and chairs under the canopy aside and opened Chun-Yi's backpacks. Chun-Yi didn't hesitate and poured out the contents of both backpacks. In the first backpack, nearly half of the supplies were cigarettes. There were Huazi, Hua, HTS brands, of various quality levels. There were also several bottles of white liquor. At that time, Chun-Yi almost cleared out all the cigarettes from that small supermarket. The other backpack contained some food, mainly quick and easy snacks. There were many spicy strips and other snacks. There were also some condiments. For example, lao gan ma, soy sauce, cooking wine, and salt, which were quite a lot. In the current apocalypse, as long as people need to eat, these items are essential. When distributing supplies here, it naturally attracted the attention of other survivors. Zhou Lan and Zhou Xiaoxiao, the sister duo, were among those attracted. They knew that the supplies Chun-Yi and his group had obtained were definitely several times more than theirs, so they wanted to come and see if they could trade for some supplies they needed. Seeing so many cigarettes and bottles of alcohol, Zhou Xiaoxiao's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. Is that all there is? She whispered. Zhou Lan made a shushing gesture with her hand. Some commotion arose among the other survivors. For some, these were high-end goods, but for others, they were of little use. Chu Che looked at the supplies Chun Yi brought back, and his expression was not disappointed. Cigarettes and alcohol are good stuff. I don't smoke, but these are valuable currency. In the future, if we meet other groups, trading for some supplies will be very useful, and with so much smoke, it's lightweight and easy to carry. As for the alcohol, well, many survivors around looked at the cigarettes and alcohol with greedy eyes. If they weren't afraid of the extraordinary strength of the sequence, they might have already tried to take them. Hearing Chu Che say this, Zhou Xiaoxiao's eyes flashed with surprise. Big sister, these cigarettes can't be eaten or drunk. What's so good about them? Zhou Xiaoxiao whispered to her sister. Keep your voice down. Just look at everyone's eyes around you, and you'll understand. Zhou Lan scolded her sister softly. Zhou Xiaoxiao pouted. Whatever. Not a big deal. But even as she said that, she started to observe the expressions and looks of the people around her. Zhou Xiaoxiao herself doesn't like smoking or drinking, and she doesn't like others doing it either. But when she saw the raw, greedy looks in everyone's eyes, she couldn't understand why they wanted these things so badly. Yifan received 2 packs of cigarettes, 2 bottles of alcohol, along with several boxes of skirts and other brands of cigarettes. There were also 2 bottles of white liquor, plus some seasonings like chili sauce, oil, salt, and vinegar. The others received similar supplies, but the 2 packs of cigarettes were given first to Chun Yi. Chun Yi didn't mind this arrangement. He had agreed to receive 20%, and he accepted this division. If the cigarettes run out later, he could trade with Captain Chu and others for more. Among the 4 extraordinary members of the convoy, only Chun Yi smokes. But cigarettes and alcohol are valuable commodities. Even if he doesn't use them himself, he can trade them for other supplies. According to Chu Che, many such convoys exist in the apocalypse. When they meet other groups, they might be able to exchange for good things. Chun Yi, when your cigarettes are finished, come find me to trade. As a teammate, I'll give you a good deal. The tall girl waved the lotus-shaped cigarette holder and giggled. That sounds good. I hope Sister Na will be lenient with me then. Hee hee. The girl seemed to really like Chun Ye's nickname for her, smiling brightly. Under the sunset of the apocalypse, her long black hair shimmered in the light. Next is Nana's backpack. Nana's backpack is much larger than Chun Ye's 2 backpacks combined. Even though she is not a superhuman with exceptional physical strength, the tall girl's body is still far beyond normal people. The backpack behind the girl holds about 90 liters of items. This type of backpack is usually bought by outdoor hikers who carry heavy loads. Before the apocalypse, such a top-quality backpack would cost at least a few thousand yuan. Chun Yi once had an interest in hiking, so he has some idea about this 90-liter outdoor backpack. Even when worn by an adult man, this backpack would feel heavy. But on the tall girl, it feels as light as nothing. Maybe this is one of the abilities of a superhuman. Iron Lion once said that after awakening as a superhuman, his physical strength increased greatly in a short time. It seems that not only the Titan series benefits from this, but other series probably do too. The girl opened the backpack and, holding the straps, poured all the contents onto the ground. It piled up into a small mountain. The survivors around gasped in amazement. The supplies in this backpack are very different from Chun Ye's. It's like a collection of everything. There are all kinds of snacks, chicken legs, cookies, chocolates, and even potato chips. Chun Yi didn't want to say much about this. Every time survivors go out to gather supplies, they avoid taking potato chips because they are not cost-effective. They take up space, are light in weight, and are a waste of room. He didn't expect the tall girl to bring so many. There are also many toiletries, like toothpaste and shampoo, even some feminine hygiene products. Chun Yi can understand this. Girls are usually concerned about beauty, so carrying these items is understandable. Most of the survivors around are girls, and many of them look excited when they see these supplies. Just like the male survivors earlier who saw cigarettes and alcohol. Other items include potatoes, flour, and rice, valuable supplies. These were probably found in the cellar of the village chief's large villa. The tall girl hadn't finished yet. She opened another backpack. This backpack was smaller than the large 90-liter one she carried earlier. When she opened it, and the supplies appeared, everyone's faces looked strange. The backpack was full of beer cans. Piles of beer filled the bag. At this moment, the crazy woman was collecting supplies and still brought beer? It was unbelievable. Chunye's eyes showed surprise. Now I understand. Among the 4 extraordinary team members, each has their own hobby. Captain Chu Che likes tea, the tall girl likes alcohol, and I like cigarettes. I don't know what that big guy likes. Chu Che looked helpless, used to Nana's behavior. The girl raised her eyebrows and glared around with her beautiful eyes, telling everyone to stop staring. What are you looking at? I can take whatever I want. The survivors saw her fierce look and quickly avoided eye contact. I'll take this. The rest we share later, the tall girl said happily, holding a can of hair dye. Chunyi glanced at her, but said nothing. Nana was just a teenage girl, and no one minded her wanting a new hair color. The supply distribution finished quickly. Chunyi got 4 cans of 500 milliliters beer, a bag of rice, some potatoes and corn, and some shampoo and body wash. He hadn't showered in over a month, so these toiletries were of little use. Just thinking about it made Chunyi feel uncomfortable. Before the apocalypse, he showered every day, even in winter. Now, months without a bath made him feel dirty. As for the beer, Chunyi didn't have a strong attachment. He planned to ask the tall girl to return that lotus flower later. Old Lee, replacing Iron Lion, also shared a lot of supplies, smiling happily. In the end, there was Iron Lion's huge backpack, like a small mountain. Regarding the supplies in this backpack, Chunyi was the most interested. Earlier, when they were at the small supermarket under the big willow tree, the big guy was frantically collecting supplies with this large backpack. He reached out with his big hand and directly stuffed all the items from the entire shelf into the backpack. Half of the supplies in the small supermarket ended up in this big backpack. Clearly, this backpack was not a factory-made product. It was probably handmade after the apocalypse, modified so the big guy could better gather supplies. Now, the surface of the backpack was damaged in many places and covered with dust. The full backpack of supplies was carried to the middle of the tent by 3 survivors. Uncle Abeo opened the backpack in front of everyone. The bulging contents quickly appeared before all. Compared to Chunyi and Nana's backpacks, this one was much simpler. Inside, there was mostly supplies, with nothing else. There were large packs of instant noodles and 7 or 8 types of noodles. Round, thick, flat, thin, everything. Just these noodles would last a person a long time. Chunyi even found several boxes of bottled water inside. Seeing the bottled water, Chunyi's eyes lit up slightly. Remember, they were in the desert now, where food and water are equally important. The water they found earlier in Xinghua town was almost finished. These bottled waters came just in time to solve their urgent need. Plus, in this post-apocalyptic world, empty bottles are valuable. They can be used to store water. If they encounter heavy rain like last night, these empty bottles will come in handy. There were also various canned fruits, meat, and large quantities of potatoes, corn, rice, and flour. It seemed these supplies were taken from the old village chief's house. All these items took up more than half of the space in the backpack. Captain Chu Che's face finally showed a genuine smile. Finally, there was something reassuring. The supplies to be distributed were the most numerous, but the distribution was also the fastest. Following the previously agreed ratio, even if only 20% of the supplies remained, the items in front of Chun Yi piled up into a small mountain. The surrounding survivors' envy and greed were impossible to hide. If they weren't afraid of the extraordinary being of the Sequence Overlord, some might have already started acting. Chun Yi adjusted his waist knife and hand crossbow. Nana snorted coldly, her hand resting on the hilt of her long sword. Her gaze swept over those who were eager to act, and the chaos at the scene quickly settled down. As an extraordinary of the Sword Immortal series at the Second Edge realm, she only needed a glance to make ordinary people lose their courage. Chunyi, later, park your car next to mine, Nana whispered to him. Chunyi nodded slightly. With so many supplies, before the apocalypse, they would have been considered worthless. Even if left on the street, no one would pay attention. But now, these supplies were as valuable as a mountain of gold. Chunyi drove his tricycle over, cleared a space in the truck bed, and then moved all the supplies inside. The previously empty truck bed was soon filled with supplies. The upgrade of the car shed was almost finished, with less than half an hour remaining. Old Lee also brought down 2 people from the bus, packing up the supplies belonging to the Iron Lion to take away. Xinghua watched as the survivors tied these supplies to the top of the bus. Zhu Che and Nana also shared the same role. Their modified off-road vehicles had more supplies on their roofs. The sun was slowly setting in the sky, casting a yellowish glow over the sand dunes, turning the entire desert into a golden sea. If only they could take a picture of this beautiful scene and post it on social media, they would surely get many likes. Unfortunately, since the apocalypse, most electronic devices had run out of power and turned into useless bricks. Meanwhile, a blood-red moon had risen into the sky, replacing the golden sea of the desert with a blood hue, making the whole desert look strange and unsettling. The temperature was dropping more and more. Xinghua took out his coat from the truck bed and put it on, also changing into thicker pants to stay warm. Some survivors had already started cooking dinner. Although Long Life Village had lost many people, the supplies in the convoy were not running out anytime soon. The smell of food wafted over the sand dunes, adding a sweet aroma to the air and bringing some lively noise. Xinghua pretended to busy himself on the vehicle, trying to hide the sound of the upgrade completing. No matter what, he was seen by others as a mechanic of the Sequence Overlord. The upgrade was completed in 15 minutes. Xinghua used some sticks to support the truck bed and tore apart a few pairs of jeans to make a simple tent. At this time, the faint light in the sky was getting darker. Xinghua's parking spot was very clever. Most people wouldn't notice what Xinghua was doing unless they paid close attention. Meanwhile, the survivors were already sitting around a campfire, talking and eating, and no one paid attention to Xinghua's actions. 15 minutes passed quickly. When the countdown reached 0, Xinghua felt a wave of dizziness. The pair of women's jeans in his hand disappeared, and even the other women's clothes inside the truck bed vanished into thin air. In a moment of distraction, Xinghua felt like he was in a semi-enclosed space. He could no longer see the campfire in the distance. It was blocked by a patchwork cloth wall. Could this be? Xinghua was slightly happy but suppressed his sense of achievement and crawled out of the truck bed. With the remaining faint light in the sky, Xinghua saw a completely different motorcycle tricycle. A patchwork canopy had been added on top of the truck bed. It was unique, made of strips of jeans and t-shirts sewn together. He even saw women's underwear among the fabric. It was simply quite refined. Moreover, the canopy extended from the top of the truck bed, covering the area above it and forming a small sunshade. The motorcycle tricycle now looked like a delivery vehicle from a post-apocalyptic world. Before the apocalypse, delivery workers rode such electric tricycles through the streets, filled with packages. Back then, it was just a delivery tricycle. But now, in Xinghua's eyes, it was the best vehicle in the world. He liked it more and more. With his system, he could upgrade at any time. Now, the back of the truck bed had a sealed space. In the future, when he needed supplies, he could store them there without worrying about others seeing, avoiding unnecessary trouble. The canopy also provided shade, protecting him from the hot sun during the day. At night, he could sleep inside the truck bed, which was much better than sleeping outside. Xinghua's eyes sparkled with hope, feeling closer to reaching the end-of-the-world base vehicle. Wow, Xinghua, is this your new car? At that moment, an exaggerated compliment came from behind Xinghua. Hearing this, Xinghua felt a cold chill run down his spine. No. When did this person appear? What did she see? What should I do? Run away? Or? Xinghua stiffly turned around, and the first thing he saw was a pair of exaggerated long legs. Long, white, and slender, almost like legs that belonged to a model. The girl was holding a can of beer in her hand and had a long sword hanging at her waist. Her facial expression was unclear. It was the tall-legged girl, Nana. Nana, are you looking for me? Xinghua's voice was a little dry. Uft, burp, burp. Seeing Xinghua nervous, the girl immediately understood why he was tense. This man usually looks so clever and serious, but now he's so adorable. The girl laughed loudly, her long legs swinging in front of her. Xinghua was trembling from her laughter. This woman. Burp, burp, burp. Xinghua, what kind of expression is that? Do you think I saw your secret and want to silence you? Burp, burp. Yezi, you're so funny. Now what time is it? Humanity is almost gone. As a member of the extraordinary sequence, everyone has secrets. Captain Chu has them, Iron Lion has them, and I do too. Your little secrets are nothing. I never expected that the mechanical engineer sequence would be so amazing. The girl carried a can of beer in one hand and walked over, inspecting the three-wheeled delivery vehicle in front of her, while making a clicking sound with her tongue. Click, click. It used to be a bicycle, and in just a short time, it's turned into this. Looks like the mechanical engineer sequence is much more powerful than I thought. Xinyi didn't know what to say either. If anyone can survive the end of the world, Xinyi, you're one of them. When the girl said this, her voice sounded a bit low, but the low tone only lasted for a second. Soon, her voice became bright and lively, as if she hadn't just spoken those words. The girl turned around and looked at Xinyi with big, bright eyes. By the way, where's your wine? I'll trade you some cigarettes for it. Xinyi had previously received 4 500-milliliter cans of beer. He didn't expect Nana to come so quickly. The girl waved a whole lotus flower in her hand and said, Yezi, for cans of beer for 1 lotus flower. How about that? You're getting a great deal this time. Earlier, the girl took more cigarettes from Xinyi than he had himself. She had taken about 30% of the supplies. Nana, your plan is a bit too obvious. You want to trade 1 lotus flower for all my beer? Xinyi lit a cigarette and looked at the girl with a sharp gaze. At this moment, Xinyi noticed that the girl's hair had turned pink. It seemed she had used that bottle of hair dye. As expected of a young girl, even in the apocalypse, she cares a lot about her appearance. A strong smell of hair dye drifted through the air into Chunye's nose, making him feel slightly uncomfortable. Wait, it's late at night, and the lighting is so dim. How could I see the girl's hair clearly? And she's so far away from me. How could I smell her hair? Could it be? Am I about to awaken to an extraordinary sequence? Xinyi, you heartless person, a lotus flower used to cost 3 or 500 yuan. How much are those 4 cans of beer worth? The girl was upset when Xinyi refused. Xinyi suppressed his excitement and started bargaining with her. Sister Na, you can't say that. It's the end of the world now. Whether it's alcohol or cigarettes, they're rare items. In the end, Xinyi traded 4 500-milliliter cans of beer for a whole lotus flower and a small tower. Now, Xinyi had more than 7 cigarettes in total. With so many cigarettes stored up, Xinyi, an experienced smoker, no longer worried about running out anytime soon. The girl cursed as she left Chunye's motorcycle tricycle. Xinyi smiled as he put a pack of cigarettes and a pack of snacks into his backpack. The faint glow of the cigarette tip lit up Chunye's smiling face. It must be said that Captain Chu's way of distributing supplies is very fair. No matter whether the supplies are what you need, they are all distributed according to the preset plan. If you want more of a certain item, you can trade privately. This way, it greatly reduces the chance of team members blaming Captain Chu for unfair distribution. For example, now Nana prefers drinking and doesn't like smoking, so she trades her cigarettes with Chunyi for alcohol. Even if Nana loses out a little, she won't blame Captain Chu. At most, Chunyi and Nana might have a small personal grudge. After the girl walks away, Chunyi begins to check his physical condition. Xinyi notices that his eyesight has improved a lot compared to before. Even in this dark night, he can see far away. Not far off, a voluptuous woman follows a lecherous old man into that old car. Xinyi sees clearly, even catching the lecherous smile on the old man's face. Xinyi remembers this woman. Her man had gone into Xinghua town, but never came out. Later, she found a new boyfriend. But the new boyfriend was forever stuck in Chongshou village. He didn't expect her to be involved with that lecherous old man now. Such things are common among the convoy. Those survivors who dare not gather supplies can only trade some of their resources to get what they need. In the convoy, everything is fair. The blood moon's light doesn't affect him much. Although it's not bright enough to see as if it were daytime, it's much better than before. Xinyi also finds that his hearing has improved a lot. He can vaguely hear the lecherous laughter from the old car. That lecherous old man made a deal with a bucket of instant noodles. That old man. Damn it. Are my eyesight and hearing too exaggerated? Xinyi quickly asks the system, and the answer is still that he's in the process of awakening. But the system also gives a hint. His current state is a side effect of the extraordinary sequence, which enhances the senses of the superhuman. Many sequences have similar side effects. After a few minutes, Xinyi finally calmed down and started cooking. This time, when distributing supplies, Xinyi received some blocks of alcohol, more than 100 pieces. They were collected by Iron Lion from a small supermarket, which almost exhausted the store's stock of block alcohol. The canned gas for the portable stove was already used up, but luckily, there were these blocks of alcohol. Otherwise, today we might have had to eat cold food again. Chunyi was too lazy to cook today, so he took some instant noodles, put them in a pot, and poured half a bottle of mineral water to make a quick meal. Even simple noodles are a rare treat in the apocalypse. Mr. Chun. At this moment, Chunyi heard a cautious voice. He looked up and saw a sickly-looking face. It was the bespectacled college student, Xiao Fu. Earlier in Chongshou village, no one wanted to talk to the old woman, but this college student was willing to talk. He was also one of the 2 people who returned to the convoy. But now he looked like he was sick. After a night of heavy rain and the scorching sun during the day, now it was getting colder. Most people would find it hard to endure. What's the matter, Mr. Chun? Could you exchange some alcohol with me? The college student asked while observing Chunye's expression. What do you have to trade? Chunye wouldn't give away his supplies just because someone looked pitiful. The student hesitated for a moment, then finally gritted his teeth and said, My bicycle. I wonder if I can trade that. Chunye was surprised. You give me your bicycle, what will you do? We already agreed with Brotherly. We're getting into the bus, so the bicycle is useless now. Not only my bicycle, but I can also give you my brother's bicycle. I know you're a mechanic, Mr. Chun, so I think these 2 bicycles might be useful to you. The young man spoke nervously. Chunye thought for a moment and finally agreed to the trade, exchanging 20 blocks of alcohol for 2 bicycles. That price would have been considered a scam before the apocalypse. The young man happily left with 20 blocks of alcohol, but neither of them really lost out. The large bus for the Iron Lion now has many empty seats, so the 2 people don't need to keep holding their bicycles and can just abandon them. Chunye also gave the 2 of them 20 yuan worth of alcohol, which was a way to reuse resources. As long as there is a system, any supplies in Chunye's hands can be useful. For example, dismantling the bicycle parts to reinforce the shed. Because of the need to save killing points, the shed looks good but is actually fragile. A strong wind could easily make it tilt. The bicycle wheels can also be used to add a box at the back of the bike, allowing for more supplies to be carried. Chunye was thinking about how to make the most of these 2 bicycles while waiting for dinner. Meanwhile, other survivors went to Chu Che, Nana, and the Iron Lion's bikes to exchange supplies. The supplies of other survivors in the convoy were limited. Most of them focused on collecting food. But Chunye and the other 3 with extraordinary abilities had much more supplies. To live a better life, just having food was not enough. The noodles were cooked quickly, and Chunye added a sausage. He ate the noodles and broth cleanly, feeling satisfied as he lay on the sandy ground. After resting a while, he started to modify the tricycle. A big, round smoke ring floated lazily into the sky. There were more stars in the sky than grains of sand in the desert. Before the apocalypse, such starry nights were almost impossible to see. Except for the blood-red blood moon, which looked eerie and terrifying, the others were gradually becoming acceptable. Another big, round smoke ring floated up, and then another. Suddenly, Chunye froze. He had smoked for many years and could always blow smoke rings. But seeing so many perfectly round smoke rings in a row was very rare. How could someone blow such perfect circles? Chunye guessed a possibility. There are hundreds of types of extraordinary abilities, many of which are unknown to most people. This is something Chu Che once told him. Could it be? Chunye was overjoyed and quickly asked the system. System, has the awakening of my extraordinary ability been completed? The system responded quickly. Host's extraordinary ability has been fully awakened. After Chunye saw the system prompt, he felt as if he was being pulled into an endless galaxy. This sensation is hard to describe with words. It wasn't pain, sadness, or happiness. Instead, a strange energy moved through his body repeatedly, like the ocean washing over him. With each wash, Chunye felt completely relaxed. It was as if this energy was cleansing all the dirt inside him. Is this the process of awakening a superpower through a special sequence? His mind became much clearer. This feeling is difficult to explain precisely. If I had to describe it, it's like finishing a sauna session and then getting a full body massage for 188 yuan. As his body strengthened, a large amount of information flooded into his mind. It seemed these secrets had been hidden in his genes all along. The sequence injection just guided him to unlock them. This is the supernatural path. the Apostle of Smoke. Sequence 1, Smoke Follower. This is his own superpower. After a moment, Chunyi opened his eyes, and his excitement was impossible to hide. His trembling hand took out a cigarette from the pack and lit it. It took several tries to ignite the cigarette with his lighter. He took a deep breath, and the faint glow of the flame lit up his excited eyes. Smoke puffed out from his nose. This isn't a big deal for ordinary smokers. Anyone can do it. But Chunyi's smoke was very different. He blew out thick smoke for over a minute. Within a meter around him, a faint fog spread, lingering like part of his body, filling the air for a long time. At this moment, Chunyi's figure was faintly visible within the smoke. Although it didn't directly increase his attack power, he was very satisfied with this skill. First ability, Smoke. This ability will grow stronger as his sequence level increases. If he reaches a high-level sequence, he could produce smoke that spreads over several kilometers. Chunyi's eyes sparkled with a strange light as he moved slightly. The smoke around him twisted and struggled, and a rough little rabbit tried to break free from the fog. But it quickly dissolved into chaotic smoke. Chunyi was not willing to give up. A cat made of smoke was lying at his feet. The kitten yawned and sleepily opened its eyes, curiously looking at Chunyi. Second ability, basic shape-shifting of smoke. Smoke can form any object, and the more familiar the target, the higher the chance of successful shaping. Chunyi had previously raised a cat and knew a lot about cats. So, it was easy for him to use smoke to simulate a cat. Earlier, he failed to shape a rabbit. After all, Chunyi had never raised a rabbit, so it was harder to imitate. His lungs felt relaxed, which was a relief. His smoking habit had always made his lungs uncomfortable, and coughing was a persistent problem. Now, his lungs felt very comfortable, and he felt lighter than ever. This was Chunyi's third ability, a passive skill, nicotine tolerance. This ability doesn't seem to help in fights, but it was Chunyi's favorite. The supernatural path of the Smoke Apostle sequence is an awakening of extraordinary powers. His three abilities were smoke, shapeshifting, and nicotine tolerance. At the same time, Chunyi felt his physical strength had greatly increased. It wasn't as extreme as the Titan sequence, but it was much stronger than an ordinary person. Next time he gathered supplies, Chunyi could even carry a bigger backpack. I have finally become part of the sequence of extraordinary powers. I finally made it. At that moment, Chunyi felt a strange sensation in his left eye. His vision suddenly started to weaken rapidly. This feeling made Chunyi a little nervous. He remembered. Taisher had once mentioned that every sequence of extraordinary powers came with a price. Every sequence user had side effects. No exceptions. Why does Chu Che always walk barefoot? Since meeting Chu Che, this extraordinary person had never worn shoes. He also remembered that Chu Che and Nana had mentioned a few times that awakening the Titan sequence affected the intelligence of the users. Is this the side effect of the Titan sequence? What are the side effects of the Smoke Apostle sequence? Chunyi quickly searched for information about the Smoke Apostle. Soon, the happiness on his face faded significantly. Because Chunyi could feel that his left eye's vision had weakened to a certain extent, creating a sense of disconnection from his right eye's sight. Previously, the physical enhancement brought by awakening was fading from his left eye. The distant bonfire and figures, which were clear in his left eye's view before, now appeared blurry with a fuzzy edge. If there were a mirror, Chunyi could even see his left eye's pupil change from black to white. Side effect of the Smoke Apostle sequence. Weakened vision in the left eye. Gaining great power also comes with a corresponding cost. The weakening of his left eye's vision was the price Chunyi paid. In just 15 minutes, Chunyi accepted that he had become a superhuman in the Smoke Apostle sequence. He also accepted the cost of his left eye's reduced ability. Being part of the sequence already greatly increased Chunyi's chances of survival in the apocalypse. After finishing his cigarette, Chunyi accepted the reality of his weakened left eye. In the end times, it's a luxury to mourn something for a long time. Everything must give way to survival. Awakening as a Smoke Apostle and becoming a superhuman, paying some price to improve survival chances, is worth celebrating. The desert temperature dropped sharply at night, and Chunyi's breath turned into white mist. Many survivors around had already gone into tents or cars. Only Chunyi was still outside, but he didn't feel cold or unable to bear it. Maybe it was because his physical strength had improved, giving him some resistance to temperature changes. Having obtained 2 bicycles, Chunyi planned to use one to continue modifying his tricycle. He had previously replaced a set of repair tools from the Iron Lion, and now he could put them to use. Chunyi took the toolbox out of the truck bed and began removing all the parts from the 2 bicycles. At the same time, he was using system upgrade tools to design plans. The system upgrade task was idle now, which felt like a waste of time. In the system's blueprint, he removed the wheels from the 2 bicycles and welded a sturdy roof frame onto the truck bed using the bike frames. With this roof frame, the strength of the shelter has greatly increased. Now, the roof can also hold a roof rack, allowing lighter supplies to be stored on top, similar to how Chu Che and others have modified their off-road vehicles. At the same time, there is space inside the truck bed for resting. As for the 4 wheels, Chunyi plans to use them to make a trailer that can be attached later, so other supplies can be carried at the back. By now, Chunyi has almost disassembled 2 bicycles. Thanks to his improved physical strength, it was much easier for him to take apart the bikes. Unfortunately, the frames are welded, and Chunyi doesn't have tools to cut the bike frames. After thinking for a moment, an idea suddenly came to him. System, can you upgrade these materials into parts that reinforce the shelter? Nana and Chunyi made a deal, exchanging 4 cans of 500 milliliters beer for a lotus flower and a tower. Nana feels she was tricked by Chunyi and is quite unhappy with him. The girl thinks Chunyi is a dishonest merchant with a heartless attitude. The Iron Lion is still resting and recovering inside the bus. A new member has joined the team. Su Jiao Jiao is still trying to connect with other survivors and overthrow the Dark Rule, but she hasn't made much progress. After the incident at the Longevity Village, her reputation has taken a hit. It's very difficult to overthrow the Fair Convoy's leadership. Inside the tent, Captain Chu Che was mixing a bucket of red paint while listening to the radio for news. When he heard about the deal between Chunyi and Nana, a smile appeared on his face. He didn't expect that the seemingly gloomy Chunyi could actually persuade Nana to make a deal. When he heard that the Iron Lion was still sleeping, Captain Chu Che estimated that the Iron Lion would wake up by tomorrow. As for Su Jiao Jiao, she's the woman who escaped from Deer City. She has always advocated for gender equality, but her efforts have had little effect. There are 4 exceptional members in the convoy, 3 of whom are men, which makes Su Jiao Jiao feel it's unfair. She even once planned to overthrow Captain Chu Che's leadership. However, Captain Chu Che used a small trick to make this female fighter look helpless. Unexpectedly, she has not given up and is still secretly working behind the scenes. But she didn't know that all her actions were being clearly listened to by a hidden radio. In the past, Captain Chu was an honest and cheerful young man. But ever since he got the strange device 01257, the habit of listening in secretly became worse. Every day, hearing secrets that others didn't know made Captain Chu very happy. Who would have thought that the seemingly proper Captain Chu had such a secret hobby, listening at walls? Only Captain Chu knew the most secrets in the entire team. Maybe this is a side effect of having the listening device. Captain Chu hummed a song as he carried a paint bucket out of the tent. Soon, the off-road vehicle had 2 rough red words painted on it. Fair. Would you like to spend 362 killing points to upgrade and process the materials? 362 killing points? That's expensive. Before, upgrading the car shed with discarded clothes only cost a little over 200 killing points. Now, just changing some parts costs over 300. And that's just for reinforcing the car shed. It doesn't include the parts needed to modify the trailer's bucket. If he adds the plan to convert bicycle wheels into a trailer bucket, the killing points would jump to 1,000, mainly because materials are expensive and the system needs some to upgrade. Materials are the biggest cost in using killing points. So, Chunyi decided to put aside the plan to upgrade the trailer's front for now and focus on strengthening the car shed. Chunyi hesitated for a moment, but then made his decision. A countdown timer appeared on the bicycle parts. 59 minutes and 59 seconds. It will take an hour to upgrade successfully. That time is acceptable. Chunyi sat beside the car, lit a cigarette, and waited slowly. Using his new ability, he planned to turn the surrounding smoke into a tiger at times, and at others into a giant python. The smoke mimicry should be his strongest attack method right now. In future battles, he could hide his shape with smoke first, then attack with the mimicry. However, Xinghua still hasn't mastered the mimicry skill. Whether it's a tiger or a python, he only saw them on his phone or TV. The most skilled are still the mimicry of cats and dogs. Suddenly, Xinghua had an idea. If living creatures can't be mimicked well, maybe mimicking inanimate objects would be better. Xinghua tried to use his mimicry ability to imitate a hand crossbow, and surprisingly, it went very smoothly. However, it couldn't shoot arrows. It was just a replica, a display model. Even so, Xinghua enjoyed playing with it very much. Time passed unknowingly. Xinghua continued to simulate other objects around him until a sharp pain like a needle prick hit his mind, forcing him to stop. He rested for a long time before the headache eased. The desert at night was quiet. Besides the faint sounds of cars and tents talking, only the wind could be heard. Sometimes, there were some indescribable sounds. No need to go into detail about that. The temperature kept dropping, but luckily, Xinhua's enhanced physical strength allowed him to withstand it. A day earlier, just staying in the car shed would have made him shiver from the cold, not to mention modifying it. An hour quickly passed. Your accessory upgrade is complete. Hearing the system notification, Xinhua quickly stood up and walked over. Under the faint glow of the blood moon, Xinhua saw that the place where bicycle parts were stored now had many steel pipes and various clips. These parts looked like they were made specifically for building a car shed, and you couldn't tell they were originally bicycle parts. Xinhua happily picked up the parts to check. They fit perfectly with his tricycle. He took out his toolbox and began installing parts on the truck bed. First, he used clips to attach a base to the truck bed, then fixed steel pipes onto the clips. He bound the patched-up tent and support frame together. The previous tent was a soft shelter, mainly for shade and privacy. A strong wind could make it sway wildly. In bad weather like a sandstorm, it might be torn apart in minutes. Now, with the support frame fixed, the whole tent looked much safer. There was even a small luggage rack on the roof. According to the system's design plan, the roof rack could carry up to 40 kilograms of supplies. Although I can't compare it to Captain Chu's and Nana's modified off-road vehicle, Xinhua is quite satisfied. I must say, products from the system are very high quality. Xinhua reached out and shook the support frame of the carport, but didn't feel any noticeable wobbling. He placed some supplies that he didn't need right now on the roof of the car, which made the inside of the truck bed much emptier. After tidying up a bit, he had a fairly spacious resting space, which made Xinhua very happy. He changed into his clothes and lay down on the makeshift bed, feeling very comfortable all over. This was much more comfortable than resting inside the truck bed before. In this post-apocalyptic world where supplies are extremely scarce, having such a private resting space is truly lucky. If it had been a day earlier, Xinhua would have easily abandoned his tricycle and upgraded his small car instead. But now, looking at his gradually modified tricycle, he hesitated. After all, he had been upgrading this tricycle little by little. Adding a roof to the motorcycle tricycle increased its load capacity, making it almost comparable to the small car owned by the Zhou sisters. Although it couldn't match a four-wheeled car, its fuel consumption was much lower. Xinhua turned over happily inside the truck bed, planning to sleep now. Suddenly, he reached out and touched something like a branch. He looked at it and saw it was a willow branch. Is this a willow branch from the big willow tree in Chongshou village? How could it be here? Xinhua would never forget the big willow tree in Chongshou village, even if he died. Without a flashlight, he was in the pitch-dark carport, unable to see his hand in front of his face. Just by feeling around, he could tell this was indeed a willow branch from the big willow tree in Chongshou village. He remembered. When he left Chongshou village earlier, the willow branch was tied around his ankles to drag him into the darkness. Luckily, he had a blood-soaked wooden knife from the black dog nearby, which he used to cut the branch. That branch must have been tied to his ankles and followed him out of the village until now. Xinhua was about to throw the willow branch outside the carport when he suddenly paused. This was a branch from the big willow tree. Since yesterday until now, the willow branch has remained surprisingly fresh, as if just cut from the tree. I could even feel the tender, fragile leaves with my fingers. An uncontrollable idea suddenly appeared. Xinhua took out a hand crossbow from his waist and gently stroked its bowstring. During the intense battles in Chongshou village, the bowstring of his crossbow had worn out badly. It wouldn't last many more uses before breaking. Without the crossbow, his fighting ability would be greatly reduced. He wondered if this willow branch could replace the bowstring and create a magical item. Captain Chu's listening radio left a deep impression on Chunyi. If he could have a magical crossbow, his fighting power would improve a lot. He decided to try making it right away. Chunyi placed the willow branch and the crossbow together in the dark garage. He was lying flat, but the system interface already appeared before his eyes. System, can I fuse and upgrade the willow branch and the crossbow? The system quickly responded with a yes. Chunyi was happy to hear that. Can the fusion of the willow branch and the crossbow upgrade into a magical item? The system also confirmed yes. Hearing this, Chunyi's right eye started to glow, and even his already transformed left eye sparkled with excitement. Without hesitation, Chunyi confirmed the upgrade. That would be a magical item. According to Nana and Chu Che, every magical item has its own special ability. He didn't know what kind of magical item would be created by fusing the willow branch and the crossbow. He guessed it probably wouldn't be very high-ranked. After all, the willow branch was just an ordinary part of the big willow tree. Even if it was a magical item ranked outside the top 10,000, Chunyi wouldn't mind. As long as it was a magical item, it was good. However, the response he received made Chunyi feel very disappointed. Upgrading the crossbow requires 5,000 killing points, but you only have less than 4,000. Please continue working hard, host, and accumulate more killing points. The system's cold reminder was like a bucket of cold water poured over him. He had over 7,000 killing points after several upgrades and modifications. Now he only had a little over 4,000 left. It was not enough. The desert night was colder than Chunyi had expected. The temperature was dropping rapidly at an exaggerated speed. By midnight, Chunyi was even woken up once by the cold. It is important to note that even though my physical strength has been improved, I still feel a bit cold. Chunyi found his thickest clothes and piled them on himself, which made him feel slightly warmer. He couldn't help but marvel at how extreme the temperature changes are after the end of the world. Fortunately, the shelter was upgraded during the day. If he had to rest outside, he might have frozen to death. Although the shelter doesn't raise the temperature much inside, it's still much better than being outside. By morning, the temperature rose again. Getting up in the morning, the weather was just right. Wearing a long-sleeve shirt was perfect. The blood moon had already set. A blazing sun appeared on the horizon, and golden sunlight turned the desert into a shining gold color. The white frost from last night was disappearing quickly, almost visibly. The camp started to have people around. Some survivors, looking dusty and tired, crawled out of the bus. There was movement in a few nearby tents. The survivors who stayed in tents last night were the ones with motorcycles for transportation. These survivors didn't join the bus convoy. They chose to live on their own. Joining the bus had benefits, like safety and shared resources, but supplies were distributed equally. After joining the bus, all supplies had to be collected and shared by Oldly. Living alone also had its advantages. At least, they could control their own supplies. As long as they had supplies, life in the convoy was even freer than before the end of the world. Things they couldn't do before the disaster could now be done with just a loaf of bread. A plump woman came out of Lao Tu Li's vehicle, followed by a thin, dry old man. The old man playfully handed her a piece of chocolate and winked in a very mischievous way. The woman rolled her eyes at him and turned away, swaying her hips. The Zhou sisters, still sleepy-eyed, also emerged from their vehicle. The temperature change last night caught them off guard. Fortunately, they had prepared in advance and put on the down jackets they had collected earlier, so they didn't freeze. Huh. Sis, it was so cold last night. Zhou Xiaoxiao remembered how she shivered from the cold last night and couldn't help but tremble again. Since a few days ago, when other survivors saw through her identity, Zhou Xiaoxiao stopped dressing as a man. She took off the hat she used to wear on her head. Her delicate features and short, ear-length hair made her look cute, lively, and spirited. Her clothes were also changed to women's clothing. Under the golden morning light, she looked shining and beautiful. Compared to her mature and charming sister, she was just as attractive. No wonder there was a saying in the entertainment industry that the whole industry is waiting for her debut. Zhoulan brushed her long hair back from her face, still sleepy at the corners of her eyes. Before, I also came to Yenzhou to film. I knew Yanzhou had big temperature differences between day and night, but such a big difference is really unusual. Xiao, next time you gather supplies, bring more warm clothes. Got it, sister? Sister, my mouth is so smelly. I need to brush my teeth. No, you're crazy. It's the end of the world, and we're in the desert. Water is so precious, you know that. Zhoulan scolded her sister Xiao. In the end, unable to resist her sister's pleading, the two sisters found a quiet place and shared half a cup of water to brush their teeth. A college student named Xiao Fu just got off the bus. Seeing this beautiful scene, his heart raced, and he quickly looked away. The bus shook a few times, and a large figure stepped out of the bus, stretching lazily toward the setting sun. It was the tall Iron Lion. He had slept for a whole day and had now woken up. Most of his wounds had healed. His physical strength was truly impressive. The low temperature last night was no problem for Iron Lion, who had a strong body. Last night, Chunyi took out all his clothes to keep warm, but he was sleeping in the car in a t-shirt and shorts, without even covering himself with a blanket. For someone like Chunyi, who smoked a lot, the first thing in the morning was to light a cigarette to wake up, brushing teeth and washing his face. Forget about it. Water resources now are more precious than gold. Hey, Yezi, your eye. When Iron Lion saw Chunyi, his first attention was on Chunyi's left eye with a white pupil. One black pupil, one white pupil, making Chunyi look a bit strange. It's nothing. Last night, I awakened to the second level of the sequence. Having awakened the extraordinary sequence, Chunyi didn't plan to hide it from the people in the convoy. Everyone was together almost every day. There are only a few dozen people in the convoy, so it's impossible to hide it. Chunyi said casually. Moreover, having awakened the second sequence gives him an advantage when distributing supplies in the future. Did you awaken the second sequence? The tall, strong Iron Lion looked at Chunyi with wide eyes, showing how shocked he was. Chunyi's awakening of the second sequence quickly surprised Chu Che and Nana. However, neither of them showed envy. The long-legged girl even looked at Chunyi with a somewhat complicated expression. Having a double sequence is good, but it also means twice the effort. Can you handle it? Her pink hair shone in the morning sunlight, looking very beautiful. Snap. Chunyi lit a cigarette and slowly said, I don't care about that now. I'll think about it later. The long-legged girl gave Chunyi a big thumbs up. No matter what, awakening a double sequence is ultimately a good thing. In this kind of apocalypse, living one more day is a gain. Captain Chu smiled gently. Iron Lion said in a deep voice, Yezi, what is your second sequence? Chunyi exhaled a smoke ring. As everyone looked at him in shock, the smoke suddenly swirled and a small cat emerged from it. The cat was circling around everyone's feet. The smoky cat looked lively and real. Everyone was stunned. The cat was Chunyi's most skilled mimicry. Sequence of the Smoke Apostle. Chunyi didn't intend to hide it and directly named his sequence. Smoke Apostle? A supernatural path. Captain Chu, who was good at eavesdropping and listening to radios, quickly gave his feedback. Supernatural path? Chunyi was a bit confused. From the information he had, there was no mention of a supernatural path. Sequences of the extraordinary number over 100. The path can be understood as a major category. For example, Iron Lion's Titan sequence and Nana's Sword Immortal sequence can be divided into melee paths. The human order has already collapsed, and now this is the only way to divide things. If you can control smoke, it must be through supernatural means. It can also be called superpower methods. Captain Chu casually explained this to a few people. This made Chunyi curious about Captain Chu's extensive knowledge. In the convoy, Iron Lion used to be a bus driver. Nana was a top student in high school and had just received an acceptance letter from a top domestic university when the world ended. Only Captain Chu never talks about his past, which makes him very mysterious. After a few words about Chunyi's second ability, everyone planned to return to their vehicles and get ready to leave. Captain, can we find a water source today? I'm so dirty I can't stand it. The tall girl complained unhappily. Water source? I wish I could, but it depends on luck. Come on, aren't you the leader of the guide team? Can't you handle this? The tall girl unkindly showed her disdain for the captain. Chunyi exhaled a cloud of smoke and turned to go back to his tricycle motorcycle. Each ability has side effects, and as the ability level increases, the side effects become worse. Having two abilities means bearing double the cost. For example, Chunye's left eye is now turning white. Ah! A scream broke the quiet desert morning. The girl with pink hair, who was walking away, suddenly disappeared. Chunye, with a cigarette in his mouth, looked toward the sound. He saw a woman pointing fearfully at a tent in front of her. Chunye quickly finished his cigarette and walked over. What happened? The tall girl held her long sword at her waist and asked seriously. Someone is dead. The frightened woman tremblingly pointed at the tent. The girl's face changed. She used her sword to lift the tent flap. Inside, there was a man's body. The man was covered with a thin blanket and curled up. Seeing this, Chunye roughly understood the cause of death. Last night, the temperature dropped sharply. The man didn't have enough warm clothes and froze to death in the desert night. This man, Chunye, is somewhat memorable. He is one of the few in the convoy who owns a motorcycle and also one of the few who escaped from Chongshou village. Last night, he chose not to join the bus, but instead set up a tent in the camp. Getting into the bus might seem comfortable, but it requires giving up all your supplies, which are then managed by the bus. Many people are unwilling to do this. Without supplies, in the end of the world, it means losing freedom. Having supplies in this world means having everything. Sometimes, it even feels more free than before the disaster. For example, that old man who drives an old scooter. Other survivors are often gloomy and anxious every day, but this old man always smiles happily. Captain Zhu didn't interfere with their choices and let them live as they wished. But unexpectedly, he froze to death last night. I told him many times, go to the bus, go to the bus. Wah. He just wouldn't listen to me. Wah. Bastard, jerk. The woman was crying and cursing, not sure who she was angry at. The other survivors gathered around, looking sad. It was as if they saw their own future. Chunye's mood was also affected. If he hadn't awakened his extraordinary abilities, if he didn't have enough supplies, if he hadn't upgraded his shed, he might have frozen to death last night too. In this world, death is very common. The survivors who knew him dug a big hole in the desert and roughly buried the man's body in the sand. The woman stood by his grave, tears falling constantly. But Chunye's eyes were fixed on the motorcycle. The man was dead, but his motorcycle was still there. Maybe he could use that motorcycle to upgrade his tricycle. Right now, his tricycle was only powered by one engine, feeling like a small horse pulling a big cart. The rainstorm the night before was the best proof. His tricycle couldn't keep up with those four-wheeled vehicles. It couldn't even match two-wheeled motorcycles. The tricycle was too big and carried too many supplies. But looking at the woman's current state, talking about motorcycles might not be very appropriate. At least it should be in the evening. It is 9 in the morning. The convoy departs on time, destination unknown. Compared to the lively scene a few days ago, today's convoy feels very quiet. Captain Chu's modified car has 2 large words painted on it in red. Fairness. The writing is crooked, but it's still readable. Captain Chu originally planned to ride on the off-road vehicle of the tall girl, but she refused very firmly. So, Captain Chu had to ride on the big bus of the silly strong man. Even the car belonging to the Zhou sisters and the one escaping from Lucheng couldn't escape the fate of being ridden on. By the time they set off, the desert heat was starting to feel intense. Fortunately, the upgraded car shelter from yesterday played an important role. Chunye held the steering wheel, and the shade from the roof kept him much cooler. Iron Lion had once invited Chunye to get into the bus, but he politely declined. If he had gone inside, it would be comfortable, but he was worried about losing the secret of his upgrade system. He also didn't want to give up all his supplies. That was out of the question. After upgrading the shelter, the tricycle's weight increased by at least a few dozen pounds, plus the supplies distributed yesterday. The tricycle became much heavier, and the wind resistance from the shelter made it harder to move. Even if Chunye pressed the accelerator to the maximum, he couldn't keep up with the convoy ahead. Currently, there are no cyclists or pedestrians in the convoy. Chunye is now the last in line. Even that creepy old man's old-timers music is faster than Chunye's tricycle. Fortunately, the desert highway is in good condition. Even though many sections are covered with sand, there's still a road to follow, just a bit more troublesome. If he were driving in the real desert, Chunye's tricycle would probably be hopeless. At the same time, whenever the vehicle went over bumps, it wobbled and shook, as if it might fall apart at any moment. This made Chunye worry that his vehicle might break down at any time. Initially, to save kill points, Chunyi didn't reinforce the frame of the vehicle much, just enough to keep it running. But with the vehicle upgrades, the chassis problem has become more serious. Upgrading the vehicle again is now urgent. While Chunyi was planning how to get the motorcycle, he heard the horn of Captain Chu Che's off-road vehicle. Attention! Attention! There is a situation ahead. Something's up ahead. Everyone stay alert. Chunyi squinted and looked forward, only to see a dozen or so cars stopped on the road ahead. Had they encountered another vehicle convoy? He had known for a while that there were other groups of survivors in this world, but he didn't expect to meet them so soon. When the convoy's horn sounded, a tense atmosphere quickly spread through the entire group. The convoy slowed down. Zhou Xiaoxiao grabbed a baseball bat from behind her seat, her face tense as she looked ahead. But the front was blocked tightly by a large bus, so they couldn't see what was happening up front. Big sister, it's okay. Captain Chu is with us, Nana is here, and Chunyi too. They are all extraordinary, so it's fine. Zholan also looked nervous. She had long guessed that in this end-of-the-world scenario, it wasn't just their convoy. There must be other survivors. But she didn't expect to meet others so soon. However, meeting other survivors wasn't necessarily a good thing. When Chunyi heard the loudspeaker from Captain Chu, he immediately slowed down his tricycle and casually took off his waist-mounted crossbow. He held the steering handle with his left hand and began to draw the bow with his right hand. Thump! The bowstring, already strained from overuse, snapped. Without wasting time on regret, he threw the crossbow aside and drew his machete from his waist. Like the Zhou sisters, Chunyi was on high alert when he heard about the other convoy. In the end of the world, sometimes people are more terrifying than strange creatures. The entire convoy remained very cautious. His enhanced right eye quickly detected something unusual. The previous horn sound should have alerted the other convoy, but they showed no reaction. Could it be a strange creature? No. If it was a strange creature, how could Chu Che still be leading the convoy forward? The situation ahead became clearer. Finally, he saw it clearly. There was a convoy of vehicles ahead. There are about dozens of cars. The lead vehicle seems to be an off-road vehicle, which has completely overturned into the desert beside the road, with half of its body buried in the sand. The remaining cars are crowded together, apparently involved in some degree of rear-end collisions. This looks like a major accident scene. A few cars seem to have been burned by fire, leaving them black and charred. Dozens of cars are just stuck together on the desert road. The intense heat of the desert makes the accident scene in the distance look blurry. The outdoor temperature is at least over 40 degrees Celsius. The movement of the Fairness team hasn't caused any reaction at the accident scene. Not even a single person can be seen. Chunyi furrows his brow. Something feels very wrong. Soon, Chu Che's car also stops. Other vehicles also pull over one after another. A young man barefoot gets out of his car, looks toward Chunyi, then gazes into the distance. He picks up a handful of sand from the ground and chews it. It seems he has activated some kind of guiding ability. Chunyi stops his tricycle and walks over to Chu Che, wearing shorts and a sun protection shirt. Nana and Iron Lion also get out of their cars. Captain, what's going on? The tall girl, wearing a sun hat and sunglasses, sounds a bit annoyed. Anyone who leaves the air-conditioned car would feel irritated. Even so, her hand remains on the hilt of her sword at her waist. Chunyi glances at her sunglasses and sun hat, feeling a bit envious. In this strong sunlight, having sunglasses and a sun hat is truly a blessing. Chu Che squints slightly. You all saw it. There was a car accident ahead. We can't get through. Is there something strange? The girl's eyes are alert. She saw the situation of the convoy ahead, and her own commotion was quite noticeable, yet there was no reaction from the front. If there's no problem, who would believe it? Chu Che shakes his head. No strange things. This is simple. Xiaofu, go check it out, Iron Lion says in a deep voice. The first part is directed at everyone. The second part is shouted back into the bus. A college student wearing glasses gets off the bus, quickly rides a motorcycle, and speeds toward the front. Chunyi recognizes this motorcycle. It's the same one from this morning. I don't know how this motorcycle ended up in the hands of a college student. Soon, Xiao Fu returned, with a strange look on his face. Xiao Fu, what's going on up ahead? Brother Tai, Captain, Sister Na, Brother Yi. There's no one in the cars up front. The naive college student called out everyone present and then explained what he saw. No one up front? Not even a body. No, there's no one in any of the cars. Xiao Fu described what he observed. Everyone at the scene looked at each other, unsure what to think. Maybe we should go see for ourselves? Chunyi said, smoking a cigarette. That's all we can do now. Everyone got back into their cars. The convoy started moving slowly forward, with a mix of caution, curiosity, and greed. Chunyi felt a small thrill inside. If there really was no one in front, maybe he could change to a different vehicle. His tricycle, though modified well, was still far behind a four-wheel off-road vehicle. Just the thought of upgrading to an off-road vehicle made him excited. When they were about 50 meters from the accident scene, the convoy stopped. Taisher was the first to get out. His large body moved confidently toward the scene, giving a strong sense of safety. A tall girl suddenly appeared on top of the off-road vehicle, holding a sword at her waist, ready for any danger. Although Xiao Fu had checked earlier, no one knew what might happen when their group approached. If they weren't so careful, the convoy might have been lost already. Chunyi took a deep drag on his cigarette, nearly finishing it in one go. The strong smoke drifted from his nose, creating a faint haze around them. A small cat's cry came from the mist. Chunyi's right eye fixed on the large figure in the distance. When he saw that big figure making a safe gesture toward them, he finally relaxed. Excitement quickly filled him. With so many vehicles, maybe he could find a suitable one for himself. So, I don't have to drive that broken tricycle anymore. I finally belong to the car-owning group. Just thinking about it makes me excited. In this apocalyptic world, a good vehicle is irreplaceable. The extraordinary leader of the convoy guides the team on the road, constantly moving. A modified off-road vehicle that can carry supplies and provide shelter is the most coveted asset among survivors. Two of these modified off-road vehicles in the convoy make many people envious. In the current city, it's not hard to find an abandoned vehicle, but no one dares to do so. The more densely populated the city, the more dangerous it is. Captain Chu leads the survivors to choose routes that stay as far away as possible from these places, mostly through remote, sparsely populated roads. Only such routes can help avoid strange pursuers. So, getting a vehicle is not easy, and finding a suitable one is even harder. When many survivors see dozens of vehicles ahead, they share the same excitement as Chunyi. With dozens of cars parked there, surely one must be suitable. Yahoo! I'll go ahead first. A young man riding a motorcycle speeds past Chunyi's tricycle, winking at him in a teasing way. It seems like a challenge or just pride. There are 4 extraordinary members in the convoy, but Chunyi's tricycle is the most worn out. Young man, keep going. Maybe today you'll get a good vehicle. I'll go ahead first. Old Lu is also rushing past. In the past, Chunyi's tricycle might have been faster or slower than Old Li's, depending on the situation. But after adding a canopy, even full throttle can't increase its speed. Chunyi's lips curl slightly, a sneaky, playful look in his eyes. These people really don't see the extraordinary as extraordinary. The motorcycle that just sped past Chunyi's side skidded, let out a scream, and flipped into the desert beside the road. The motorcycle fell on the ground, blocking Old Li's way forward. Who would have thought that this old man, twisting and limping left and right, could easily bypass the blocked motorcycle? Little brat, acting so proud. Now you're getting your comeuppance, haha. This old man even mockingly taunted the motorcycle rider, who was lying on the ground in a mess. The motorcycle rider angrily cursed and shouted. The tricycle also skillfully avoided the fallen motorcycle and slowly moved forward. The scene of the large accident involving dozens of vehicles was something I had only seen in the news before. I always thought it was just a story. When the tricycle got closer, Chunyi could feel the shock of the crash. The most badly damaged cars were completely deformed, almost unrecognizable. A few cars were burned down to just their frames. But strangely, there were no people around. Not only no living people, but not a single body was visible. This was a very strange thing. Chunyi parked the tricycle, lit a cigarette, and exhaled smoke. The surrounding mist grew thicker. A small cat made of smoke floated around his feet. Some survivors noticed Chunyi and secretly looked over, their eyes filled with both envy and fear. Big sister, isn't Chunyi supposed to be an assistant? Why does he look different? After seeing Chunyi's gaze, Zhou Xiaoxiao quickly turned her head and whispered to her sister. Zhou Lan gave Chunyi a kind smile and said, I don't know. Don't bother too much. Let's go see if there's any useful supplies. The sisters also stopped their bikes and hurried toward the large accident scene. The survivors there looked like scavengers, full of hope. Xinghua planned to find a less damaged car to use as transportation. He had a system, so as long as the damage wasn't too severe, he could repair it back to normal. He definitely wouldn't consider the cars at the very center of the crash. The first vehicle Xinghua approached was a two-door sedan. This car was once jokingly called Chili Fish Head by netizens. Before the apocalypse, it was very popular nationwide. Many moms and office workers liked to drive it. Although its range was less than 100 kilometers, it was enough for daily use. Because of that, its sales were very high. Xinghua was interested in this car mainly because it was the closest and in good condition, with hardly any dents or scratches. Charging was a problem, but for Xinghua, it was not impossible to fix. He thought about adding 2 solar panels to upgrade the power supply, which should solve the charging issue. In the future, he wouldn't need to risk finding gasoline. This was one of the reasons Xinghua liked this car. However, the trunk was almost empty, so he could only use the back seat for storage, and the roof could hold some items too. Compared to his tricycle, the storage space was almost nothing. Xinghua just wanted to take a quick look first. Whether he would choose to take it or not, he would decide later. Other survivors also liked this car, but when they saw Xinghua walking over, they had to stop and go to other vehicles. He walked to the car, looked inside through the window, and found the interior was empty. But there was a pair of sunglasses next to the driver's seat, which made Xinghua very happy. Walking through the desert every day, the sun's direct rays not only raise the temperature, but also make it hard to keep your eyes open. He reached out to open the door, but found it was already locked. His modified body had more strength than normal. Xinghua used force and violently pulled the door open. After a tearing sound, the door was finally pulled open. A wave of hot air rushed out, along with the smell of plastic being baked. Without hesitation, Xinghua sent the smoked kitten into the car, which grabbed the sunglasses and brought them to his hand. After several days of practice, the smoked kitten could do this easily. He put the sunglasses on his face, and immediately, his eyes felt much more comfortable. Blocking out the blinding sunlight, the world in front of him became much clearer. If this had happened before the apocalypse, a pair of sunglasses wouldn't have made Xinghua so happy. But now, in the end times, every piece of supplies is precious. Xinghua sat in the car, ready to start the engine and check its condition. But the car didn't respond at all. Clearly, after so long, the battery was dead and couldn't start. Xinghua felt a little disappointed and looked for other supplies inside the car. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything useful. While Xinghua was about to look at other cars, a new idea came to his mind. He placed his hand on the car, and a system message appeared. System, monitor vehicle condition. The system responded quickly. Vehicle integrity 89%, mostly intact, currently in low power state. Xinghua was satisfied and closed the car door. This spicy fish head is pretty good. It can be a backup plan. He decided to check out other cars. Not far away, there was a Jeep Wrangler, but it was already overturned. A few survivors were gathered around it. Maybe there's a surprise if he goes over to look. There were dozens of cars at the accident scene, including some luxury cars. Xinghua even saw a Nancy and a few others he had only seen on TV or his phone before. But all these cars were badly damaged. The $1 million Nancy had its front completely smashed. From a distance, Xinghua could tell that repairing it would cost tens of thousands of points, which was not worth considering. When choosing a car, practicality is most important: strong engine power, enough trunk space, durability, and fuel efficiency. Most importantly, fuel saving. Because fuel isn't always easy to find. Xinghua still owed Captain Chu a barrel of gasoline. The Jeep Wrangler nearby was famous. Anyone familiar with off-road vehicles knew this car. Before the apocalypse, whenever this car went out, it attracted many onlookers. Its tough off-road reputation made it a dream car for many. A few survivors were talking around it. Some even planned to flip the car out of the sand. But the car was stuck too deep. Without tools, it was hard to do. Seeing Xinghua approach, the survivors looked at him with a mix of fear and helplessness. If Xinghua liked this car, they would have to give up. When survivors and extraordinary beings meet, they can only step back. Now, in the end of the world, strength is everything. Xinghua checked the car's condition. The door seemed to have been hit. It was dented inward. Earlier, a survivor tried to open it, but failed. The vehicle is stuck in the sand, and the tires are not visible. Among the two tires exposed in the sand, one is already broken and limp on the rim. The roof also seems to have been hit hard by some force, leaving a large hole. Even the visible underside of the car shows slight deformation. System, monitor the current condition of the vehicle. Chenyi places his hand on the car door. Vehicle condition is 69% intact. It requires complete repair. Currently, the vehicle cannot be driven. 69%? Chenyi clicks his tongue, feeling that this level of damage is neither too high nor too low. However, compared to giving up, Chenyi is reluctant to abandon the car. System, how many kill points are needed to fully repair this vehicle? How much time would that take? Full repair requires 7 days and 12 hours, costing 13,728 kill points. Hearing that it would take so many kill points and so much time, Chenyi can only give up. In this situation, there is simply not enough time to repair the car. Over 13,000 kill points also make Chenyi hesitate. Suddenly, Chenyi's eyes light up because he sees something inside the trunk through the glass. Chenyi pulls on the trunk handle. A few minutes later, Chenyi forcibly dismantles the trunk. He even went back to the tricycle to find tools for this. This is only possible because of his enhanced physical strength. An ordinary person wouldn't even think about it. What Chenyi finds in the trunk makes his eyes shine. There are two 30-liter oil drums. These drums are essential for long-distance travelers, used as spare fuel containers. There are some English letters on the drums, which Chenyi doesn't recognize, but he can tell these drums are valuable. One of the drums is full. This makes Chenyi very happy. Carrying the other empty drum, Chenyi has an idea. With so many vehicles, their built-in fuel tanks must contain gasoline. He might as well collect some. Thinking of this, Chenyi looks up and notices someone already doing the same. The remaining fuel in the Jeep was very little. Chenyi felt like he had only filled it halfway before it ran out. He looked at the other vehicles. After half an hour, Chenyi finally filled the second 30-liter fuel can. Seeing that there were still a few cars left unchecked, he decided to be less picky and took what he could find. Chenyi continued to choose suitable vehicles. Soon, he became disappointed. There were many cars at the scene, but almost half of them had some problems. Some had engine issues, others had problems with the chassis. For a vehicle, these are serious issues. After inspecting a few, Chenyi managed to find the one in the best condition. Its condition was even better than the previous Jeep, reaching 76%. This was a neon-branded off-road vehicle with a bullhead logo. The logo was very familiar. In some areas with complex roads, this bullhead symbol was everywhere. Aside from some damage to the body, there were no other major problems. If Chenyi wanted to switch to this vehicle, he would need to repair it first. He didn't require perfect repairs, just enough to make it roadworthy. However, even this simple repair would take at least half a day, which was almost impossible. Not to mention half a day. Chuche had just said they would leave in 40 minutes. The main issue wasn't about the killing points. If it were just about that, Chenyi could find a way. For example, he could repair a little today, then repair more once he had enough points, or try to borrow some from the system. Repairs take time. Chenyi had already given up on the idea of changing cars. Was switching vehicles just a luxury he couldn't afford? Chenyi was unwilling to accept that. Missing out on good vehicles was not his style. His eyes flicked between his tricycle and the surrounding cars. An idea suddenly came to him. Since he couldn't change cars, why not take parts from these vehicles to upgrade his tricycle? His tricycle lacked power, its frame was loose, and the tires were modified motorcycle tires. The tires on that Jeep earlier were all-terrain tires, much better than his motorcycle tires. The engine is very powerful, and the non-load-bearing tough frame is impressive as well. The more I think about it, the more excited I become. Suddenly, I hear a loud rumbling sound. I turn my head to see Iron Lion, this big fool, transforming into a 3-meter-tall giant and pulling a yellow school bus out of the sand. The survivors around are stunned. The yellow school bus is much larger than the previous bus and looks much stronger in every way. Clearly, Iron Lion found a usable vehicle and plans to switch to it. Oldley has already started inspecting the yellow bus and is directing others to move supplies into it. My eyes light up. Maybe I could swap the bus Iron Lion found with the one I have. Iron Lion. I quickly walk over to talk to him, but I soon return disappointed. According to Iron Lion, the bus had a serious accident last night. He was planning to have me, the mechanic, repair it this morning. Luckily, some people on the bus knew how to fix it, so it was barely able to run. Now, the bus can't start at all. I check with my system, and Iron Lion is right. There are serious problems with the bus. It would take at least 3 hours to get it running again. Plus, its fuel consumption is nearly 30 liters, which makes me hesitate. There's no choice but to stick to the original plan. Dismantle parts and modify a tricycle. Just as I prepare to dismantle the vehicle, my eyes flicker with an idea. Instead of upgrading my tricycle with parts from the bus, why not use a tow rope to pull the bullhead off-road vehicle and repair it slowly at night? This plan seems more cost-effective than dismantling my broken tricycle. Even if my kill points aren't enough, I can repair it gradually. However, getting that bullhead off-road vehicle out is tricky. It can't start on its own and must be pulled out by manpower. Even with my enhanced body, I can't do it alone, unless I am a titan like Iron Lion. We're about to set out soon, so I need to act quickly. Moreover, that vehicle was quite far from the road. For an ordinary person, it would be almost impossible to pull such a large car back onto the road without heavy machinery. If it were a Titan-class giant, maybe it could be done. It would be great to have a watch. The electronic watch found in Chongshou village still hasn't been charged. While Chunyi was discussing with the big guy how to get the large vehicle out, a movement in the sand nearby caught attention. A decayed desert lizard lifted its head from the sand, its green eyes looking toward the convoy, as if checking something. It seemed to have received some information, and this rotten desert lizard turned and ran toward the distance at a very fast speed. Actually, there wasn't just this one decayed desert lizard. When Chunyi and the others got out of the car, such decayed lizards with green eyes were watching the survivors. At the same time, Captain Chu Che's face looked less friendly. Today's accident scene was completely beyond his expectations. The lead sequence could sense strange things, but their sensing of cars or people was not very clear. If they gave up searching for supplies, Chunyi and the others wouldn't agree, and even Captain Chu himself wouldn't agree, because this unexpected stop disrupted their previous travel plan. From the sensing, the nearest strange entity was 20 kilometers away from the convoy, staying still in place. And that strange creature that had been following behind the convoy. When the convoy set out in the morning, it had already been out of the sensing range. But when Captain Chu saw a decayed lizard quickly crawling toward the distance, his face changed. Captain Chu focused his attention, sensing that distant decayed lizard. This is a strange aura. These decayed lizards are actually strange entities. The aura of these decayed lizards was very faint. If not for deliberate sensing, it would be impossible to notice their presence. Captain Chu's face darkened, and he expanded his sensing range again. Soon, his expression changed. The strange entity that was 20 kilometers away moved. Now, it was only 18 kilometers from the convoy. Cold sweat slid down Captain Chu's forehead. All dead. Everyone is dead. No one can escape. The sudden sound from the hidden radio made Captain Zhu feel even more anxious. I don't know what the hidden radio heard, but right now, it smells like spicy Sichuan Chongqing hot pot. Ache. Uncle A Bao had just put a can of gasoline into the trunk when he saw Captain Zhu's face look strange, and even the strange radio emitted a disturbing sound. Uncle A Bao, tell everyone now, immediately, right away, to leave. Isn't there half an hour left? No time. Immediately, right now, leave. Captain Zhu's face was very serious, with a hint of panic. Uncle A Bao realized the situation was serious and quickly jumped into the car. Attention, 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 all team members. Now, immediately, depart. All team members. Depart now. Depart now. A hurried horn suddenly sounded, startling the survivors who were happily gathering supplies. They all looked over in surprise. Don't worry, Yezi. You helped me in Xinghua town and Chongshou village. Your matter is my matter. I will definitely help you. Just as Uncle A Bao was making this promise, his voice came from the loudspeaker. Chen Ye's face changed, and even Iron Lion looked worried. Seeing this, the other survivors showed worried expressions and hurriedly ran to their vehicles. Captain Zhu's modified off-road vehicle, painted with the word fairness, had already started. The engine roared as it sped toward the cars still on the road. These cars, still on the highway, were pushed off the road by the modified off-road vehicle. The sudden change caught everyone off guard. Chenyi looked very unhappy. He believed that Captain Zhu must have had a reason for doing this, probably because he discovered danger and had no choice but to leave. But he had finally found a suitable vehicle, and now leaving felt really hard to accept. Could it be that the duck he had been waiting for was about to fly away? He felt unwilling, very unwilling. Yezi, what should we do? The yellow school bus they had just gotten was already crowded with people. Old Li was waving to Iron Lion, signaling him to get back into the vehicle quickly. Chenyi looked at the Iron Lion and then at the off-road vehicle with the bullhead logo in the distance. He clenched his teeth and said, "Iron Lion, help me this time. I don't want to give up." As Chenyi spoke, the Iron Lion's eyes gradually became firm. "Okay, but, Yezi, the time might be." Chenyi reluctantly looked at the off-road vehicle with the bullhead logo again and said through gritted teeth, "Change of plan." At this moment, Chuche's modified off-road vehicle seemed to be blocked. Because there were too many cars on the road, a huge obstacle blocked the way. Suddenly, another modified off-road vehicle rushed out and directly bumped into Captain Chu's car from behind. It was Nana, the tall-legged girl. The two off-road vehicles, powered by strong engines, slowly cleared a path through the chaos. Other vehicles behind also started moving, following closely. Meanwhile, Chenyi also took action. He and the Iron Lion quickly rushed toward the pickup truck that had fallen by the roadside. He chose this vehicle mainly because it was closest to the road. It wasn't easy to take this vehicle away, but removing some parts was simple. Chenyi quickly approached with tools, moving so fast that his hands looked like flashes. He dismantled all four wheels and the wheel hubs. Next was the engine. "Yezi, let me do it." He saw the Iron Lion had grown into a 3-meter-tall giant, reaching out to grab the engine from the front of the vehicle and pulling hard. The engine, like a human heart, was ripped out from inside. Chenyi was stunned. "This big, silly guy." "Iron Lion, Chenyi, let's go." Captain Chu's voice came from the loudspeaker. The urgent tone showed the situation was critical. Chenyi clenched his teeth. "Iron Lion, let's go." "Okay." The Iron Lion answered loudly, holding the engine in one hand and tossing a wheel toward the road with the other. The four wheels, with rushing wind, hit Chunye's tricycle, causing it to shake violently. There was no time to think more. Iron Lion, holding the engine, rushed toward the yellow school bus. As for Chunye, he quickly threw the four wheels into the cargo bed of his tricycle, making it wobble left and right. He started the engine. Due to the heavy load, the exhaust pipe emitted a burst of black smoke before it started moving. Chun heaved a sigh of relief and finally looked at the off-road vehicle with the bullhead symbol in the distance, reluctant to look away. But at that moment, Chen's gaze fell on the chopped pepper fish head vehicle. The survivors didn't understand why they had agreed to stay for 40 more minutes, only to leave so quickly. However, no one opposed Chuche's decision. Even Chen himself had no doubt about Chuche's choice. They broke through a path through the accident scene and quickly left the large crash site. Many of them looked back at the distant accident scene with some reluctance. Not only Chun wanted to get a vehicle, other survivors also had this idea. The scorching sun made the temperature feel over 40 degrees, and the ground was even hotter. When Chin sat in the car, he realized his shoe soles had been burned. A good pair of shoes was ruined, which made Chin very upset. In the apocalypse, finding another pair of shoes was not easy. Even the wind blowing toward them felt hot. Sweat that hadn't yet dripped down his chin was evaporated by the high heat, leaving only a patch of white salt on his temples. In just a short time after getting out of the car, his exposed skin was already red from the heat. The only comfort was that the carport could block some of the sunlight. Chin could enjoy a moment of shade. The sunglasses he found in the chopped pepper fish head vehicle blocked much of the blinding sunlight. If the convoy ahead hadn't been getting farther away, Chin's experience would have been better. Chin's tricycle, loaded with a lot of supplies and 4 large tires, was moving very slowly. Behind it, there was also the chopped pepper fish head vehicle. Yes, the one parked by the roadside. Chin was unwilling to give up, so he used a rope to tow the chopped pepper fish head vehicle. He planned to take it with him. This vehicle was in the best condition, and if he could modify it with his tricycle, adding a solar panel for charging, maybe his tricycle could become a hybrid of gasoline and electric power. From now on, even if there is no gasoline, you don't need to worry about the range. Fortunately, this car isn't very heavy, or no matter how unwilling Chunyi is, he probably couldn't move it. Before, this tricycle was like a small horse pulling a big cart. Now, It's like a small horse pulling a tank. The accelerator is pushed to the limit, but the speed still can't increase much, almost like someone riding a bicycle. Big sister, look at Chunyi. He's just greedier than a snake swallowing an elephant. His tricycle is fully loaded, so it probably can't run fast. I don't know why he keeps losing things. If the strange creatures catch up, Zhou Xiaoxiao pouts, seeming to look down on Chun Yi's foolish actions. Since leaving Chongshou village, Zhou Xiaoxiao's view of Chun Yi has changed. After experiencing the last incident, she clearly understands that ordinary people find it very hard to survive in the end times. They might die tomorrow on the journey, or run out of supplies, and starve the day after tomorrow. Living this long isn't because the two sisters are especially capable, but because they are lucky. So, Zhou Xiaoxiao wants to repair her relationship with Chunyi and seek some protection. But she really can't bring herself to flatter others. Before the end, she was like a star in the entertainment industry, admired by many even before debuting. Someone with her background wants to change her mindset. Not in a few months. Some people can't accept change in their whole lives. Every time Zhou Xiaoxiao sees Chunyi, she can't help but pay attention to him. But every time she makes eye contact with Chunyi, she quickly looks away, feeling anxious inside. She knows very well that a man like Chunyi, if truly in danger, might use her as a shield. Like back in Chongshou village, Zhou Xiaoxiao personally saw Chunyi use an old woman as a scapegoat, without feeling any guilt. As for why Zhou Xiaoxiao is so sure about Chunyi and doesn't look for other extraordinary individuals, compared to others, Chunyi is undoubtedly the best choice. Because only Chunyi is alone. For example, Captain Chu, Iron Lion, or Nana, they all have their own fixed groups around them. Xiao finds it very hard to fit in. Xiao, I noticed you've been paying a lot of attention to Chunyi lately. You wouldn't be, big sister, you're talking nonsense. I just want to fix my relationship with him. I only want to use him. It's not as dirty as you think. You use him? Come on, Xiao, be careful not to play with fire. I won't. Big sister, how about we give him a ride? His tricycle isn't powerful enough and can't go anymore. Zhoulan glanced at the rearview mirror. Xinya's car was indeed getting slower and slower. It looked like the whole convoy was about to leave him far behind. But Chunyi was completely unbothered, even taking a moment to smoke a cigarette. Zhoulan thought to herself, this man really is hard to understand. Even at this moment, he still has time to smoke. Suddenly, the smoke around him grew thicker and thicker. Zhoulan's eyes widened. Xiao beside her was also stunned and speechless. Big sister, what is he doing? The smoke swirled wildly, as if something was about to emerge from it. Then, a horse made of smoke burst out. Both sisters stared with wide eyes. Big sister, what is this? An extraordinary creature. The smoke horse looked a bit stiff, and some parts even seemed a little distorted. Zhoulan felt that this smoke horse was different from the ones she saw in the film crew years ago, but she was still deeply shocked inside. Chunyi, on the other hand, felt very satisfied. After all, he had only seen horses on TV, and in real life, only at tourist spots. Being able to simulate this level was already impressive. 2 ropes made of smoke extended from the horse to the frame of the tricycle, binding it. The smoke horse reared up and started to run wildly. The distance between the tricycle and the convoy visibly decreased. In the front off-road vehicle, the tall girl Nana saw this scene and looked amused. Interesting, the apostle of smoke can play like this. On the yellow school bus, the dull-looking big guy Iron Lion also saw this and said in a muffled voice, Yetzi, you're really amazing. After saying this, the big fool immediately fell into a deep sleep. Just now, when pulling the vehicle out of the sand, Iron Lion also used his transformation ability. Every time he used his transformation power, Iron Lion would recover by sleeping. Chunya's actions looked like a waste in Chu Che's eyes. The extraordinary abilities of the sequence are very valuable to Captain Chu. They should not be used for anything other than fighting. Fortunately, Chunyi only used his ability to mimic a horse to pull the cart for about 10 minutes before stopping. Such things are too draining. In just about 10 minutes, Chunyi already felt dizzy and overwhelmed. As the temperature started to drop and the sunset turned the desert into a golden color, the convoy finally decided to set up camp. Traveling at night is not a good idea. The blood moon appeared again in the sky. Xinya's tricycle finally arrived slowly. On the way, He used his smoke mimicry ability twice. Even so, Xinyi was left far behind by the convoy. Even that old man Lu was much faster than Xinyi. At least the old man Lu didn't carry as many supplies. But when Xinyi saw his recent gains, he felt very satisfied. Next, he planned to use his current kill points to upgrade his vehicle. After upgrading, he wouldn't have to worry about the vehicle for a while. He could focus on improving his strength or weapons. So far, Xinyi has been obsessed with using 5,000 kill points to upgrade rare items. When Xinyi arrived at the camp, he was completely exhausted and collapsed. The 4 all-terrain tires on the tricycle, along with the rims, were pressed into the truck bed, causing it to slightly deform. There were also 2 chopped chili fish heads, which, due to inertia when parking, bumped into Chunye's rear. Many survivors looked at Chunyi with envy. Some even whispered secretly. There was also a well-shaped woman biting her lower lip, seeming eager to approach Chunyi. This woman had been claiming to be the social butterfly of the convoy. Although she wasn't as beautiful as the Zhou sisters, many men drooled over her. She had previously tried to win over Captain Chu Che, but failed. Now, seeing that Chunyi seems to be gaining momentum, he turned his gaze back to Chunyi. The woman bit her index finger, her eyes flickering with a dangerous look. This migration was more exhausting than any before. During it, she used her smoke simulation ability twice before catching up. After parking the tricycle, Chunyi took out a cigarette from his pocket, took a deep breath, and enjoyed the rich flavor of nicotine to relieve his fatigue. As an experienced smoker, when tired, his first thought was not to rest but to smoke a cigarette. In the past, Chunyi might have hesitated because smoking is harmful to health. But after awakening to a supernatural level, the side effects of smoking no longer harm him. This made Chunyi feel no worries about smoking. He also checked his cigarette supply. At this rate, these cigarettes might not last a month. Yezi, you're back. While Chunyi was resting against the vehicle, the big, silly Iron Lion came over. Chunyi offered a cigarette. Want one? Iron Lion quickly waved his hand. I don't smoke. Then he threw a cigarette pack to Chunyi. Chunyi looked at this big, silly guy in surprise. Iron Lion chuckled and said a bit shyly, Hey, Yezi, if you have time, can you help me check my car? It seems to have some problems. Chunyi glanced at Iron Lion's tent nearby. He saw a few survivors using a flashlight to look under the car, the light flickering constantly. Your car just had problems after being fixed? Iron Lion looked a bit annoyed. Yeah, the last bus had issues from the start. We finally found this school bus, hoping it would be better, but it also has problems. Our team has checked for a long time, but can't find the problem. So we thought, since you're a mechanic, maybe you have a way. Iron Lion's team has repair personnel, and they can usually fix minor issues themselves. But when they encounter problems they can't solve, it's time for Chunyi to step in. Iron Lion then took out a pack of cigarettes. Is it serious? The car wouldn't start, and even when it did, it couldn't run properly. Anyway, you'll see when you go to check it out. Chunyi thought for a moment and pointed to his tricycle. As you saw today, I need to modify this tricycle first. Only after the upgrade can I help you. Although Iron Lion and Chunyi had a good relationship, Chunyi didn't plan to put aside his own tasks to help him first. If he didn't upgrade the tricycle soon, tomorrow's migration might not be possible. Iron Lion nodded. No problem. Focus on your own things first. I can hold on here. All right, Iron Lion. Could you please bring me the engine? I might need it. No problem. Iron Lion left after leaving the toolbox. After regaining some strength, Chunyi struggled to get up and start cooking. Only when he was full could he have the energy to work on upgrading the tricycle. Using his superpower not only drained his mental energy, but also tested his physical strength. While Chunyi was eating, Iron Lion brought over the engine. The huge steel heart made Chunyi's eyes widen in surprise. If it were him, even with his enhanced body, he wouldn't be able to lift such a heavy steel engine. But Iron Lion looked very relaxed. After finishing his meal, Chunyi began upgrading the tricycle. He had over 7,000 killing points last time, and after several upgrades, he still had just over 4,000. Looking at the more than 4,000 killing points, Chunyi felt a bit worried. That might not be enough. But he quickly adjusted his mindset. Upgrade first, figure out the rest later. Soon, the system upgrade interface appeared in front of him. System, I need to upgrade. Chunyi planned to upgrade the chili fish head that he brought back, and also the 2.0T engine he took from Mu Mandarin. Plus, all 4 all-terrain tires to be added to the Tricycle. The chili fish head was an electric vehicle, and with this 2.0T engine, it could be turned into a hybrid electric gas vehicle. In this post-apocalyptic world, such a hybrid vehicle would be extremely valuable. During the day, there is plenty of sunlight. As long as I have an upgraded solar panel, I can ensure my electricity supply. Even if the power of the chopped chili fish head is weaker, it is definitely much better than my Tricycle. A new design drawing quickly appeared in front of me. Just looking at this design made my mouth water. The chopped chili fish head replaced the front of the previous motorcycle Tricycle. The previous cargo box was turned into a cabin connected to the chopped chili fish head, maybe to fit the 2.0T steel engine inside. The front of the chopped chili fish head was extended, making it look more impressive. To accommodate 4 all-terrain tires, the body of the chopped chili fish head was also raised quite a bit. The 4 small wheels of the original chopped chili fish head were replaced with the rear cargo box. The whole vehicle now has 8 wheels. But thanks to the system's design, it doesn't look ugly. Instead, it looks very powerful, fitting the current apocalyptic setting. It can even be said to be a vehicle built specifically for the end of the world. Now, the chopped chili fish head has changed a lot. It no longer looks like a city commuter vehicle for moms. Even the body lines have become much more rugged. The Tricycle has turned into a post-apocalyptic pickup truck. I was drooling just looking at it. If I had such a vehicle, forget about its internal features for now. Just its appearance alone would outshine Captain Zhu and the long-legged girl's 2 modified off-road vehicles. But when I saw how many kill points were needed for the upgrade, I felt very depressed. Damn, it requires over 20,000 kill points. As for the number after the 2, I didn't bother to look. That many kill points are just too exaggerated. It felt like a cat was scratching inside my heart. These kill points are simply not enough. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck me, and a look of excitement appeared on my face. System, how many kill points can I borrow now? I had borrowed 300 kill points before, paid them back when the time was up, so my credit should be good. Maybe my borrowing limit has increased, and I can borrow more now. The system interface displayed a spinning circle, as if assessing Chunye's credibility. It seems the new school bus acquired by Iron Lion has some problems. The mechanic in his team, who is quite inexperienced, can't fix it. Iron Lion approached Chunye, hoping he could help repair the bus, but Chunye refused. He wanted to prioritize upgrading his own Tricycle. What a selfish young person. Inside the tent, a hidden radio was listening and commenting on Chunye's previous refusal to help Iron Lion. The entire team was secretly listening in. Sometimes, they even shared their opinions about certain matters. Most of the time, these opinions were quite harsh. No, I don't think so. Under the end of the world, fairness is the most precious. Chunye putting himself first, in my opinion, is quite fair. Captain Zhu picked up a cup of tea, took a sip, and looked blissful. Now, Captain Zhu no longer drinks tea openly in front of everyone when he wants a sip. He prefers to do it quietly in his vehicle or alone in the tent during rest time. In Captain Zhu's view, sharing his good tea with others is like offering a precious gift. According to the system's overall assessment, the host now has a kill points quota of 10,000 points. 10,000 kill points? Chunye's face lit up with surprise upon hearing this. That's a lot of points, enough to do many big things. Adding the 4,000 kill points left over from before, he now had a total of 14,000 points. Although he couldn't upgrade the Tricycle into an end-of-the-world pickup truck, he could still do many things. For example, the rare item he had been dreaming of. Even if he reserved 5,000 points, he would still have 9,000 points left. This was mainly thanks to his previous frugality. Whenever possible, he made sure the system didn't waste any kill points. Chunye once again optimized his upgrade plan. Basically, he planned to deduct kill points from the system's design scheme. Otherwise, with only 9,000 points, he couldn't upgrade the end-of-the-world pickup truck. The first thing Chunye did was remove the design for the truck's 8 wheels. This design looks very cool and seems quite practical. However, it uses too many killing points and also increases fuel consumption significantly. Even in electric mode, it might not be able to power all 8 wheels. Chunye improved the wheel design, reducing from 8 wheels to 4. He kept the 4 all-terrain tires taken from the Jeep, which are very necessary. Maybe someday, the vehicle will leave the main roads, and these tires will be useful then. The previous cost of over 20,000 killing points was reduced from 2 to 1, saving many points. Xinyi reviewed the design plans again and saw there was an upgrade for the suspension. According to the system's design, this suspension will give a good driving experience and is necessary on rough roads. Xinyi hesitated but decided not to delete the suspension upgrade. Instead, he replaced it with a cheaper option. Next, he looked at the frame and chassis. Seeing the system's cost estimates for these parts, Xinyi felt a sharp pain in his heart. During a big accident scene before, he wanted to dismantle a frame and chassis. But Captain Chu's sudden departure disrupted that plan. He checked the system upgrade options, which cost thousands of killing points. No matter how painful it was, these upgrades were unavoidable. It used to be a tricycle, easy to handle, but now it's a post-apocalyptic pickup. Without these upgrades, it wouldn't be enough. But there are ways to save some killing points. Under the system's guidance, Xinyi simplified the design as much as possible without affecting normal driving. Next is the truck bed. The previous truck bed had been upgraded before. This time, the upgrade is more complete. The entire truck bed was made of iron sheets, and even the canopy was replaced with iron. It's much stronger than the previous patchwork canopy and can even keep out rain. Xinyi quickly restored the previous patchwork plan. Now, the design plan appeared before him, and it didn't look bad. It just fits the name of a post-apocalyptic pickup truck better. The previous end-of-the-world pickup looked like a toy for the children of wealthy families in the apocalypse. But now, it really looks like a real end-of-the-world pickup. A weathered, worn-out end-of-the-world pickup. The next design should be as simple and cost-effective as possible. The air conditioning inside the truck? It costs 500 killing points? No way, delete it. The walkie-talkie? No, delete that too. The radio? Delete it. And the automatic seats? Delete those as well. Switch to manual seats. Even the automatic fuel switching system was changed to manual by Xinyi. This system normally switches to electric mode when the fuel in the tank runs out. To save killing points, Xinyi made it manual. In the future, when Xinyi drives this vehicle and runs out of fuel, the car can only stop and be switched manually to electric mode. As long as it doesn't affect survival, even saving a little killing point is worth it. Xinyi would modify anything without hesitation. Even the four wheels were removed. Installing the system costs dozens of killing points. Xinyi preferred to install everything himself. He only kept the pre-installed slot for the steel heart and did the rest of the installation himself. Under the system's guidance, this end-of-the-world pickup can drive normally without any problems. But forget about comfort. All unnecessary features were removed. Half an hour later, Xinyi's newly designed end-of-the-world pickup was not much better than a tractor. Xinyi looked at the system's budget, which surprisingly still required 6,000 killing points. Well, there's no way to optimize further. This is the best I can do. Xinyi confirmed the upgrade plan on the interface. A countdown hourglass appeared above the tricycle. 09:59:59. 10 hours. That's acceptable. It will be ready to upgrade by around 7 a.m. tomorrow. He spent 6,000 of the 14,000 killing points, leaving 8,000. Upgrading the magical item will cost another 5,000. Now he has only 3,000 left. He started with 14,000, but now only 3,000 remain. Xinyi felt anxious again about having only 3,000 killing points. The issue with the three-wheeled vehicle has been resolved and upgraded. Xinyi stood up, brushed the sand off his pants, and walked toward the yellow school bus belonging to Iron Lion. From the flickering flashlight beam, it was clear they hadn't given up yet. Since he took Iron Lion's things, Xinyi naturally wanted to help fix the vehicle. Seeing Xinyi arrive, many people put down their work and looked at him with hopeful eyes. Yezi, you're here. Yes, come take a look. It's not fixed yet. No, I don't know what's wrong. If I had known, I wouldn't have changed this vehicle. Iron Lion's simple face showed a hint of regret. This school bus was definitely much better than the previous bus. Just the space inside this vehicle was about 30% larger than the old bus. The height inside was also much higher, making the interior much more spacious. Iron Lion, being a big guy, definitely needed a bigger vehicle. No worries, I'll take a look. Xinyi walked over, and the survivors still working on repairs quickly made space for him. The engine compartment of the school bus was already dismantled quite a bit, revealing the exposed steel core and greasy oil. Iron Lion was lucky to find a working school bus in such a harsh environment. That was already quite rare. Xinghua placed his hand on the bus wall, and a system dialog box appeared in front of him. System, check the condition of this vehicle. Check complete. The vehicle's integrity is 87%. Seeing this percentage, Xinghua roughly understood that the bus was generally in good condition. The issues Iron Lion mentioned earlier were probably just concerns, and he came to check. In this apocalyptic world, the importance of transportation is obvious. System, give a list of vehicle problems. A table quickly appeared in front of him. There were about 7 or 8 issues listed, half of which related to the vehicle's appearance. For example, paint peeling or body deformation. Xinghua quickly found the problems Iron Lion mentioned earlier, strange noises and weak acceleration, within the table. These problems, at first glance, do not seem to significantly affect the vehicle's operation. However, if they are not fixed for a long time, small issues can become big problems. Iron Lion has just received this car and is somewhat worried. Xinghua and Iron Lion's activities quickly attracted the attention of other survivors. The convoy has about 40 people, and any news spreads quickly through the group. For example, Xinghua was previously a mechanic and has now awakened some special abilities. Now, Xinghua is clearly helping Iron Lion repair the vehicle. Everyone wants to see how Xinghua is fixing the car. At this moment, seeing Xinghua's hand pressed against the yellow school bus without moving, people around started whispering. Big sister, what is Xinghua doing? Why is he just standing there? I don't know. Maybe he's activating some special power. The Zhou sisters are also in the crowd. Especially Zhou Xiaoxiao, who dreams of awakening her own special abilities. She dreams of becoming a superhuman one day. So, she definitely won't miss the chance to observe the process closely. Many others share her curiosity. Seeing Xinghua's palm pressed against the car and not moving, many people are talking quietly. Even the tall girl Nana has come over. She has never seen Xinghua use his mechanic abilities in person before. Now, Xinghua has already checked the list of problems provided by the system and identified the main issue. System, how many killing points do I need to fix this problem? 150 killing points are required. 150 points? Xinghua feels a little upset. This system is treating me like a neon person. But since he already took a hit from Iron Lion, Xinghua wouldn't give up now and say he can't fix it. Xinghua is too stingy to spend 150 killing points. System, does fixing this require killing points? Repair guidance only needs 10 killing points. Hearing that only 10 points are needed, Xinghua immediately feels tempted. He quickly exchanged 10 killing points. Then, the system's repair instructions appeared before Xinghua. Xinghua's face showed no change. He habitually lit a cigarette, took tools from a nearby survivor, and began repairing. Everyone at the scene eagerly looked on. Xinghua skillfully disassembled various parts of the engine bay. It looked like a seasoned mechanic with decades of experience working. After a few minutes, Xinghua completely repaired the Iron Lion's car. Old Li, the man with glasses, got in and tried it. The engine started smoothly, and the throttle responded quickly. The Iron Lion was very happy, patted Xinghua on the shoulder, and smiled happily. Meanwhile, the other survivors looked disappointed. That's all. I thought I might see some special powers, but it ended so quickly. This mechanic must be fake. If it were me, I could do it too. You're just talking. You think you can do it too? Nana took a big sip from her beer and walked away with long strides. The Zhou sisters looked at each other, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. Among the crowd, a woman with a round face and pointed chin, with messy hair, stood there. If someone noticed her, they might see her eyes shining. This woman was Su Jiao, a former female martial artist. Captain Zhu, after a small trick, caused this woman to lose favor among the team, and some even disliked her. After that, she went into hiding. The last time they visited Chongshou village, she didn't go out of fear. Now, in the team, Su Jiao makes a living by helping others. Unfortunately, she has an average figure and looks, and apart from her confidence, she has no special skills. So her life isn't easy. She's like a rat in the sewer among the team. But if she simply gave up, that wouldn't be her style. Recently, she had been trying to connect with other survivors to overthrow the rule of the superpowered individuals. But her efforts had little effect. At this moment, hearing these words, Su Jiao's eyes grew brighter. and her gaze at Chun Yi carried a meaningful look. And with recent peace, her restless heart was once again stirred. Chun Yi clapped his hands, stood up, and prepared to leave. The survivors who had been working hard but still couldn't fix the car looked at Chun Yi with admiration. Only they knew how impressive he truly was. It was already past 11 p.m. The temperature in the desert dropped sharply. The survivors wrapped themselves tightly in their clothes. Those with cars climbed into their vehicles. Those without cars went into their tents. Chun Yi also felt a slight chill, but now was not the time to rest. There was one thing Chun Yi had been wanting to do but hadn't yet. That was to exchange the solar charging panel with Captain Chu. He had wanted this device for a long time. With this solar panel, not only could the electronic watch he found in Chongshou village work again, but even his end-of-the-world pickup truck could be powered with electricity. Chu Che naturally knew about Chun Yi helping to repair the school bus for the Iron Lion. Captain Chu, who could listen to radio signals secretly, knew everything happening in the convoy. For example, that restless woman, Su Jiaojiao. But Captain Chu didn't pay much attention to her. If he acted against her without a reason, it would go against the fairness of the convoy. As the leader, he wouldn't easily break his own rules. And this woman actually thought Chun Yi was the weakest member of the team. Haha, interesting. Captain Chu took a sip of pu'er tea, feeling completely relaxed. He missed the freedom of drinking tea in the past. Back at home, he had a special tea room. In the end of the world, everything was good, except for the tea leaves. Collecting them was not easy. Thinking of the last time Nana chewed peony leaves, Captain Chu felt a bit of pain in his heart. As the leader, Chu Che didn't like beautiful women. He didn't even bother to look at the few women in the convoy with good figures. Even the stunning sisters Zhou Lan and Zhou Xiaoxiao didn't interest him. The only thing he liked was the sip of tea in his cup. It was simply a human pleasure. He took another sip. Captain Chu felt as if his soul had been uplifted, and all his fatigue from the day was completely gone at this moment. Captain Chu! Captain Chu! A familiar voice suddenly sounded outside the tent. Captain Chu was startled. He quickly prepared to hide the tea set in the nearby box. Just as Captain Chu was about to put the teapot into the box, the tent flap was lifted from outside. A handsome face with a bit of stubble appeared at the entrance. It was Chun Yi. Chun Yi didn't expect to see this scene when he lifted the tent flap. Captain Chu was sneaking something into the box. Chun Yi's eyes shifted to what Captain Chu was trying to hide, and his eyes brightened slightly. Captain, you're so mean. You're drinking tea alone and didn't invite me. I haven't had tea in many days. Chun Yi walked into the tent with a playful gesture. He had originally planned to exchange solar panels with Captain Chu, but happened to catch him drinking tea. Remember, this is a desert. Water resources here are very precious. Even Chun Yi was controlling his water intake daily, not to mention drinking tea. To save water, Chun Yi hadn't brushed his teeth for several months. The last time he took a shower was on the rainy night after leaving Chongshou village. Thinking back, he still felt a bit regretful about that rain night. It would have been good to collect some rainwater with a bottle then. Captain, you're so stingy. Chun Yi chuckled and pulled over a moon chair, sitting directly across from Captain Chu. Captain Chu's mouth twitched uncontrollably. You? Fine. Seeing that he was caught red-handed, Captain Chu had no choice but to share this pot of pu'er tea with Chun Yi. He added hot water to the teapot, then poured the tea into a fairness cup where the orange-red tea emitted a refreshing aroma. Chun Yi also looked around Captain Chu's tent. He had to admit, Captain Chu knew how to enjoy life. Inside the tent, there was a single military cot and a camping lamp. The solar panel Chun Yi wanted was just casually thrown on the ground. Compared to Chun Yi's conditions, it was not much better. Repaired, no big problems, as expected from a mechanic. But you're too sneaky. You earned a whole Iron Lion in just a few minutes with a cigarette. Can't help it. Iron Lion and I are good friends. It's just a cigarette. Even if I didn't give him one, I would still look out for him. That's true. When Chun Yi helped Iron Lion pull a cart out of the desert before, Iron Lion agreed without hesitation. As long as it didn't affect himself, Chun Yi was willing to help Iron Lion. But if Iron Lion was willing to give a cigarette, Chun Yi wouldn't refuse. Mechanic series, indeed impressive. But support series are often underestimated. You're too low-key. Captain Chu smiled warmly at Chun Yi, implying something with his words. Chun Yi picked up his cup, took a sip, and enjoyed the lingering tea aroma. Chun Yi, You're usually busy, so why are you looking for me late at night? Just tell me straight. Qingyi pointed to the solar panel behind Captain Chu. I want this. How do you plan to trade? Captain Chu glanced at the solar panel. He had already guessed Qingyi would come for it, but he didn't expect it to take so long. If you want this, it's not impossible to trade, but it's not cheap. Name your price. A bag of 10 kilograms of flour, plus a bag of 10 kilograms of rice. You're crazy. Qingyi didn't expect Captain Chu to be so cunning, much more than himself. Chu Che sipped his tea slowly before saying, expensive? You can go find old Zhang. He has plenty of solar panels, but he's much more cunning than I am. If you want to trade with him for a solar panel, you'll need to pay double. Qingyi clenched his teeth. He believed what Captain Chu said. That old man, old Zhang, always gives only a small loaf of bread after trading with that plump woman. Just one small loaf per night. With such a stingy attitude, getting that solar panel would cost a lot. And Qingyi didn't really want to deal with that old man. For some reason, Qingyi always felt that this old man might have some issues. Until he figured out more about this old man, Qingyi thought it was better to keep his distance. Sometimes, I learn from old Han to live longer. Captain, this is too expensive. No, Qingyi. You have so many supplies, and you're the only one eating. I have to support so many people. My supplies are even tighter than yours. Why don't you trade with me? Oh, and you still owe me a 15-liter barrel of gasoline. When do you plan to pay me back? Qingyi currently has only 60 liters of gasoline. If he returns it to Chu Che, he will have only 45 liters left. Cough, cough. Captain, you don't really need gasoline right now. Let's talk about it later, maybe later. Let's first discuss the solar charging panels. 10 kilograms of rice, 10 kilograms of flour. No bargaining. You're such a greedy person. Say whatever you want. Captain Chu looks pleased to see Qingyi in a tight spot, sipping his tea happily. But if you really think it's too expensive, I have another set of solar charging panels. Although they are broken, they shouldn't be a problem for you. If you want them, I can give you a better price, half of what I paid before. All right, Captain, please show me. Hearing that he could get them for just half the price, Qingyi's spirits lifted. Wait a moment, I'll look for them. After saying that, Chu Che got up and went to a nearby travel case at least 30 inches wide. Captain Chu found this case during previous supply hunts. He thought it was very useful, so he used it to store supplies. Qingyi also looked at the case. Whatever Chu Che stored in there must be some useful items. Suddenly, Qingyi's eyes narrowed slightly. A red leather piece was taken out by Chu Che and placed aside. He had seen this leather during a trade fair with the convoy before. At the time, he thought it looked strange. Now it seems this leather might be some kind of rare material. Qingyi's eyes narrowed even more. System, what is this leather? Do you want to spend 100 slaughter points to identify it? What? It costs slaughter points to identify it? This has never happened before. Is it some kind of extraordinary material? The desert temperature drops sharply at night. During the day, people want to take off all their clothes. But at night, they wish they could wear all their clothes to stay warm. The repaired school bus has all its windows closed, even covered with clothes and blankets. Late at night, the temperature drops below freezing, enough to freeze someone to death. Sulina doesn't understand why Su Jiao Jiao called her out of the bus in the middle of the night. But since they share the same family name, Sulina still put on her clothes and got off the bus. Even though Sulina was wrapped in thick clothes, her beautiful figure was still visible. Several male survivors looked at her as she walked away, their eyes full of longing. In Captain Chu's convoy, there is only one strict rule: fairness. No one can force Sulina to do anything she doesn't want to, unless she agrees voluntarily. Old Zhang, who often jokes around, even took out a big bag of food to try to flatter Sulina, but she politely refused. Remember, that was a whole bag of food. If it were given to other survivors, they could do anything for it. In the end of the world, nothing is more precious than food. This mysterious woman is even more attractive to men than the Zhou sisters. Every movement she makes is naturally charming. Some call this womanly charm. Some women are born with it. Others try to imitate, but only look awkward. People once wondered what Sulina did before the apocalypse. Even the Zhou sisters were curious about this charming woman in the convoy. But no one managed to find out anything about her. She is a mysterious woman. Her relationship with others in the convoy is neither close nor distant. She always greets everyone with a smile, never offending anyone or becoming too close. So, Sulina didn't use her looks to get special treatment in the convoy. She did her share of work every day. She tightened her clothes, exhaled white breath, and stomped her feet as she walked to a nearby place. Jiao Jiao, it's late at night and you're not sleeping. What do you want from me? Su Jiao Jiao's clothes are bulky, making her look like a ball, and her hair hasn't been washed for a long time, giving off a bad smell. But she doesn't seem to mind, because most people in the team are the same. Even Sulina, who is in front of her, isn't much better. Sis Lina, I have something to tell you. Su Jiao Jiao looks around cautiously, with a hint of suspicion in her eyes. Jiao Jiao, no more secrets now. Just say what you want. It's too cold. Okay, Sis Lina, don't you think our team is unfair? Su Lina's eyes become alert. What do you mean? There's a total of 43 people in our team. For our extraordinary, 3 men and only 1 woman. Don't you think that's unfair? Su Lina doesn't answer. She steps back slightly, creating some distance from Su Jiao Jiao. Su Jiao Jiao seems excited. Sis Lina, we clean the train cars every day, cook for the men, and even let them mistreat us. Don't you think that's unfair? Why can those men eat well without doing anything? Why do we have to clean, cook, and barely get enough to eat? Why? It's not fair. Su Jiao Jiao grits her teeth and speaks angrily. Sulina doesn't show any emotional change from her words. Instead, her eyes are very clear. She even regrets getting off the train. This woman is crazy. What do you want to do? Sulina asks curiously. Sis Lina, I want to make this team fairer. I want everyone in the team to have enough food, to be warm and clothed, and to be able to speak for themselves. I've already found out that being extraordinary isn't that special. Today, you saw it too. Chunyi. He's also extraordinary, but when he was fixing the car today, he was no different from ordinary people. Sis Lina, have you ever thought that maybe being extraordinary is just a joke? Lina, I have a plan. Chunyi is the weakest among the extraordinary ranks. Let's take him down. Isn't he a mechanic? Once we control Chunyi, we can change the team. Then you'll be the vice captain, and I'll be the captain. We can build a new dystopian utopia. Stop it. Sulina reached out and interrupted Su Jiao Jiao. Su Jiao Jiao looked at Sulina with wide eyes, amazed at how much more beautiful her eyes were. Jiao Jiao, if you think it's unfair, next time you gather supplies, you can do it yourself. The Zhou sisters also gather supplies on their own. Look at how well they are doing. Su Jiao Jiao's face stiffened. She would never dare to face those strange situations alone. Don't speak. I'll talk. The carriage is small, and cleaning isn't much work every day. If you don't want to do it, I'll do your share from now on. And if someone chooses to give up, that's their own choice. It has nothing to do with me. I don't want to interfere with others' decisions. One last thing. You say Chunyi is the weakest? Haha, that's not true. I don't agree with you about the man I like. Slap. Sulina slapped Su Jiao Jiao hard across the face, leaving a red mark on her round face. Before Su Jiao Jiao could react, Sulina turned and quickly walked away. Before the end of the world, Sulina was like a golden phoenix born from the deep mountains of Sichuan and Chongqing. To escape the mountains, only Sulina knew how much effort she had put in. That summer, Sulina cried all afternoon holding her university acceptance letter. After entering university, because of her outstanding qualities, she was crowned the campus goddess and was the dream girl of many male students. Even after leaving campus, stories about her still circulated. After graduation, by chance, Sulina came into contact with a powerful figure. Somewhere along the way, Sulina became that person's protege. Because of this, she gained living conditions and resources far beyond her peers. Meanwhile, Sulina used her connection with a powerful person to slowly develop her small business, planning to settle down and start a new life once she was stable. However, the end of the world began. She experienced initial fear and panic. Surprisingly, Sulina found that her current life was not so bad. Her daily work was simple: cleaning the train cars, helping with cooking, or doing other small tasks. She exchanged these tasks for the supplies she needed each day. In this train group, everything was fair. If you wanted something, you had to give something in return. Fortunately, no one could force her to do anything she didn't want to do, as long as she was willing. Sulina knew that surviving in such a harsh environment was rare and precious. So, she felt content. The only thing that made her unhappy was that she couldn't eat enough. Over time, Sulina also wanted to climb higher. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become a canary back then. At first, her eyes were on the team leader, Zhu Che. A few casual interactions made her notice that Zhu Che's gaze was strange. Despite seeing a beautiful girl like her, his eyes showed no change. Since she became aware, she had never seen such a look again. Sulina sadly realized that Zhu Che might not be interested. Well, maybe not very interested. As for the tall, strong iron lion, she decided to forget about him. And that old Zhang who kept showing interest in her. Well, she wasn't desperate enough to accept anyone yet. It wasn't until Chunyi appeared that Sulina's attention shifted to this young man. He was young, handsome, and even more impressive. He was a super-ranked individual, currently at the double rank. Sulina set her sights on him. She shamelessly told Su Jiao that Chunyi was the man she liked, and even slapped Su Jiao for good measure. Sulina really hoped that today's words would reach Chunyi's ears. If Chunyi approached her willingly, she would act as if nothing had happened. That was her way of dealing, like a former canary. Oh, Su Jiao is planning to deal with Chunyi. Chunyi probably doesn't know yet. Should I tell him? This is also a good chance to meet him, but he doesn't seem to be back yet. Okay, I'll wait a bit longer. What tone should I use when I talk to him later? While thinking, Sulina started tidying her messy hair. She even took out a damp tissue from her inner pocket, something she was reluctant to use, and wiped her face, which hadn't been washed for several days, including her neck. Confirm identification. As Chunyi decided, the system quickly responded. Deduct 100 killing points. Identifying. Identification complete. Item name, Skinless Ghost Scalp. Type, strange material, can be used to make strange objects, which may have incredible effects. Origin. This item was taken from the head of a skinless ghost by a Buddhist Sequence 3 enforcer who was killed in battle. The survivor found it, and it ended up in the hands of the fair team leader, Zhu Che. Suggestion. This item is a rare strange material. The item number for making strange objects might be under 2,000, but there is a chance of side effects. Under 2,000? Leader Chu's listening device number is 1257. Although it might not be as good as Leader Chu's listening device, Chunyi is quite satisfied. After all, this is a strange item. According to Leader Chu, strange items are extremely rare. Even he only obtained his listening device by chance. It is said that Nana also has a strange item, but it ranks beyond 3,000, and no one knows what it is. Chunyi guesses it might be her sword. Since meeting that woman, she has never been seen without her sword. As for Iron Lion, he hasn't heard of him having a strange item. This shows how precious strange items are. Do you want this? Although it was a question, Leader Chu's expression seemed to say, I knew this day would come. Looking at this smug face, Chunyi really wanted to spit on him. But to negotiate the price, he held back. Chunyi suppressed his greed. Even if he was sure he wanted this item, he couldn't show it. How do I exchange for it? Zhu Che did not answer Chunyi. Instead, he took a plastic glove from nearby and put it on his hand before grabbing the red piece of leather. Damn, I saw you casually toss it just now, acting like it was nothing. You wanted it, so you started wearing gloves? Your mind really is dirty, Captain. This time, when looking closely at the red leather piece, Chunyi's feeling was completely different from last time. The blood-red color of this leather was astonishing, as if soaked in countless years of blood, making it look terrifyingly red. For some reason, Chunyi immediately knew this was human skin, because the texture of this leather was exactly the same as his own skin. Since you can tell, I won't hide it from you. This leather actually, I don't know where it came from, Chunyi, but I know this thing is definitely not simple. It caused the loss of a survivor in our team. Zhu Che started to tell what he knew. It was before Chunyi joined the team. A survivor found this thing while gathering supplies. Later, this survivor was found dead in his tent one morning. His skin was completely peeled off. After that, the leather ended up in Zhu Che's hands. Originally, Zhu Che planned to throw it away, but Captain Chu hesitated, thinking it might be useful someday, so he kept it. Although I don't know where this thing came from, I know it's not ordinary. I was planning to show it to other teams later and trade it for good stuff. Since you want it, I'll trade it to you. Hearing Captain Chu's long explanation, Chunyi understood the price wouldn't be cheap. So, how do you want to trade? Zhu Che thought for a moment and said, I want your pickled fish head. Chunyi stood up and turned to leave. Wait. Don't be in such a hurry. Let's talk more. Young people, why are you so impatient? In the end, Chunyi paid 2 bags of rice, 10 kilograms each, plus 10 kilograms of flour, a box of instant noodles, a box of mineral water, 2 bottles of Laogan Ma chili sauce, 10 sausages, 10 marinated eggs, and 5 jin of cured meat. This time, I exchanged for that red leather item and the broken solar charger. During this deal, the solar charger became a free gift. Chunyi felt like he was losing a lot. Yezi, don't blame me for being selfish. I need to support a whole team of vehicles, so these supplies aren't enough? You support a whole team of vehicles? All right. The survivors who escaped from Luching were indeed given free food by Captain Chu for 2 days. Chunyi didn't bother to respond and directly left Captain Chu's tent. He had already received the items and was too excited to hide it. As he stepped out of the tent, he happened to see Uncle Aba walking 2 big black dogs. Chunyi had previously told Chu Che that these black dogs' blood could help fight strange creatures. Chu Che had traded for them from survivors. The original owners of the dogs had long died in Chongshou village. Now, seeing these 2 big black dogs, they looked very thin and weak, clearly not in good spirits. It seemed Chu Che had drained quite a bit of blood from them. After walking a few steps, he saw the tall-legged girl wobbling back from outside, holding a can of beer in one hand and a sword handle at her waist in the other. When she saw Chunyi, she even raised her hand with the beer. Yezi, want a drink? No, you can drink it yourself. Some time ago, everyone started calling Chunyi Yezi. When Chunyi returned to his tricycle, he saw there were still over 9 hours left on the countdown. He was about to rest in the shed. Suddenly, he saw a shivering figure appear beside the tricycle. Who? Chunyi was startled and already reached for his machete. It's me. The trembling figure turned around, revealing a pale face under the blood moon. Even under the blood moon's glow, her charming and joyful face made Chunyi recognize her. There was no way, the team was small. This girl was well known in the team for her alluring figure and unique aura. Unless Chunyi and Captain Chu were like her, it was impossible not to notice her. It's you. Sulina slightly lifted her face, allowing Chunyi to see her features more clearly. Then she spoke in a hesitant voice. My name is Sulina. Sulina seemed unaware of how famous she was in the convoy, assuming she was just an unknown person. This would make men feel protective. A hunter disguised as prey is the cleverest hunter. I came here to warn you. Someone might do you harm. You should be careful. As she spoke, Sulina stomped her foot, and her breath was visible in the cold air, her face red from the cold. She looked pitiful, which made people feel sorry for her. Is that all you came to tell me? Chunyi looked her up and down. Despite being frozen and looking like a little turtle, she was still very pretty and eye-catching. Even compared to the Zhou sisters, she was not inferior. She even had a touch of delicate femininity that made people want to tease her. Yes, you're a good person. I don't want good people to get hurt. Sulina's words sounded like she was saying, even if it's someone else, I would do the same. I'm so kind. Who wants to hurt me? I can't say. If I do, others might target me. If they find out my name, they'll definitely retaliate. I don't want to see anyone get hurt. The world is already like this, such a strong smell of green tea. Chunyi thought to himself. Seeing Chunyi staring blankly at her, Sulina secretly thought, this guy, I'm like this, and he still doesn't thank me with some food? Just as Sulina was embarrassed and about to turn away and leave, Chunyi finally took out a power bar from his pocket and handed it to her. Sulina looked at the power bar and swallowed hard. Before the apocalypse, she wouldn't even touch such high-calorie food. She wanted to keep her figure and stay attractive. But now, it's the end of the world. Sulina felt her mouth flooding with saliva, but she still struggled to look away. I'm telling you this just to prevent good people from getting hurt. I don't want anything from you. That's all. You should rest early. Good night. After saying this, the woman twisted her waist and ran away. She was afraid that if she ran too slowly, she might embarrass herself in front of that man. Chunyi watched her figure disappear into the distance, a faint smile on his lips. This woman is quite skilled. I wonder what she used to do. She's really impressive. But Chunyi quickly refocused and returned to the cart of his tricycle. He reached out in the dark and found a willow branch. Earlier, Chunyi thought that since he could identify the skinned ghost scalp, maybe he could also identify this willow branch. What exactly is that big willow tree in the longevity village? What is the purpose of this willow branch? If he used this willow branch together with the skinned ghost scalp, could he create a more advanced mysterious object? Sulina stomped her feet as she returned to the car. Her hands and feet were numb from the cold, and her face was flushed red. Even the red moonlight couldn't hide her blushing face. She waited nearly half an hour for Chunyi. In such low temperatures, it's hard for an ordinary person to wait 10 minutes, let alone half an hour. But she persisted for half an hour, showing her strong will. As she got into the car, a slight smile appeared on her lips, but she quickly hid it. The people in the car looked at her with very different eyes than before. In the past, those men would have wanted to swallow her whole. Now, their gazes were more complicated, some fearful, some contemptuous, and some filled with resentment. The women looked at her with envy or disdain. But none of this affected Sulina's good mood. From this direction of the school bus, she could clearly see Chunye's tricycle. She just needed to glance inside the car to see everything clearly. This was exactly what Sulina intended to do. Although Sulina knew that she and Chunye had not really done anything and had no relationship, in the eyes of others, this woman was always involved with Chunye. Because of this, anyone who previously wanted to make a move on her had to consider Chunye's attitude. The anger of a top-tier extraordinary person was too much for ordinary people to handle. No man believed Chunye could resist Sulina's charm. When Su Jiao saw Sulina, she felt the fiery pain from the slap marks on her face. At this moment, enemies meeting again made her even more angry. She stood up and rushed towards Sulina. She had to get revenge for that slap, or she wouldn't be able to sleep at night. After Sulina got into the car, she seemed to ignore Su Jiao, but her eyes kept watching her out of the corner of her eye. When she saw Su Jiao stand up and rush toward her, Sulina took a step back to defend herself. Seeing Su Jiao's round face coming at her, Sulina did something no one expected. She reached out and slapped her. Slap. With another slap, she stunned everyone in the car. Not only was Su Jiao surprised that Sulina would hit her, but even the other survivors around them were shocked. Sulina, I'm fighting with you. Su Jiao's eyes filled with rage, as if she wanted to tear Sulina apart. Jiao, don't be impulsive. We're all in the same convoy. Calm down. A man quickly stepped forward to stop her. This man was Xiao Fu, a college student. He was known for his strong sense of justice and was highly valued by Lao Li and Iron Lion in their team. Besides a few top-tier extraordinary people, Xiao Fu probably had the most supplies among the survivors. However, his sense of justice was overwhelming. After returning to the camp, he spent just one day dividing his supplies almost completely. Whenever someone asked him for help, he would give out of pity. His reputation for kindness spread quickly through the convoy, and few owed him anything. Old Zhang, who always enjoyed himself, would ask for some supplies whenever someone wanted to borrow from him, but Xiao Fu didn't require anything in return. As long as you had decent acting skills, you could get a lot of supplies from him. This is also one of the reasons why Xiao Fu immediately joined the Iron Lion team the day after he returned. Xiao Fu, move aside. I want to teach this troublemaker a lesson. Xiao Jiao jumped forward, trying to grab Sulina. Sulina showed a perfectly timed look of surprise and worry, which made the nearby male survivors feel a bit sympathetic. Jiao, don't get so worked up. Let's talk calmly. We're all in this together. Yeah. Jiao, is there some misunderstanding? Lina, don't be afraid. With us here, Xiao Jiao wouldn't dare hurt you. The men around kept talking, which made Xiao Jiao feel extremely frustrated. I didn't even say a word before I got hit, and you idiots didn't see that? Why are you all trying to comfort me? You bunch of fools. Aren't you just jealous of Sulina? She's with a man now. Keep your little secrets in your pants. Everyone knows you want to be with Sulina, hee. Don't let her man find out, or you might lose your life. Xiao Jiao wasn't stupid. She didn't argue about her conflict with Sulina, but instead pointed out the men's dirty thoughts. The men's faces looked unhappy. Their eyes flicked between Xiao Jiao and Sulina. A hint of shame and anger appeared on Sulina's face, and her eyes suddenly looked moist, making her seem even more adorable, like a hurt little wife. Although she was the one who started the trouble, now she looked like the one who had suffered. Her acting skills. If she hadn't become a big figure back then, even if she entered the entertainment industry, she could have at least won a small award. Jiao, you. You actually said that about everyone, that you think of me. Do you think I hit you for no reason? Sulina didn't respond or explain her relationship with Chunyi. Instead, she shifted the blame onto the other person. She acted like she hit Xiao Jiao for her own good, which was much more sophisticated than Xiao Jiao's angry shouting. Xiao Jiao gritted her teeth and looked at Sulina with hatred. You hit me, and you say it's for my own good? Ha ha. Sulina, do you think I'm as stupid as those fools? Sulina didn't care about Xiao Jiao's resentment. Even in her mind, she looked down on Su Jiao as being foolish. Her fighting ability was still too weak. Once I took things seriously, this woman would be easily defeated. Maybe only a man like Chunyi could spark a little bit of my fighting spirit. But with my strength, I should be able to win over Chunyi in 3 days. If it takes longer than 3 days, I consider it a loss. Focusing my mind, Sulina turned her attention to the woman in front of her. Su Jiao kept calling men who were foolish or idiots, which made the men around her frown and look at her with displeasure. Even Xiao Fu, a college student trying to stop her, looked a bit embarrassed. Jiao, I know you're unhappy with the team. You're upset that some people get more than others, and some can barely eat enough. You want to rebel? You want to pull me over? You want to do big things, become the leader, and make me the deputy leader. Jiao, that's not how it is. They are gathering supplies on their own. Many teammates didn't come out. It's fair for them to take more and eat more. They are risking their lives for this. We get food without doing anything, and I think that's good enough. I am very grateful. The reason I hit you is to wake you up. This is the end of the world. If you want a good life, you have to work for it yourself. If you want it, you can learn from the Zhou sisters. They gather supplies on their own. They can do it, so why can't you? The team doesn't have many people left now. Stop causing trouble. Sulina didn't hesitate to reveal all of Su Jiao's plans in front of everyone. She even dragged the Zhou sisters into it. Su Jiao's face slowly turned pale, and her body shook. When others heard Sulina say this and saw her expression, their eyes changed. Everyone received the same message. Su Jiao was actually trying to start a coup. This time, whether it was male or female survivors, their eyes on Su Jiao changed. They became cautious, disdainful, or even disgusted. Even the women who had previously shown sympathy for Su Jiao, after Sulina pulled out the Zhou sisters, changed their minds and stopped feeling sorry for her. Only Sulina lightly returned to her seat, as if nothing had happened. Haha. Interesting. I didn't expect there to be such an amusing woman in the convoy. Ha! I really wonder what kind of sparks will fly when Sulina meets Chunyi. Captain Zhu took a satisfying sip of fresh tea, feeling both physically and mentally pleased. Everything happening inside the school bus was being secretly listened to through a hidden radio from start to finish. This greatly satisfied Captain Zhu's desire for secret listening. Not far away, Chunyi looked surprised at the school bus nearby. He could only hear the sounds of an argument, but he wasn't sure what they were arguing about. He focused his attention on the willow branch in front of him. System, identify this willow branch and see what it really is. Previously, identifying the red leather flower cost 100 killing points. For this willow branch, Chunyi was prepared to spend another 100 killing points. Although it hurt his heart, Chunyi decided to go ahead with the identification. However, when the system showed that only 10 killing points were needed, Chunyi felt a bit disappointed but also somewhat relieved. Disappointed because he thought the item identified with just 10 points wouldn't be good. Relieved because he only needed to spend 10 points. The system quickly provided the answer. Item name: Willow Branch of Binding Resentment. Type: Rare material, used for making special items. Origin: This item is a piece of willow branch cut from the Binding Resentment willow by an unknown person. There are many such branches from the Binding Resentment willow. Comment: This item belongs to rare special materials, common among special materials. It turns out the tall willow tree in Chongshou village is called the Binding Resentment willow. That name is quite fitting. The corpses and puppets beneath that big willow are just resentful spirits. No. Why call them unknown people? Can the system even mock people? Earlier, when identifying the scalp of the skin-peeling ghost, the system said it could be used to make a special item numbered under 2000. But this time, the system didn't give such a hint. It seems that the willow branch of the Binding Resentment willow is not as good as the scalp of the skin-peeling ghost. However, Chun-Yi still carefully gathered the willow branches of the bound resentment willow in the dark. Currently, the system has an upgrade task. Only after the system completes the upgrade can he proceed to the next task. The system can only handle one upgrade task at a time. It cannot perform two upgrades simultaneously. On the other hand, tasks like identification or Q&A can be answered immediately by the system, so they usually do not take up the upgrade slot. He will have to wait until after 7 a.m. tomorrow to upgrade the rare item. He lit a cigarette, and the faint glow illuminated a small area inside the carport. His left eye, with its abnormal white pupil, flickered faintly in the darkness. Chun-Yi's thoughts quickly scattered. At one point, he thought about the days before the apocalypse. Before the end of the world, Chun-Yi was just an ordinary person. He went to work every day, came home, and occasionally watched short videos. Then he thought about the present. For example, this convoy. Captain Zhu in the convoy looks like a very elegant young man, but inside he is petty, secretly drinking tea and unwilling to share. He is also a pervert who likes to eavesdrop on others using a radio to listen in on private conversations. Sometimes, he gets caught and ends up embarrassing himself. There's also the teenage drunk girl with pink hair and long legs. He hadn't noticed before how much she loved drinking, but recently she got some alcohol and has been drunk every day. Then there's Iron Lion, who has a split personality. Usually, he's a simple, honest guy, but when fighting, he becomes extremely aggressive, as if another person takes over. There's the scheming Sulina, a woman full of feminine charm, who probably has her own plans when she gets close. The overly righteous college student Xiao Fu, who seems destined for a short life. The confident and mature star Zhou, and himself, a lifelong smoker. This convoy is really interesting. Everyone has their own personality. His left eye's vision is getting worse, and he might go completely blind someday. Having the upgrade system should be able to cure that, right? As he thought about it, Chun-Yi felt his thoughts becoming more muddled, and his eyelids grew heavier. Time passed quickly. Almost at the moment the upgrade finished, Chun-Yi opened his eyes. He had been looking forward to this apocalypse pickup truck for a long time. He was already tired of that tricycle. If Chun-Yi hadn't been able to get a four-wheeled car, he wouldn't have ridden a tricycle into the end of the world. Just lying in the cabin, Chun-Yi felt something different. It wasn't that the car had become taller. It was that it had become shorter, as if the car was placed directly on the ground. Getting out of the cabin, the cold from last night seemed to have disappeared completely. The golden sun had replaced the strange blood moon. Every morning's sunlight also helped clear some of the gloom of the apocalypse. It seemed that, except for Chu Che, the others in the convoy occasionally had a sense of the end of the world. What Chun-Yi saw now was a mighty, imposing end-of-the-world pickup truck. Although it didn't have wheels, it still looked powerful. At that time, to save killing points, Chun-Yi didn't have the system help install wheels. Saving a little was better than nothing. The front of the spicy fish head was very short, almost like a van. But now, the front was much longer. Similar to the tough off-road vehicles popular on the market. When designing this end-of-the-world pickup, Chun-Yi included a front-mounted engine compartment. The windows were also enlarged, which was a deliberate choice during the design. The previous patchwork roof was now perfectly connected to the front, looking seamless. To sleep, Chun-Yi designed the tricycle's cargo bed to be very long, at least 2.5 meters. The spicy fish had originally had a length of 3 meters, but with the extended front engine compartment, the whole vehicle was estimated to be over 4 meters. Plus the 2.5-meter cargo bed. The total length of the vehicle looked to be about 6.5 meters. It was even longer than most large off-road vehicles. Such a vehicle might be hard to drive in the city, but in this apocalyptic setting, it was very suitable. Chun-Yi was very frugal when spending killing points. But once a task was confirmed, the system would do its best to complete it seriously. The paint on the car was somewhat worn and shabby, with some areas showing the original material. This was also a way to save killing points. Anyway, in the end of the world, even a battered paint job wouldn't affect survival. This kind of vehicle was perfect for the apocalyptic background. Chun-Yi was extremely satisfied with the end-of-the-world pickup truck in front of him. From now on, I won't have to be the last one anymore. Next, I will install 4 all-terrain tires. These tires were taken from the previous Jeep. One tire was damaged, but after the upgrade, the system repaired it as well. Chun-Yi took out the jack from the truck bed and started installing the tires. The jack tilted the car to an angle, and Chunyi carried the tire up and installed it directly. Although his body has been strengthened, it's not as exaggerated as the Iron Lion. But completing these tasks is not difficult for him. Because the design was very simple, the car even lacks an engine, so it's not very heavy. Just as he aligned the wheel hub, he saw a face full of both annoyance and happiness standing beside him. This face seemed to have some light makeup, and she was wearing a clean long-sleeved shirt, much more attractive than last night's bundled-up look. This woman is not just anyone. She is Sulina, the most charming person in the team. Sulina held a hex key and said in a slightly shy voice, "Chunyi, I see you're busy." Chunyi didn't wait for her to finish and reached out to take the hex key, then started installing the screws. Chunyi could guess what this woman was thinking. But if she dreams of becoming his main girl, she's mistaken. This is the end of the world, and Chunyi doesn't want to carry a burden during this time. Even if she's very pretty, Chunyi won't change his mind. If there's danger, Chunyi wouldn't hesitate to use this vase as a decoy. Sulina didn't know Chunyi's thoughts. She was even a little happy that Chunyi didn't chase her away. But she hid that happiness very well. "Did you hear any news last night?" Captain Chu stood by the tent window, holding a cup of tea, watching Chunyi busy nearby. When Chunyi looked over, Captain Chu raised his cup to signal him. Captain Chu was quite surprised by Chunyi's vehicle. Last night, it was just a broken tricycle, and overnight it turned into an end-of-the-world pickup truck. If he didn't doubt it, Captain Chu probably wouldn't be able to keep his position as leader. And with the captain who eavesdrops on radios, no secret within the convoy can escape his ears. "I didn't hear anything strange. Something's off. Something's off?" A strange tone comes from the radio. The system's upgrade didn't make any noise. It only caused a brief blurring of the object when the upgrade finished. Therefore, the eavesdropping radio didn't pick up any news about the system. This has happened more than once. Even secrets that the radio can't detect make Captain Chu feel excited all over. Could it be some new extraordinary sequence? A mechanic sequence? I don't believe you. Hehe. Looks like this guy definitely has big secrets. But so what if he does? Who in this convoy doesn't have secrets, yet who has more secrets than I do? Interesting. Captain Chu doesn't care about the secrets on Chunyi. But that damn voyeuristic urge makes Captain Chu unable to stop. What he cares about is the perverted pleasure of overhearing secrets, not the secrets themselves or what they represent. Even if Chunyi's secrets are definitely big, Captain Chu has no intention of making him reveal them. In the end of the world, who doesn't have secrets? Even a girl with pink hair, long legs, and a high school girl with a drinking problem, or a tough guy like Iron Lion, or even himself. Everyone has secrets. Even ordinary survivors have their own secrets. But no one's secrets are as many as Captain Chu's. Thanks to his superhuman physique, Chunyi quickly installed a tire and moved on to the next. In no time, all 4 tires were installed. The end-of-the-world pickup, with its new tires, was not much inferior to Nana and Captain Chu's modified off-road vehicle. If just judging by appearance, it might even be a bit larger. The length reached 6.5 meters, and the width was 2.5 meters. It looked like a giant beast crouching on the desert highway. Throughout the process, Sulina silently helped Chunyi, not saying a word, as if she didn't exist. When installing the second wheel, the woman no longer needed Chunyi's reminder. Just a simple gesture was enough for her to understand what Chunyi wanted. Looking at the apocalypse-themed pickup truck in front of him, Chunyi felt very happy. He reached into his pants pocket, took out a pack of cigarettes, and pulled out a cigarette. He struck the match twice, but it didn't light. A gentle breeze carrying yellow dust blew by, blowing out the flame. Suddenly, he sensed a fragrant breeze approaching. He looked up and saw the woman in front of him had already opened her coat to block the wind. Since it was morning and a bit cool, the woman was wearing a windbreaker. Underneath, she had on a tight black turtleneck shirt, and below that, tight jeans. It was clear she had put effort into her appearance. Her curvy figure was right in front of Chunyi. Seeing Chunyi's gaze, the woman's face turned slightly red. She turned her head away, afraid to look at him. Their interaction at this moment was like a famous scene from a short video. He really couldn't understand how this woman hadn't showered for so many days but still didn't smell bad. He lit his cigarette, put away his coat, and blushed as he turned his head to look at the distant red clouds. This small moment of flirtation didn't lead Chunyi to do anything inappropriate. Before finishing his cigarette, Chunyi started installing the engine, holding the cigarette in his mouth. This apocalypse pickup truck used a hybrid drive system, both gasoline and electric. The electric system used the 27-horsepower engine from the spicy fish head dish, with a battery capacity of about 10 kilowatt-hours. Charging this battery with solar panels was nearly impossible. Even under ideal sunlight conditions, it would take 10 or even dozens of days. Therefore, Chunyi's previous plan to use outdoor solar panels for charging required upgrading and modification of the panels. But that's a future matter. Right now, the main task was to install the 2.0T engine. The system had already reserved space and all necessary conditions in the front engine compartment. Following the system's instructions, Chunyi easily installed the engine. He excitedly opened the car door and climbed into the driver's seat. Inside the cockpit, besides the original dashboard from the spicy fish head dish, there was only a steering wheel. There was no radio, no station, no automatic seat heating or ventilation. The entire vehicle is manual transmission. The seats are also manually adjustable. Although Chunyi is not very skilled with manual gear, he can still drive. Even the windows are hand-cranked. All of this is to save resources. The headlights are only one, taken from an old motorcycle tricycle. In this way, Chunyi and the vehicle are alike. Both are one-eyed creatures. When the car rumbles and roars, Chunyi's smile stretches from ear to ear. He can't stop smiling. The setup is simple, even very basic, but Chunyi feels a strange sense of satisfaction sitting inside. He has always been the slowest in the team. During each move, he always struggles to keep up at the back. The engine's roar finally catches the attention of others. Wow, Yezi, you did it. You built this big thing in just one night. Hey, is this the same chilly fish head from before? A tall girl with pink hair, who is usually very alert, walks over to Chunyi's vehicle, touching the impressive-looking car and praising it non-stop. Not only the tall girl is amazed, even the nearby survivors' eyes are shining with admiration. In this end-of-the-world situation, who wouldn't want a vehicle to get around? Look at the Zhou sisters. Because they have that small car, their quality of life is better than other survivors. And Chunyi's end-of-the-world pickup truck. The whole body is about 6.5 meters long, longer than two modified off-road vehicles. This means it can carry more supplies. Other survivors look at it with envy and jealousy. This car is really something. Yezi, you're truly a master mechanic. Impressive. Pink-haired girl circles around the car repeatedly. Yezi, come down. I want to try it. Nana straightforwardly says she wants to test the vehicle. Chunyi happily steps down from the car. The girl immediately climbs inside. Wow, is your interior this worn out? Still a manual transmission? As soon as the pink-haired girl got into the car, she showed her dislike. The interior of this car is much worse than her modified off-road vehicle. Chunyi didn't mind her complaints and continued to smile as he looked at his car. Among the crowd, the charming Sulina had pushed her way out, found a stove and some alcohol from nearby supplies, and started preparing breakfast. Humph. While everyone else envies your achievements, I only care if you're full. This time, let's see how you escape from my grasp. Sulina's lips curled slightly, but she quickly hid her expression again. Boom. Creak. Suddenly, the engine of the apocalypse pickup roared loudly, and the car squeaked and groaned, causing the surrounding survivors to panic. At that moment, the car suddenly lunged forward, tires screeching violently. The nearby survivors, unable to dodge in time, were terrified. One or two of them cried out for help, trying to get away. The car sped forward 3 or 4 meters. An old man, frightened, shouted loudly and scrambled forward on his hands and knees. The apocalypse pickup was less than 2 meters from him. Just as the car was about to hit the old man, screech. The tires left deep marks on the road, and the car stopped abruptly. The old man broke out in cold sweat on his forehead, staring blankly at the big vehicle in front of him, then collapsed to the ground. This old man was none other than old Zhang, who ran the old-timer's shop. Nana jumped out of the car, her face slightly red. Damn, I haven't driven a manual in so many years. I didn't expect my hands to be so stiff. The old man wanted to curse, but when he saw the tall-legged girl, he swallowed his words. Many survivors nearby had been frightened just now, but dared not scold the pink-haired girl. They all held back, looking tense. Chunyi showed no particular expression. Anyway, the desert is so big that even if Nana drives blindly, nothing will happen. Moreover, although this vehicle is simple, it is a system-made product with guaranteed quality. The vehicle is settled. Next, it's time to plan for upgrading the magical items. Even someone like Iron Lion, a big guy, was excited when he saw Chunyi's apocalypse pickup, his eyes shining with envy. After the gathering, everyone went back to their own homes and families. Some people still looked at Chunyi's car with envy. It was understandable. Although the car was not very useful, it was very good-looking, especially its strong and impressive appearance. It really suited the end-of-the-world setting. A steaming bowl of noodles was brought to Chunyi by Sulina. Seeing her shy yet expectant look, Chunyi was a bit surprised. This bowl of noodles was quite skillfully made, much better than what he could do, and it even had a fried egg. There were also 2 green vegetable leaves. Green vegetable leaves? Egg. This egg. Chunyi remembered that he didn't have any eggs in his supplies. Eggs are rare. In summer, they can only be stored at room temperature for about a week to 10 days, and even in the best storage conditions, just over a month. In this end-of-the-world situation, an egg is very precious. He wondered where this woman had gotten the eggs. And the green leaves. This was a desert. Where could she have found green leaves? It was simply unbelievable. Sulina lowered her head, blushing, and said, You eat first. I'm going back to eat. After saying that, she turned around and walked away, looking like a girl gazed at by her crush. Once she turned, her shyness turned into pride. Throughout the whole time, Sulina didn't think about herself at all. She only made a bowl of noodles for Chunyi. She didn't even consider her own situation. She probably left a deep impression on Chunyi. She even saved her supplies for him. He must have thought she was fully dedicated to him. Men are so simple-minded. Thinking about Chunyi's surprised expression earlier, Sulina's pride grew even more. She even felt that dealing with men like Chunyi was too easy. Back in the school bus convoy, breakfast was ready by then. Old Lee smiled warmly and greeted Sulina. Lena, Yezi's car is really nice. Sulina's face remained unchanged, still smiling politely. Yes, Chunyi's car is really good. No wonder he's such an outstanding mechanic. Very impressive. 30-year-old Lao Li smiled more kindly. At the same time, Lao Li's head seemed to be more bald. The other survivors looked at Sulina with complicated eyes, then lowered their heads to do their own things. No one objected to Sulina coming over to eat without working in the morning. Even Su Jiao didn't jump up to mock her. She just turned her back silently, lowered her head, and covered her face and small bowl with her hair. During this time, this woman had lost a lot of weight. It was probably because the supplies from the convoy were limited. Even a fat person could become thin. Lina, this is for you. Little Fu brought over a big bowl of porridge. Thank you, Little Fu. Sulina took the bowl, her face showing no disappointment or gratitude, still polite, as always, making people feel warm. Sulina could clearly feel that the people around her had become much friendlier. This was fair. She had given some things, so she naturally received some in return. Even that lecherous old man didn't come to bother her this morning. Every morning before, that old man would appear on time. Although he never took advantage of her, dealing with him was quite troublesome. She got the vegetables and eggs from Chunyi by tricking the lecherous old man. Knowing she was fooling him, the old man dared not come over. When Sulina looked at the lecherous old man, he even gave her a slightly pleading smile. Chunyi stroked his chin, watching Sulina's sway, his eyes deep. Without overthinking, he took a bite and found the taste pretty good, much better than his own skill. He squatted aside with his noodles, put down the bowl, and looked around. Seeing no one paying attention to him, everyone was eating breakfast. Chunyi took out his machete, a broken crossbow, willow branches used to bind resentment, and the head of the skin-peeling ghost. He picked up his noodles again, munching while planning his upgrade scheme. The most valuable item was naturally the head of the red skin-peeling ghost. If the upgrade with this skin went smoothly, he might even get a rare item with a number under 2,000. This was a rare item with a number less than 2,000. Looking at Captain Chu's interest in that listening radio toy, you can see how valuable items numbered under 2,000 are. There is also a high school girl with pink hair and long legs who drinks heavily. I heard her sword's number is over 3,000, but Chunyi has never seen her leave that sword. While slurping noodles, Chunye's eyes drifted over 4 objects in front of him. System, how many killing points are needed to fuse the skinning ghost scalp and the cleaver upgrade? A small circular ring quickly appeared. The answer made Chunye both excited and a little disappointed. The system said it would take 30,000 killing points and 86 hours. That's about 3.5 days. Chunye doesn't have 30,000 killing points. He only has 8,000 left. He even owes the system 10,000 killing points. Chunye tried to fuse the skinning ghost scalp with the crossbow, but it also required 30,000 killing points and 86 hours. Any rare item requiring 30,000 killing points must be very powerful. Chunye decided not to use the skinning ghost scalp this time. Instead, he planned to upgrade with the willow branch of resentment. He chose not to fuse the upgrade with the crossbow. Instead, he focused on the cleaver. He wanted to upgrade the cleaver to have a close-range defense method. The system still required 5,000 killing points. Chunye had 5,000 killing points. Without hesitation, he clicked to agree. A countdown hourglass appeared above the cleaver. 11:59:59 Suddenly, Chunye remembered something else. Black dog blood. Black dog blood can help against strange entities. It should also be considered a rare item. Why not try using the black dog blood? He decided to do it. Chunye put down his bowl, turned around, and searched inside the truck bed. Soon, he found a small, somewhat sticky bag of black dog blood in his hand. He spent only a few killing points to get the identification result. Item name, quickly dried, ordinary black dog blood. Type, common rare material. Origin, collected from a normal black dog. Comment, this item can help against ordinary strange entities, but using such common black dog blood to kill a strange entity is unrealistic. Chunye was speechless, realizing that this item might not be very valuable. But he didn't expect it to be so ordinary. The appraisal results were full of words like common and average. Chunye immediately canceled the upgrade task he was working on. Since the system identified it as a rare material, even if it was ordinary, it should still be upgradable and useful. Having something is better than having nothing. It would be even better if the black dog blood special effects could be preserved. That way, he wouldn't have to keep using black dog blood to coat the blade of his machete in the future. In the past, Chunye soaked the machete in dog blood. Later, when the black dog blood ran out, he used it to coat the blade directly. Every so often, the black dog blood would wear off, and he had to reapply it, which was troublesome. He hoped the new rare item he was merging would retain the properties of black dog blood. Chunye added the black dog blood into the new plan. The system quickly responded. Upgrading required 5,500 slaughter points. He gained 500 more slaughter points. He used 5,500 out of his 8,000 slaughter points, leaving him with 2,500. These 2,500 points were enough for emergencies. The time for the upgrade changed from 12 hours to 12.5 hours. So, the upgrade would finish around 9:30 tonight. A new countdown timer appeared above the machete, indicating the upgrade progress. 12:29:59, 12:29:58. Attention. Attention. Departure in 10 minutes. Departure in 10 minutes. Uncle Ah Bao's loudspeaker rang out again. Chunye's bowl of noodles was almost finished. As for washing the bowl, Chunye poured a little mineral water into it. He swirled it around and then drank the soapy water in one gulp. This was the desert. Every drop of water was extremely precious. He tidied up his repair tools and other belongings, then climbed into the driver's seat through the open car door. The first migration of the brand-new Apocalypse pickup truck was about to begin. Tonight, he would get his first rare item. A new day full of hope was about to start. The convoy started moving. Leading the way was Captain Chu's modified off-road vehicle, painted red with the word, Fairness, written on it. Next, there was a tall girl with pink hair, a long-legged high school senior who loved to drink. Through the car window, Chunye saw that this woman had drunk too much again and was passed out in the front passenger seat. He really couldn't understand how she managed to be drunk for 20 hours out of every 24. When she saw Chunye looking at her, she waved her beer can at him. Chunye raised his cigarette, sharing a moment of mutual understanding with a fellow smoker and drinker. The big pickup truck, slightly trembling, started moving as the gear was shifted. This large, post-apocalyptic style pickup looked like a giant beast, following behind the tall girl's car. Although the vehicle had many flaws and imperfections, to Chunyi, it was the best car in the end of the world. Many survivors looked at it with envy, wishing they could take Chunye's place and sit inside. Finding such a car in the apocalypse was something many people could only dream of. Inside the car, you could see the endless desert around. Apart from their own convoy, there was no sign of other people. This was impossible before the end of the world. Before the disaster, even in the most remote places, there were traces of human activity. It seemed that in just a few months, this land had become unrecognizable. Chunyi always felt that this disaster might not be so simple. For example, the harsh desert weather. During the day, the temperature could be deadly hot. At night, it could freeze people to death. Such extreme weather was unheard of before. There were also strange creatures, not at all like animals from Earth. Some survivors speculated it might be a merging of unknown space and Earth space. Others thought it could be a revival of spiritual energy. People had all kinds of theories. The weather remained hot as usual. Chunyi rolled down both windows, letting the hot wind blow through the dunes into the car, drying the sweat at his temples. He wore black sunglasses to block the bright sunlight outside, making it a little easier on his eyes. Before the end of the world, these sunglasses weren't rare. But now, with supplies scarce, many people envied Chunyi's sunglasses. Some people even wanted to swap sunglasses with Chunyi, but he refused. He was wearing flip-flops on his feet. His previous shoes were damaged in a big car accident. When he got out to look for a new vehicle, the soles were burned off. So, recently, Chunyi has only been wearing flip-flops. What made Chunyi feel worse was the smell on his body. He hadn't showered for several months. The smell was really hard to bear. He spat the cigarette but out the window, one hand on the steering wheel, and the other reaching for a bottle of mineral water from the passenger seat. He drank the last bit of water in the bottle in one go. Feeling his mouth slightly moist, he carefully tucked the bottle under the passenger seat. In the past, Chunyi would toss these bottles into the trash. But now, even these bottles are valuable supplies. They might find a new water source someday. At that time, these bottles would be used to store water. Chunyi had collected dozens of empty bottles. As time went on, the excitement of driving gradually faded. It made Chunyi feel a bit bored. It would be great if there was a radio to play some music now, or even a car air conditioner. How wonderful that would be. Also, this car was too hard. Small stones on the road could be felt clearly through the seat back. The little shock absorbers left from the design didn't work well at all. Maybe that's just human nature, always wanting more. At first, he wanted a car. After getting one, he started wishing for a better environment. He noticed the convoy was slowing down. He looked ahead and saw two cars parked by the roadside. They were two burned-out cars, only the frames remaining. Captain Chu's car had already stopped. A young man ran out of one of the cars. Chunyi recognized him. He was the third person from Captain Chu's vehicle. Captain Chu's car usually carried 3 people. Uncle Abeo was responsible for handling miscellaneous tasks for the convoy, and Captain Chu generally didn't manage the convoy's day-to-day affairs. The other person was Xiao Wang, Uncle Abeo's assistant. Sometimes he helped drive, sometimes he assisted Uncle Abeo with other tasks. He had always been called Xiao Wang by Uncle Abeo. He was like an assistant in the convoy. The long-legged girl with pink hair and her companion, called Little Fish, were the only 2 people in the car. Little Fish was a small girl, less than 1.5 meters tall, wearing black-rimmed glasses. She was said to be even younger than the girl with pink hair. Chunyi saw twice how Little Fish struggled to help the tall girl into the car. He even heard her call Nana, cousin. Chunyi also saw Little Fish sitting in a modified off-road vehicle, driving it. If not looked at carefully, one might think the car was self-driving. Under Chunyi's watch, Xiao Wang quickly ran to the front of 2 burned-out cars, which were just frames now. Seeing this, Chunyi parked his car and jumped out. Whenever he saw a vehicle, his eyes lit up. Maybe there was something useful inside. Gathering supplies was the most important rule for survival in the end times. Someone else also got out of the car, probably thinking of grabbing whatever they could. Brother Yi, Xiao Wang was checking the situation. When he saw Chunyi, he quickly greeted him. Chunyi nodded and looked at the 2 wrecked cars. Both were badly burned, empty inside. Each had 2 bodies, charred almost beyond recognition. Chunyi found nothing useful and, disappointed, returned to his car. The others looked just as let down. The convoy started moving again. After this small incident, everyone returned to their usual gloomy silence. No one knew where they would rest that night or when this life would end. They didn't know when this migration would stop. Everyone looked hopelessly at the endless desert. Suddenly, a horn sounded from the front. Attention, the route is changing. We need to leave the paved road. Attention, we need to leave the paved road. This meant the convoy had to leave the highway. The news disrupted many people's plans. The faces of the Zhou sisters and others in another car changed. Traveling on sand was very different from driving on a highway. Other off-road vehicles were unaffected. Small cars clearly have a big disadvantage. The convoy slowly stopped. Many people went to ask Uncle Abeo about the reason. Chenyi, smoking, approached Captain Chu. Nana and Iron Lion also gathered around. Captain Chu looked a bit upset. There's no choice. There's danger ahead. If we go now, probably no one will survive. Is it that dangerous? Chenyi flicked ash from his cigarette, looking serious. Very dangerous. Our convoy has 4 extraordinary members, but if we meet stronger strange creatures, you all might not be able to handle them. Captain Chu said seriously. All right. We'll just take the main road. Our vehicles are fine. The girl with pink hair, long legs, and a high school senior who was drunk shook her head. Maybe she drank too much, as she couldn't stand steadily. She reached out to hold Chun Ye's shoulder and giggled foolishly. Chun Yi sighed helplessly. Unaware, on the yellow school bus behind, a pair of charming eyes held a hint of jealousy. All right, everyone, don't worry too much. As long as we don't move forward, there's no danger. First, go back and let some air out of the tires. Driving in the desert requires adjusting tire pressure based on the sand conditions. Chun Yi returned to his vehicle, let some air out of all 4 tires, then went back to the driver's cabin. After leaving the main road, the convoy was initially tense, but they quickly adapted. The Zhou sisters' small car got stuck once. Nana's car pulled it out. Nightfall gradually came, but Captain Chu didn't give the order to stop. A tense atmosphere filled the convoy. Chun Ye's cigarette never stopped burning. The car was filled with smoke. The smoke was his weapon. As long as the smoke spread, Chun Yi could sense what was happening within that range. This smoke was like his eyes. The axe and a few other items wouldn't be upgraded for several hours. Fortunately, when the blood moon was high in the sky, Captain Chu finally said they could rest. When asked, Captain Chu told them it was already 9 p.m. In half an hour, the first strange object would finish upgrading. After a day of travel, the survivors of the convoy were already exhausted and worn out. Earlier, there was a road sign that gave the survivors some comfort, as it symbolized civilization. But now, all they could see was endless desert, and they had no idea where they were. Sometimes, faint crying could be heard from the camp. Not far away, the old truck was shaking more violently than before, and strange sounds could be heard. Fortunately, the supplies in the convoy were still enough, though there might not be much drinking water left. While cooking, Chun Yi didn't dare to use much water. Compared to the pessimism of other survivors, the extraordinary members of the team remained relatively calm. Nana, the girl, was already drunk and lying in a heap, unaware of the world. The large figure of the Iron Lion sat silently by the fire, not saying a word. Only Captain Chu was missing. He probably went into his tent to drink tea. Chun Yi looked at the flickering orange flame from the alcohol he had lit, a slight smile appearing on his face. 00:00:02, 00:00:01, upgrade complete. The nearby firewood suddenly shimmered, and the previous black dog blood and the bound willow branches disappeared at the same time. A familiar feeling of solidity filled Chun Ye's heart as he felt the weight in his hand. He held the axe in front of him to examine it. Under the moonlight of the blood moon, Chun Yi could see a faint flow of blood-colored energy within the blade, but when he looked closer, he saw nothing unusual. The axe in his hand looked slightly different from before. The 40-centimeter thick back blade looked sturdy, with a blood-red cold glow on the edge. The handle had a slight backward curve and was about 20 centimeters long, making it easy to grip and chop. The handle was wrapped with a piece of hemp rope, which could help prevent slipping during battle. Wait, no, this isn't hemp rope. Chun Yi carefully examined the handle. The handle was wrapped with willow branches from the bound willow. Just as Chun Yi realized this, a bright green sprout grew out from the end of the handle. Chun Yi was stunned. Before he could react, the willow branch quickly grew and wrapped around his wrist. Linking the wrist with the firewood knife caused the willow branch to stop growing. Immediately, I received all the information about this strange object. Strange object name, Blood Vengeful Firewood Knife. Number, 04879. Seeing this number ranking, Xinghua was not too disappointed. After all, it is made from the most common strange material, so having a number is already good. And the number is within 5,000. Below the information is an introduction to this Blood Vengeful Firewood Knife. Uses. The blade can suppress certain strange abilities. When throwing the firewood knife, the willow branch can pull objects, showing some control over the knife. Under the blood moon, this effect is enhanced. The Blood Vengeful Firewood Knife can absorb resentment energy. When enough resentment accumulates, it can even undergo a transformation. Seeing these three abilities of the knife, Xinghua felt very excited. The first use is clear. It probably inherits the effect of the black dog blood. The second is likely the ability to bind resentment with the willow branch. Back in Chongshou village, the corpses hanging under the binding resentment willow could fly freely. As for the third ability, it probably also comes from the properties of the binding resentment willow. The more corpses hanging under the tree, the more control over the puppet corpses, and it can undergo a transformation. Thinking of the binding resentment willow in Chongshou village, Xinghua felt a chill in his heart. He drove away these tangled emotions. Xinghua continued to check the information about the Blood Vengeful Firewood Knife. Cost. Needs to be fed with the host's fresh blood daily. Feeding it with fresh blood every day? That's not hard. Just a few drops of blood each day, right? With his extraordinary body, he should be able to handle it. After all, it's only a strange object ranked around 4,000 to 5,000. The side effects probably won't be too severe. Taboo. Absolutely cannot be drawn in front of close relatives, or the blade will turn against family members. Close relatives? In this apocalyptic world, where can he find close relatives? This taboo isn't a big concern. But what about Captain Chu's secret listening radio taboo? Strange objects ranked within 2,000 should have very strict taboos. Comment. If only I could use the branches of the bound resentment willow as a handle for the sword, this weapon might rank much higher. This final comment made Xinghua think again of the bound resentment willow. It's just that I need to use the branches of the willow as a sword handle. For now, I should wait. When I become stronger, I will visit Chongshou village again. It feels like there are many secrets in that village waiting to be uncovered. Xinghua was playing with the machete in his hand. He flicked his wrist, and the machete shot out under the blood moonlight, with a willow branch extending endlessly into the night. Xinghua felt that he could even control the flying machete with the willow branch. He also sensed that under the blood moon, the machete seemed to be somewhat excited. Perhaps this is the enhanced effect of the blood moon. With a flick of his wrist, the willow branch quickly retracted. He felt the machete settle into his hand. This feeling. In the future, if he encounters enemies hiding in smoke, it would be terrifyingly powerful. After playing for a while, Xinghua tested the maximum range of the willow branch, about 20 meters. This was for the machete numbered 4879. He didn't know how the numbers were assigned, but Xinghua was very satisfied. He ran his finger along the blade, and fresh, bright red blood dripped onto it. The machete seemed to come alive, greedily absorbing the blood, even causing the bound resentment willow branch on the handle to stretch out more. Seeing this, Xinghua simply pressed his cut wound against the blade. He wasn't sure how much blood the machete could absorb, so he wanted to test it. He kept going until he felt a faint discomfort, then stopped the absorption. The willow branch wrapped around the handle trembled slightly, as if cheering happily. He could still handle this level of blood absorption. It probably wasn't ranked very high, so the cost wasn't too much. But he didn't know who set the rankings, or what the top 100 strange objects looked like. How strong are they? A burnt smell wafted over. Oh no, my food. The pot was already black and emitting a foul, burnt smell. That night, Xinghua ate a burnt meal. Even though it was burnt, Xinghua wasn't willing to throw it away. I still feel very good, having obtained my first special item. After a poor dinner, a gentle breeze blew in, surprisingly bringing a bit of warmth. Xinghua was slightly surprised and looked up at the starry sky. A blood-red moon hung far away on the horizon. But tonight, none of the stars that used to be within reach could be seen. He withdrew his thoughts and looked at the solar charger he had just received. There isn't much gasoline left now. 60 liters of gasoline can't guarantee a worry-free journey for food and supplies. Moreover, he used quite a bit today. The remaining gasoline is even less now. Charging the truck's battery is urgent. The main task is to repair the solar charger. Fixing the solar charger takes 5 hours, and it can be upgraded by midnight. Fortunately, it only cost 100 killing points. But Chunyi still felt a bit of pain in his heart. He spent the night quietly. When he woke up the next day, the solar charger had been successfully repaired. While regretting wasting the upgrade opportunity, Chunyi also began to urgently upgrade the solar charger. This solar charger was exchanged from Chu-Che. Normally, it could only charge a phone or small devices like power banks. Using it as an alternative power source for the apocalypse truck was simply wishful thinking. Fortunately, he had an upgrade system. So, this idea became less impossible. Soon, Chunyi was disappointed. To achieve the desired charging effect, he needed to increase the size of the solar panel and improve charging efficiency. This exceeded the technology of this era. The system quoted a price of 50,000 killing points. Chunyi didn't have enough killing points. In the end, he could only simplify the plan, increase the area for sunlight absorption, and improve energy conversion efficiency. The requirements were lowered. 50 hours of sunlight to fully charge would be enough. Even so, it still cost 5,000 killing points. This left Chunyi feeling helpless. He didn't have enough killing points. What should he do? Should he borrow from the system again? He hadn't paid off his last loan yet. The system probably won't lend anything. Just as Chunyi was about to try borrowing, a terrifying scream came from the camp. The person who screamed seemed to have seen something very frightening. That's a sandstorm. A sandstorm. A sandstorm is coming. A sandstorm? When Chunyi heard these words, his scalp went numb. Even though he had never been to a desert before, he knew how terrifying a sandstorm could be. He looked up. His right eye, hidden behind sunglasses, shrank to a tiny point. A yellowish horizon was rolling toward him, with no end in sight. The sky and land were both yellow, making it hard to tell where one ended and the other began. The bright sun was swallowed by the yellow dust. The wind blowing at him felt a bit painful on his face, and the car windows made cracking sounds. It felt like the world was ending. Even as a top-tier extraordinary person, with a rare item numbered under 5,000, Chunyi's strength had temporarily increased. But this boost didn't make him lose his mind. Could such a small increase in power really stand up to the power of this world? The pressure that could destroy the world made Chunyi feel breathless. Danger. Even Chunyi, a top-tier extraordinary, was so shocked he couldn't speak. The expressions of the other survivors were even worse. Zhou Xiaoxiao slightly opened her mouth, staring in awe at the yellow horizon in the distance, her short hair blown messy by the fierce wind. A shivering feeling came over her. Sister hasn't come back yet. Sulina had planned to find Chunyi in the morning and give him half a sausage she had saved from last night. Last night, Sulina held back and didn't go to find Chunyi because she didn't want to seem cheap. This woman knew how to handle interactions with men, being a little flirtatious but not too casual, although she believed Chunyi didn't need that half sausage. But it was her gesture, and sometimes men valued the sincerity behind what you give more than the item itself. Sulina understood this very well. Today, the wind was a bit strong, but the sun in the sky wasn't very hot, so the temperature wasn't too high. A strong wind made Sulina's skirt flutter loudly, showing off her perfect figure clearly. Back when she was a singer, Sulina worked hard to develop her career and stay in good shape. If the world hadn't ended, she might have achieved great success. Years later, she became an inspiring idol. No matter if you're a man or a woman, once you succeed, your past mistakes are just part of your journey. Han Xin endured humiliation, but still became a legendary general. A tiny grain of sand blown by the wind touched Sulina's face, causing a slight pain. She didn't pay much attention and only thought about what to say when she faced Chunyi later. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Sandstorm!" Sulina was startled and quickly looked up. In just a moment, her body hairs stood on end. A yellowish horizon line between the sky and earth nearly filled her entire vision. Sulina felt her legs weaken and almost couldn't stand steadily. On the roof of a modified off-road vehicle, the strong wind pulled at her pink hair, revealing her somewhat youthful face. Sand hit the handle of a long sword behind the girl's waist, making a faint noise. A tall, drunk girl with pink hair and long legs squinted her eyes, looking a bit dazed, clearly drunk early in the morning. Many survivors' pants were wet and dripping with water. Some people opened their mouths, trembling and unsure of what to say. "God damn it, why are you just standing there? Run!" Xinghua was the first to react. He shouted loudly, ignoring his breakfast. He didn't even have time to pack up the portable stove and rushed straight toward the big pickup truck. "Run! Hurry! Cousin, come down quickly. We're leaving." A small head popped out from inside the modified off-road vehicle, shouting angrily at the pink-haired girl on the roof. Even now, her older sister was still pretending to be tough. What did this beautiful girl do to deserve such a sister? "Lena, come back. The sandstorm is coming. We need to leave." Lena staggered, her face pale as a sheet. She dropped the half-eaten sausage and didn't bother to pick it up, rushing toward her school bus with long strides. Fortunately, she didn't go far and quickly returned to the bus. The car was already started at this moment. Old Lee was turning the steering wheel to change the direction. "Let's go. Wait for me. You're crazy. A sandstorm is coming, and you're still worried about your breakfast." It was breakfast time. So many people had just finished cooking their meals. Some, like Xinghua, ignored breakfast and just wanted to escape. Others didn't want to leave their freshly made food. The whole camp was in chaos. Xinghua hurried back to the big pickup truck, struggling to close the door. The sound of sand hitting the vehicle grew louder, and scratches appeared on the windows. He started the engine and shifted gears. The vehicle moved forward. In the distance, a modified off-road vehicle sped away. The red paint on its body spelled out the word, fairness, which looked unsettling. Soon after, another modified off-road vehicle followed closely behind. It was Nana's car. Xinghua cursed under his breath. No wonder these two could become extraordinary. They were fast enough to escape easily. Even the school bus was wobbling in third place. From so far behind, Xinghua could still hear its engine roaring. The bus was swaying side to side as it sped up wildly. The sandstorm was coming faster than expected. The yellow horizon was now very close. A lot of sand hit the car windows, making the vehicle shake slightly. Inside the lead off-road vehicle, "Ache, aren't you the guide? Didn't you sense this huge sandstorm?" Uncle A Bao asked loudly while controlling the steering wheel. Captain Zhu glanced at Nana behind them and cursed. "I'm the guide, not a weather forecaster. I can sense strange things, but I can't predict the weather, unless I improve my rank." Captain Zhu didn't say this aloud. Even the small car that escaped from Lucheng followed behind. Xinghua had many secrets, so every time the camp stopped, his car would stay a bit farther back. This was a disadvantage. Others had already sped ahead, but his car was still wobbling along slowly. Plus, Xinhua's car was a manual transmission, so it wasn't as fast as the others. And Xinghua had only started driving a manual car for the first time yesterday, so his speed was even slower. Big sister, Xinghua, help my sister." A sharp voice cut through the wind and reached Xinhua's ears. If it weren't for Xinhua's superior physical condition, he probably wouldn't have heard it at all. "It's Zhou Xiaoxiao." Zhou Xiaoxiao's head stuck out of the car window, her short hair flying in the wind as she shouted anxiously toward Xinghua. Yesterday evening, during camping, Zhou family's car was parked in the middle of the campsite, far from Xinhua's car. In this situation, it was hard for Zhou Lan to run to her own car. Xinghua glanced in the rearview mirror and saw Zhou Lan, the beautiful woman, just emerging from behind a sand dune. Every morning at the campsite, personal hygiene was a tricky issue. You could skip brushing your teeth or washing your face, but you couldn't skip going to the bathroom. Girls' personal hygiene was even more complicated, especially Zhou Lan, a big star. Even in the end of the world, she still attracted some attention. So every morning, Zhou Lan had to walk far away to find a safe place to take care of herself. Today, her position was closer to Xinhua's car. That was intentional. After all, it was the end of the world. If something happened, shouting for help might bring Xinghua to her. And anyway, that incident from before had happened a long time ago. Surely, this man wouldn't still hold a grudge. Just after finishing her personal hygiene, Zhou Lan heard the words, "sandstorm." She shivered all over. The swirling yellow dust and the howling wind made her panic. Frightened, she scrambled and ran toward the campsite. The closest vehicle to her was Chunye's truck. That modified big pickup was very eye-catching. Chunye also saw Zhou Lan rushing toward him. The big star's eyes were full of hope and longing. If Chunye stopped the car now, maybe Zhou Lan could get on. But he might get caught in the sandstorm. Chunye had no such plan. No matter how beautiful a woman was, her life was more important. The car had already started moving. Chunye's right foot was eager to slam down on the gas pedal, and he couldn't afford to stop or slow down. First gear, second gear. The car's speed is getting faster. Despair in Zhou Lan's eyes grows deeper. Chunye, please, save my sister. This scene is very similar to what happened earlier in Chongshou village. If only Zhou Xiao could kneel down to Chunye now, she would do it without hesitation. Chunye ignores Zhou Xiao. The engine of the apocalypse pickup roars angrily, and the whole vehicle trembles. The speed continues to increase. Brother Chun, save me. Suddenly, a man rushes over from the side. Chunye just glances at him briefly and doesn't pay much attention. This man is one of the members of Taishi's school bus team. He was reluctant to leave his freshly cooked breakfast and was a bit slow to get on the bus. He thought the bus would wait for him, but loudly drove off with the bus. Seeing Chunye's car, he quickly comes to ask for help. Along with this man, 2 or 3 others also rush toward Chunye's car in a panic. Some even open their arms to block in front of Chunye's vehicle. But Chunye ignores them all. He shifts the gear from 4th to 5th, and the engine roars again, making the car go even faster. He is now catching up with the convoy ahead. Damn it. Chu-che, aren't you supposed to be the guide? Why are you leading us the wrong way? The man with his arms open is so scared he lunges to the side to dodge Chunye's car, shouting curses at Chunye as he drives away. The accelerator is pressed to the floor. This apocalypse pickup is facing an unprecedented test. The car shoots forward like a launched crossbow, speeding ahead, with a howling sandstorm behind. Sand hits the windows and the body of the car, making a rustling sound, like the cold laughter of death. Visibility is getting worse and worse. Fortunately, the cars ahead have their hazard lights on, and Chunye manages to hold onto the tail of the convoy. Initially, to save kill points, Chunye turned off the hazard lights, but now he keeps them on. Only the front headlight emits a faint glow. The convoy rushes through the sandstorm, as if it could be swallowed at any moment. Willow branches have already wrapped around Chunye's arm. Chunye nervously stares at the flickering red taillights ahead. No. If he keeps running like this, it's no different from seeking death. I have never been to the desert before and have never experienced a sandstorm. I had no experience at all. At first, I saw others running, so I started running too. Most of the people in the convoy had never encountered this situation before. Now that I am calm, I realize how foolish I was. How long can we keep running like this? And how can the car possibly outrun a sandstorm? Visibility is getting worse. If I drive blindly, I might hit an obstacle or get stuck in a sandpit. Or I could lose my way and fall behind the convoy. Or run out of fuel. Any of these situations would be deadly. We can't keep going. We must stop and hide from the sandstorm to have a chance to survive. Chunye's forehead broke out in cold sweat. He wanted to communicate with Zhu Che, but it was too late. There was no walkie-talkie in the car. Even if he stuck his head out and shouted, Zhu Che probably wouldn't hear him. What should I do? Damn it. Just then, Chunye suddenly saw the car in front rushing toward them. He quickly turned the steering wheel hard. The pickup shook as it swerved past the car ahead, narrowly avoiding a collision. Looking closer, he saw Zhu Che's car and Nana's car had all stopped. Even the yellow school bus belonging to the Iron Lion was parked in place. All the cars had their hazard lights on. Chunye understood. Captain Zhu had reacted. Sure enough, Captain Zhu. It had only been about 10 minutes since they started, but he had already responded. He saw something flicker in the direction of Zhu Che's car. Then 2 off-road vehicles moved closer to the school bus. Chunye understood and slowly drove his car toward the bus. Inside the car, he could feel the wind howling wildly, making the shelter shake violently. The shelter was made from women's clothing patches. Even after reinforcing it with bicycle materials, it was only barely usable. Chunye wasn't optimistic about whether the shelter could hold up. He just hoped they wouldn't lose too many supplies. Centered around the yellow school bus of the Iron Lion, Chunye and the others' cars surrounded it. The wind grew louder, more sand blew in, and the sound of it hitting the windows increased. Scratches on the windows also became more numerous. The transparent car window has now turned into a frosted one. The sandstorm is getting closer. It's like a giant beast roaring nearby, ready to rush in and swallow this group of tiny ants. Our distant and close scream echoes. Through the window, a motorcycle is blown into the air, flying straight toward the dim, yellow horizon. There's also a figure behind the motorcycle. I can't see their face clearly, but Chunyi guesses it's the survivor from the previous convoy. The sunlight in the sky has been completely blocked by the sandstorm. The surroundings suddenly become dark. Chunyi is sitting in his pickup truck, swaying left and right with the vehicle. It feels like he's on a boat, even though he's in the desert. Is this sandstorm too terrifying? Bang! The window on the left is shattered by the wind. The strong gust rushes into the car, blowing Chunyi's hair like seaweed. He quickly puts his sunglasses into his pocket and prepares to block the window with something. Bang! The window on the right is also blown out, and the broken glass cuts his cheek. No! Another distant and close scream rings out. Chunyi doesn't know what's happening, but he squints and looks ahead. He sees a huge figure emerging from the school bus. It's Iron Lion. This clumsy creature just crawled out of the vehicle, and its body suddenly grew much larger. A small giant, about 3 meters tall, appears. It's a superpower from the Titan series. The small giant seems to be holding something. It's a rope. He's running around the cars, wrapping the ropes around them. He's trying to tie all the cars together with the ropes. But the wind is too strong. Even this 3-meter-tall, muscular giant finds it difficult. Yezi, help me. A loud roar cuts through the wind and clearly reaches Chunyi's ears. Damn it! Chunyi mutters, flips his body, and jumps out of the car. At this point, no matter how much he doesn't want to, he has to come out. If he can't protect the surrounding cars, his end-of-the-world pickup won't survive either. The lesson about unity was taught to me many times when I was a child. The wind was getting stronger, and the previous motorcycle was a good warning example. In this situation, only those with extraordinary abilities might have some ideas. Chunyi jumped out of the car and rushed toward the Iron Lion. The two of them held onto a rope and quickly circled around the car. They circled twice. The clumsy Iron Lion tied a knot in the rope and held onto the other end. With a loud roar, the Iron Lion used his legs to dig into the sand. Half of his body was outside, half buried in the sand dune. Seeing him like this, it seemed he planned to use himself as a weight to hold down the cars. Is that even possible? This guy is over 3 meters tall, with muscles all over his body, looking like a small mountain. His weight alone might be around 500 or 600 kilograms. Using him as a weight might not be a bad idea. Yeziyu, go back. The rest, I will handle it. The voice of the Iron Lion came intermittently through the wind. Big fool, I'll help you. A long pink hair like a sharp sword cut through the sandstorm. It was Nana. The girl was swinging her long legs, no longer looking drunk, her eyes shining with determination. She grabbed the rope behind the Iron Lion, muttering to herself, and a sword of light shot out over 2 meters long, stabbing into the ground. Yezi, what are you hesitating for? Come help us. The pink-haired girl raised her eyebrows at Chunyi. All right, everyone has their skills. Let me show you mine. Chunyi flicked his wrist, and a green willow branch shot straight toward the thick rope. He spun a machete in his hand, then fiercely struck the ground, creating a deep hole. Go! The machete hummed loudly, and a deep hole appeared in the ground, but it was quickly covered by sand. The willow branch stretched tight, holding onto the rope firmly. Blood Resentment Machete was the first time Chunyi used it not against a strange creature, but to fly a kite. Yezi, I'm counting on you. The pink-haired girl winked at Chunyi. Chunyi's face remained calm as the sandstorm grew more intense. From the vibrations transmitted through the willow branch, Chunyi could clearly feel the wind getting stronger. He was even being blown slightly off the ground, so he had to hold onto the willow branch tightly. The tied-up vehicle made creaking metal squeals as it was squeezed. Captain Zhuche's face looked very grim right now. The sandstorm outside was worse than he expected. This was his first time facing such a natural disaster, and his initial panic led him to make a wrong decision. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure, but his face still showed no relief. From his senses, a strange aura was approaching. It was probably caused by the chaos earlier, which attracted this strange awareness. Even after the sandstorm ends, the convoy will still be in danger. Normally, strange entities cannot move in the sunlight. This is a common belief among survivors. Otherwise, humanity would have been wiped out long ago. But now, it seems this belief might be wrong. As the guide, Zhu Che had sensed strange activity more than once during the day. For example, at the scene of the last accident. He wondered if strange entities, like extraordinary beings, could also grow stronger over time. This idea surprised him, not because it was too unbelievable, but because it was too frightening. So he always tried to hide this possibility. Maybe one day, all strange entities will no longer fear sunlight. That would be humanity's end. Captain Zhu looked out the window at the raging sandstorm. Iron Lion, Nana, and Chun Yi were with him. The sandstorm wasn't too troublesome. They could survive it. At most, they would lose some supplies or some ordinary people would be swept away. None of that mattered. What mattered was the trouble coming next. In Zhu Che's senses, the strange aura was getting closer. After the sandstorm, the convoy definitely couldn't keep moving. It seemed a direct fight with the strange entities was imminent. Strange entities are unbeatable. Could the convoys be near? The violent sandstorm almost covered the entire world. Chun Yi kept his eyes and mouth tightly closed, only sensing the environment around him. Sand hit his body, causing a dull pain. It felt like every second of persistence lasted a year. Fortunately, the machete was stuck deep in the sand, holding the rope tightly. I don't know how long it lasted. Chun Yi felt numb all over. The sandstorm finally eased a little. This small relief sparked a flicker of hope in Chun Yi's heart. When the sandstorm finally stopped, Chun Yi had become a sand figure. Half of his body was buried in the sand. Spit, spit, spit. Chun Yi felt sand in his ears, nose, and even in his mouth. A little movement caused sand and dust to fly everywhere. Spit, spit, spit. Damn it. I've seen enough sandstorms now. Using a branch, Chun Yi dragged himself out of the sand. At this moment, the lower part of Taishi's neck was buried in the sand, leaving only his large head outside. If Chun Yi wasn't familiar with Taishi, he wouldn't think this sandball was a person. A pair of big hands like fans emerged from the ground, struggling to push away the sand. Taishi was trying to pull himself out of the sand. Yezi, it's me. A girl's displeased voice came from nearby. Chun Yi turned his head and saw a head of pink hair on the sand, but nothing else was visible. The girl was completely buried in the sand. If it were an ordinary person, they might have died already. Fortunately, this girl was an extraordinary series, level 2, with incredible vitality. Haha. People often feel less unlucky when they see someone even more unlucky than themselves. Chun Yi didn't even have time to light a cigarette. He laughed as he dug out the girl's head first. The girl looked at Chun Yi with an angry face. Chun Yi, you bastard, and you're still laughing? Huh? Sorry, I really couldn't help it. Chun Yi quickly apologized. This woman was a level 2 extraordinary, and if she got angry, it wouldn't be good for him. Chun Yi pulled the girl's arm out, and the big, silly Iron Lion directly grabbed her arm and lifted her up. At this moment, Iron Lion had returned to his original size, but his face looked a bit tired. The other survivors also gradually crawled out of the cars. The first thing these people did after getting out was to spit out sand. The cars on the outer edge were mostly buried by the sandstorm, but luckily, no one was hurt. To leave, they first needed to dig out these cars. Also, with such a sandstorm, a few cars probably had minor problems. As for supplies, some were lost. For example, many roof racks were scattered, and the tied-up supplies were missing. Even Chun Yi's pickup truck was not spared. The carport was gone. Fortunately, most of Chun Yi's supplies were stored in the truck bed. Food was placed on the back seat of the driver's cabin. Except for the side and front windows that were broken, the food was still there. Of course, it wasn't only Chun Yi's pickup that had broken windows. The yellow school bus also had almost all its windows shattered, with only a few still barely usable. Iron Lion's yellow school bus was the tallest and suffered the most from the sandstorm. Chun Yi lit a cigarette, sat on a nearby sand dune, and enjoyed the rich aroma flowing through his nose and mouth, which helped dispel his fatigue and tension. Looking around, he saw a desolate scene. Strange sand dunes, unfamiliar terrain. The sandstorm had changed the landscape. At this point, Chun Yi couldn't recognize the direction of their previous camp. Chun Yi, you're okay? You scared me to death. Su Lina patted her chest, worried. She didn't look very good either. She was covered in dust and looked far from her previous charming self. She even looked quite messy. But despite that, she was the first to come to Chun-Yi after the storm, worried about his safety. Even someone like Chun-Yi couldn't help but feel a little touched. But it was only a small feeling. Chun-Yi didn't believe that this woman, who he had only met a few times, would fall in love with him. That was impossible. In danger, Chun-Yi would still see her as a shield or a scapegoat. Is the loss of food and supplies significant? The Iron Lion has the most supplies. If he suffers serious losses, the convoy will really have problems. Su Lina brushed a stray hair from her ear and was about to speak. Chun-Yi, damn you. A sharp, hateful voice rang out. Then, a small figure rushed forward like a sharp sword. It was also a dull gray figure, but her eyes were full of deep hatred and resentment. Seeing her eyes, Chun-Yi immediately remembered who she was. Zhou Xiaoxiao. He didn't save her sister, so this woman hates him. Zhou Xiaoxiao wishes she could hurt Chun-Yi badly. She saw her sister being swallowed by a sandstorm. She used to think her sister was nagging, timid, and a bit weak, but now that her sister was gone, Zhou Xiaoxiao felt her heart bleed. In her hand was a fruit knife she had picked up earlier while gathering supplies. Now, she just wants to stab this man in front of her with the knife to avenge her sister. Chun-Yi exhaled a puff of smoke, which curled like a dragon and bound the girl's limbs. This is the power of a superhuman ability. Ordinary people are helpless before someone with such powers. Chun-Yi, I want to kill you. I will kill you. The girl struggled, her eyes red as she stared at Chun-Yi. She already regarded Chun-Yi as her enemy. Their conflict immediately drew the attention of those around them. Everyone looked over. Seeing that Chun-Yi only used a puff of smoke to subdue the girl, many people looked at him with deep fear. You're going to kill me? Why? You killed my sister. You killed my sister, Zhou. The girl struggled and shouted angrily, her voice hoarse. Chun-Yi frowned. Are you crazy? When did you see me kill your sister? If it weren't for you, if you had stopped to save her, she wouldn't have died. She wouldn't have died. That's nonsense. If I stopped to save her, I'd be the one dead. Zhou Xiaoxiao, are you stupid? Why should I save your sister? Why? Because my sister still gave you gasoline when you needed it most. Didn't you take it back? Zhou Xiaoxiao, have you forgotten? Zhou Xiaoxiao was stunned by Chun-Yi's words. Tears rolled down her cheeks, washing away the dirt on her face and carving a deep groove. Her lips were already bleeding from biting them. Her delicate face looked very messy, but her eyes were still bloodshot as she stared angrily at Chun-Yi. The girl needed a way to vent her anger, and the man in front of her seemed perfect for that. Chun-Yi's brow furrowed tighter and tighter. Su Lina stood nearby, feeling helpless. Zhu Che crawled out of the car, his face pale and trembling slightly. Be careful. There's something strange. Just as Zhu Che said this, a terrifying face suddenly appeared beside Chun-Yi. It was a huge, frightening face, so large that it was as tall as an adult man. The face opened its big mouth and lunged at Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi felt a shiver run down his spine. It was too close. It was too sudden. There was no way to escape. Instinctively, Chun-Yi reached out and grabbed Zhou Xiaoxiao's neck, pulling her in front of him as a shield. This future star, highly anticipated by the entire entertainment industry, was used by Chun-Yi as a human shield. When Chun-Yi held her in front, Zhou Xiaoxiao saw the huge face. The face wore a strange smile, with its mouth stretched wide. Under Zhou Xiaoxiao's terrified gaze, the big mouth split open even more. Inside, layers of teeth filled the mouth, not sharp beast-like fangs, but flat human molars arranged in rows. Zhou Xiaoxiao felt her tiny heart being tightly grasped by a large hand. Since she was young, Zhou Xiaoxiao knew she had a big star sister. She also dreamed of becoming a star like her sister. With her good looks, even before debuting, Zhou Xiaoxiao had already gained a lot of attention. While other kids her age studied day and night hoping for a decent job in the future, Zhou Xiaoxiao had already stepped beyond ordinary people. On set, everyone she met treated her kindly. At home, her parents showered her with love, and even though her sister was a big star, she was mostly encouraged. The entertainment industry's dark side never even had a chance to get close to this future superstar. Even Zhou Xiaoxiao believed she would definitely become a top influencer in the entertainment world. But in such an environment, disaster struck unexpectedly. It came without warning. While filming on set, Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhou Lan were terrified and nearly had a heart attack, but luckily, they finally escaped from the crew. They kept going until they joined a convoy. Every time they went out to gather supplies, the sisters volunteered, which made their life in the convoy somewhat comfortable. At least, they maintained a decent appearance. But things never stay smooth forever. In this kind of end-of-the-world situation, they could die at any supply point or be killed by others or strange forces. So, when Zhou Lan saw Chunyi awaken a special power, she wanted to join him. She wanted to keep their relationship intact. But Zhou Xiaoxiao disagreed with her sister's decision. That's why she took back the gasoline she had given her sister to give to Chunyi. Zhou Xiaoxiao believed that, no matter the circumstances, relying on oneself was the most important. She had always followed this belief. Even with someone like Chunyi, who had special powers, Zhou Xiaoxiao didn't think she needed to flatter him or even have any contact with him. Because she was Zhou Xiaoxiao, just like when she was on the set, she could ignore the director and producer's attitudes. But now, in the end of the world, Zhou Xiaoxiao hadn't changed her mindset. In such a disaster, unless you are strong enough, your qualities could become your downfall. She saw herself about to be swallowed by a big, toothy mouth. Zhou Xiaoxiao felt a sudden wetness in her lower body, tears and mucus streaming down her face, her delicate face quickly turning into a mess. As she faced death, she wasn't sure whether she was more regretful or more scared. Bang! A heavy thud hit her body. Zhou Xiaoxiao saw a huge face in front of her, showing a pained expression, and the face shifted completely. When Zhou Xiaoxiao's hands touched the sandy ground, she was already completely limp and couldn't move any muscles. "Miss Zhou, run quickly!" Zhou Xiaoxiao recognized this young man. It's Xiao Fu from the school bus, a somewhat naive college student. Xiao Fu desperately pulled Zhou Xiaoxiao, who was weak and unsteady, trying to drag her away. At this moment, Lin Na also regained her senses. Though still scared, after hesitating for a moment, she came over and helped pull Zhou Xiaoxiao and Xiao Fu to run away. Zhou Xiaoxiao looked back and saw what the monster looked like. The little courage she had just regained instantly turned into fear. "Be careful. This, strange, is very hard to deal with," the Iron Lion said in a deep voice. This big, silly guy used his extraordinary power again, transforming into a 3-meter-tall man. Just now, he punched the face scorpion in front of him, knocking it away. Otherwise, Zhou Xiaoxiao might not have survived. At this moment, the big, silly guy was swinging his arms, looking very pained. Chunyi kept retreating, trying to put some distance between himself and the strange creature. Only then did Chunyi see clearly what the strange thing was. It was an extremely large scorpion, its body as big as a large truck. What made it even more terrifying was its head, a huge human face. The face showed a look of pain, almost indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. There were also large pincers and a tall, black tail hook, all indicating that this face scorpion was very dangerous. Chunyi exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, creating a small fog around him, and kept his eyes alert. He grabbed a willow branch with his right hand, and the blood-vengeful slaughter knife spun in his grip. "Captain, can you handle this? Aren't you supposed to be the guide? How can you let the strange creature catch up to us? Are you really a good captain?" Even the tall-legged girl looked distrustful. "Captain, how come you can't handle such a small thing?" With that tone and attitude, it seemed like Chu Che was just a subordinate of the tall girl, able to scold at will. In front of so many survivors, the tall girl was even more harsh than Chunyi, not giving the captain any face. Chu Che's face turned red with anger, but he knew this wasn't the time to argue with these two. He clenched his teeth and forced a smile, saying, "I don't know. Maybe the strange creature can grow stronger too. It's still daytime now, and this strange power is somewhat suppressed. You'd better deal with it before the blood moon rises, or we'll all die." The leader sequence is very sensitive to strange energies. Chu Che can feel that this strange power is somewhat restrained during the day. Otherwise, when the blood moon rises, the surrounding survivors are even more overwhelmed. Some have already wet themselves for the second time, their bodies smelling terrible. Others stare blankly, kneeling nearby and constantly bowing to the human-faced scorpion, muttering to themselves. Chunyi shows a bitter smile. "Damn it. Do we really have to fight this strange creature head-on? I've only just awakened a few days ago. It seems we have no choice but to fight desperately this time. The tall girl draws her long sword from her waist, her face becoming more serious than ever. The iron fist of the Iron Lion clinks with another, a crazed smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. I'll try to see how strong this monster is. You two find a chance. Whenever battle starts, the simple-minded other personality of the Iron Lion appears again. It's as if the Iron Lion in front of them has become someone else. After finishing a cigarette, Chunyi takes out a lighter and lights it again. Damn it. I've only just awakened a few days ago, and now I have to fight this kind of monster? He exhales a thick cloud of smoke, which twists and swirls as if it has a life of its own, surrounding the protector. The smoke around becomes thicker and thicker. The area keeps expanding until it gradually engulfs Chunyi's figure. This is the first fight after awakening to the extraordinary sequence. Somehow, I feel a little excited. The blood venom machete in his hand seems to tremble slightly. Oh right. One of the features of the blood venom machete is that it absorbs resentment when killing strange creatures, which can cause a transformation in the blade. But I don't know if that's true or not. It hurts. It hurts. The human-faced scorpion is squeezing the area it was beaten by Iron Lion with its large pincers, its face looking just like a human's. It's terrifying to see. But at this moment, the face of the human-faced scorpion suddenly changes into Zhoulan's face. Not only Chunyi is stunned, even Iron Lion and Nana are caught off guard. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao in the distance was struck like lightning. She muttered, "Why? Why is it the face of my sister?" The girl's exposed skin was as pale as white paper. "Chunyi, why didn't you save me? If you had just stopped to save me, I wouldn't have to die." "Chunyi, you're so cruel. You're so cruel." The exaggerated large face aimed at Chunyi with a very hateful expression. Seeing such a huge face with that kind of expression made people's scalps tingle. In a daze, Chunyi even thought he saw Zhoulan standing there, seemingly asking why he didn't save her. Chunyi became alert. The smoke quickly spread in front of him, blocking his view. This human-faced scorpion was strange. It spat out a strong cloud of smoke, making the smoke around Chunyi even thicker and wider. Right now, he couldn't cover several kilometers with a single puff of smoke. He could only accumulate little by little. "Chunyi, I want you to die," the last sharp and piercing "die" from the human-faced scorpion. It made everyone around dizzy and dazed. A scorpion tail shot out like lightning toward where Chunyi had been standing. The smoke was pierced, but nothing happened. Hiding inside the smoke, Chunyi could clearly feel where the scorpion tail was. Without hesitation, he flicked his wrist, and the blood-vengeful blade was thrown out. Pain, pain, pain. The blood-vengeful blade clashed with the scorpion tail, sparking a long chain of sparks. Although the blood-vengeful blade didn't cause significant damage to the human-faced scorpion, judging by its expression, it wasn't completely useless. At the same time, the system gave some feedback, earning a few killing points. But Chunyi had no time to check now. "Damn it! Chunyi, where did you hide? Come out!" The human-faced scorpion, angered by the pain, became even more furious. "Iron Lion, Nana, why aren't you fighting yet?" The Iron Lion roared loudly, charging at the human-faced scorpion like a flesh-and-blood tank. The Titan series fights with close combat. Their strong physical strength and healing ability make them fearless in melee battles. Red Scar as a contract, Sword Spirit as one. "Drink my blood, and let the three souls roar." The girl muttered incantations. Earlier, the long-legged girl in Chongshou village had used this move. The long sword in his hand shimmered with a white glow. Even from such a distance, Chunyi still felt the sharpness of the sword's energy. The girl tilted her head slightly, and her black scorpion tail stabbed empty air. Could this woman have multiple eyes, like a creature with double vision? Or is this some special ability of a sword immortal? The face of the scorpion-human hybrid was so cunning, transforming into Zhoulan's face, making everyone think it was attacking her. But then it suddenly turned and aimed at the tall-legged girl. So sneaky and strange. Damn it! The girl's figure was like a butterfly among flowers, her long sword constantly leaving cuts on the face of the scorpion-human hybrid. No wonder she was a sword immortal at the second level of the sword immortal sequence. The small giant, over 3 meters tall, looked a bit fragile compared to the huge face of the scorpion-human hybrid, which was as big as a truck. The hybrid's body was covered with a hard exoskeleton, making the Iron Lion's attack seem weak. Face punch. Chunye's voice came through the smoke and clouds. The girl's sword flickered and aimed straight at the hybrid's eyes. Qian, look who I am. Just as the sword was about to pierce the hybrid's eyes, its big face twisted again, transforming into a woman's face that looked both angry and happy. The woman's face looked somewhat like the tall-legged girl, but more mature. When the girl saw this face, she froze completely. Big sister? Nana? Wasn't that Nana? Seeing this face, the girl couldn't bring herself to stab anymore. She seemed frozen, trembling all over. Hee. Qian, do you remember me? Do you remember me? My dearest sister, I miss you so much. I really do. You ate me, but I don't blame you. We've finally become one. Now you are me, and I am you. Sister. My good sister. Chunye's eyelids twitched wildly. A dangerous feeling was approaching instantly. Sure enough, strange things were never easy to deal with. Iron Lion, attack. To hell with all this ghostly stuff. The Iron Lion also sensed something was wrong. It bypassed the two large pincers, braved the sting of the scorpion tail, and rushed to the face of the hybrid. A large fist like a sandbag suddenly struck the face of the human-faced scorpion. But the face of the human-faced scorpion twisted quickly again. Boss, look who I am. This time, the face twisted into that of an elderly woman with gray hair. Seeing this face, Chunyi secretly thought, foolish big guy, don't look, but it was too late to stop. The huge face showed a kind expression. Boss, you've worked hard all these years. As soon as these words were spoken, the small giant-like body of the Iron Lion trembled violently, and his eyes turned red. Chunyi had never seen such an expression on Iron Lion before. Next to them, Captain Chu, who had been watching the fight, was also anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. If Chunyi and the others lost, the entire convoy would be buried with them today. Chuche looked up at the sun in the sky. The dust storm had passed, and sunlight shone down again. In his perception, the human-faced scorpion's power was greatly suppressed. Even so, this suppressed strange creature still fought so fiercely that the three of them couldn't fight back. If the blood moon rose, they might not even have a chance to resist. Damn it! A machete with a willow branch on it stabbed straight at the huge face. Chunyi. The face turned back into Zhou Lan. The machete swung down directly. The human-faced scorpion didn't understand why someone like Chunyi would do this. In its mind, it only saw Zhou Lan's face. Why could this person in front of it still raise a hand to fight? Actually, the human-faced scorpion didn't know that even if it were really Zhou Lan, Chunyi could still strike. A bloody gash appeared on the face. Chunyi, look who I am. The face of the human-faced scorpion changed again. This time, it was an elderly woman's face. Chunyi hesitated slightly, but it was only a brief hesitation. Smoke billowed around him, and several large dogs rushed out of the smoke, charging at the human-faced scorpion. The smoke was simulated. Iron Lion and Nana still stood in place, tears streaming down their faces, muttering something they couldn't say. The smoke-formed large dogs reached the human-faced scorpion and began biting at that big face. The scorpion's pincers waved, smashing the smoke dogs to pieces. A few identical smoke-covered dogs suddenly ran out nearby. The machete swung wildly. Chunyi kept coughing out thick white smoke from his mouth and nostrils, and the smoke cloud kept growing larger. Chunyi, look at me. Look at your own business. Faced with another familiar face, Chunyi quickly swung his knife, leaving another bloody cut on the face of the human-faced scorpion. The human-faced scorpion was confused. It didn't understand why this person was so ruthless. All these faces were taken from his memory. How could he still bring himself to hurt them? The human-faced scorpion didn't notice that the smoke around the battlefield was gradually thickening, seriously blocking its view. The scorpion's tail stinger wildly stabbed, creating holes in the smoke, but the smoke kept filling the air. Its huge pincers swung wildly, stirring up waves of smoke. The survivors stared wide-eyed, trying to see what was happening, but the battlefield was becoming more and more blurry. At this moment, Chuche was anxious and suddenly remembered something. He turned around and rushed back to his modified off-road vehicle, rummaging through the trunk. Chuche was holding a bag of dark red liquid. Chunyi, a giant hand made of smoke, grabbed the bag of dark red liquid and pulled it back into the fog. It was a bag of black dog blood. Xinghua had mentioned before that black dog blood could help against strange powers. Chu Che remembered this and kept it in mind. The two big black dogs in the team were regularly drained of some of their blood. He had worked hard to gather this. At this moment, the two big black dogs were already hiding in the corner of the car, trembling with fear. "Ah, Xinghua, I will kill you." A voice full of hatred and anger echoed. Although Chu Che couldn't see clearly, he could sense the strange aura weakening. In the foggy smoke now, Xinghua poured the bag of black dog blood over the human-faced scorpion. Black smoke rose up. "Nana, big fool, aren't you two going to wake up? I've been fighting for so long, and you two are just watching." Xinghua raised his hand and slapped the delicate face of the young girl harshly. Smack. This ruthless Chun Yi didn't hold back at all. A red palm print suddenly appeared on the girl's face, causing visible swelling. Smack. She swung around and slapped the Iron Lion. Both of them regained their senses. 10 minutes later, in the fog of smoke, loud roars echoed, making the nearby survivors' legs tremble. At this moment, the face scorpion was weakening under the attack of the angry girl and the Iron Lion. Xinghua was hiding in the smoke, occasionally striking unexpectedly. Sometimes he threw out a firewood knife. Sometimes he mimicked a big dog. Among the three, Xinghua was the weakest in attack power, but his damage was still significant. The system kept showing messages about earning kill points. Xinghua stood behind the Iron Lion, who was big and could block attacks well. The Iron Lion was covered in blood, but he seemed more excited and fought more recklessly. He turned his firewood knife into a wind wheel. The girl spat a mouthful of blood onto her sword, which shimmered as she swung and cut off half of the face scorpion's head. A sword master of the second level, once serious, was still very terrifying. Go! The firewood knife spun in her hand, gathering huge energy, and fiercely slashed at the face scorpion's head. No! The face scorpion's resentful voice suddenly stopped. Xinhua's system also received a notification. You have killed the face scorpion. You gained 20,000 kill points. This final strike almost gathered all of Xinhua's strength. The face scorpion shot a resentful look before its large body gradually lost life. Its huge face slowly dissipated under the sunlight. Even its massive body was fading away, turning into tiny spiritual lights that disappeared into the world. Huff! Huff! The Iron Lion plopped down on the sand dune, his body slowly shrinking. At this moment, the Iron Lion looked like a bloodied person, with several holes running through his body. When fighting, he seemed like a different person. The face scorpion's tail needle pierced his body, creating a blood hole, yet he didn't dodge or retreat. At his craziest, the Iron Lion grabbed the tail needle with one hand and swung his iron fist to beat it violently. Xinghua also sat down heavily on the sand dune, completely ignoring the dirt and sand stuck to him. The smoke slowly dispersed. The survivors finally saw the situation on the battlefield clearly. Xinghua reached into his pocket and found only an empty cigarette box. He squeezed the box flat and threw it far away. He cursed his bad luck under his breath. During the fiercest part of the fight, Xinghua had inhaled enough smoke to create a fog, taking in half a cigarette at once. If it weren't for the smoke fog, Xinghua might have been killed by the scorpion's tail sting. Nana might have been killed too. Several times when danger was near, this woman would dive into the smoke, and the scorpion couldn't find her. The power of the smoke apostle was very useful, but the ability to mimic was a bit weaker. Overall, Xinghua hadn't awakened as the smoke apostle for long. Compared to Nana and Iron Lion, who had awakened long ago, he was far behind. He looked at how many killing points he had gained this time. Xinghua was eager to check his kill count. He knew he was the one who delivered the final blow. In game terms, it was called last hit. Smack! A sharp slap landed directly on Xinhua's face. He staggered from the hit. His vision blurred, and even the system interface was disrupted. He looked up and first saw a pair of long, thin, straight legs, then a slim waist. Finally, he saw long pink hair, and a face swollen like a steamed bun, almost squishing his left eye into a line. Xinghua, this is for you, one slap for each. Ugh, that hurts so much. You're such a bastard. Did you use all your strength on that slap? After hitting Xinghua, Nana covered her half-swollen face and wailed. A young girl, beaten like this, was quite disfigured. Even if her extraordinary abilities recovered quickly, Her face was temporarily damaged. Seeing Nana like this, Chunyi laughed for a while, making the pink-haired girl roll her eyes. Here, this is for you. I've settled our scores. You hit me, I hit you back, but you also saved me. This pack of cigarettes is my way of repaying you. A girl with pink hair suddenly pulled out a pack of cigarettes and handed it to Chunyi. I really don't understand why anyone would want to smoke this, she said. She had tried smoking once before, but couldn't handle it after just one puff. Now, this pack of cigarettes was just right for Chunyi because it was cheap. Chunyi lit a cigarette and said, I never thought we would actually kill a strange creature. Since the end of the world, I've only heard of strange creatures being killed, but I've never seen it myself. I never thought today we would do it. The girl with pink hair sounded full of amazement. Strange creatures can't be killed? That's only true for normal people. They're not invincible, a clear voice said from nearby. Chu Che, barefoot and walking slowly, approached everyone, but his eyes were fixed on the disintegrating face scorpion. I've heard of a second-tier extraordinary person who single-handedly killed a strange creature, he said. That's impossible, Nana exclaimed, like a cat that had just been stepped on, feeling very upset. If Chu Che's words were true, it would be a big shock. The three of them fought a face scorpion during the day and barely managed. So if there really was a second-tier extraordinary person like Chu Che described, it didn't add up. Does that mean they are all useless? As the top expert in the fair team, the girl with pink hair refused to accept this. Chu Che turned to smile at Chunyi and the girl with pink hair, with a look that said, You guys still know too little about this world. As for Iron Lion, he was already lying on the sand dune, snoring loudly. You guys still know too little about this world. Your understanding of second-tier extraordinary powers is only a small part. Even Nana, the sword fairy of the Daxiao region, has great potential. Don't let me down. And Chunyi, your supernatural abilities are also very strong. If it weren't for you, we might all be dead this time. The girl with pink hair's eyelids twitched, and Chunyi also felt like hitting someone. Why are you pretending to be Zhuge Liang? Just say what you mean. The girl with pink hair got angry. Ahem. Have you guys heard of magic potion capsules? What are those? Magic potion capsules are a kind of magic drug that can, to some extent, boost the potential of second-tier extraordinary powers. These drugs are more precious than second-tier injections. I've only heard of them too. If you can get the magic potion capsules. Never mind. Don't think about it. Supernatural sequences, strange things, and many more. We know so little. Chunyi's heart moved. Magic potion capsules? Just because others can't get them doesn't mean he can't. He has a system. He can exchange for sequence injections, so there's no reason he can't get magic potion capsules. He suppresses his thoughts and looks at Chu Che, because Chu Che's expression is very strange right now. This Captain Chu's eyes are glowing, but he is staring intensely at where the face scorpion disappeared, and his steps are moving in that direction. Chunyi looks in the same direction. He sees a dark object lying on the sandy ground. Chunyi's heart jumps. This thing. Then he also stands up and walks toward the dark object. The girl with pink hair is curious and follows. Captain Chu reaches the spot where the face scorpion vanished and picks up an object from the ground. It's a black shell, made of a material that doesn't look like iron or plastic. Chunyi recognizes it. It's the shell from the face scorpion. Earlier, the Iron Lion transformed into a 3-meter-tall giant and smashed wildly, but couldn't hurt the face scorpion at all. This is a rare material. Is this a rare material? The girl with pink hair asks curiously. Chu Che strokes the black hard shell, his eyes shining with excitement. Good stuff. If this could be sold at auction, it might be worth hundreds of millions. Such a pity, such a pity. Chunyi quickly uses the system to identify it. The identification costs 60 killing points. Previously, when identifying the skinning ghost scalp, it cost 100 points. This only costs 60. It must be less valuable than the skinning ghost scalp. The system quickly provides feedback. Item name: face scorpion shell. Type: rare material. Origin: dropped by a face scorpion killed by 3 supernaturals in sequence. Comment: this item has strong defense power. If made into a defensive rare item, it could yield a pretty good rare item and is worth collecting. Seeing this identification result, Chunyi knows this item is definitely not as good as the previous skinning ghost scalp. But from Chu Che's expression, Chunyi suddenly realized he might have gained a big advantage. Chunyi, Zhu Che, there's also a. When the pink-haired girl spoke, Zhu Che moved faster than Chunyi, almost appearing out of nowhere beside her. Chunyi also saw the object the pink-haired girl was shouting about. It was a whole piece of soft human face skin, with hollow eyes and a mouth. Seeing this thing made Chunyi feel uncomfortable instinctively. Isn't this the face of the human-faced scorpion? He didn't expect the second strange material to be this. Thinking back to the fight with the human-faced scorpion earlier, Chunyi's face looked grim. Even worse was the pink-haired girl's face. During the fight, this face skin had turned into a woman's face that looked somewhat like her. When the pink-haired girl saw that woman's face, she completely lost her fighting spirit. Now, seeing the face skin again, her expression was even more miserable. On the other hand, Captain Zhu's face lit up with excitement. He reached out and grabbed the face skin, holding it tightly. After spending 90 killing points, Chunyi obtained basic information about this face skin. Item name: human-faced scorpion's face skin. Type: strange material. Origin: dropped by a human-faced scorpion killed after being attacked by 3 elite groups. Comment: this is the face skin from the attacked human-faced scorpion's face. It has powerful shape-shifting and healing abilities. If it weren't for daytime, the human-faced scorpion wouldn't have died at all. It's a rare and valuable strange material worth collecting carefully. Zhu Che's eyes shone brightly as he reached out to touch the skin, muttering, "It's a good find, a good find." The pink-haired girl showed an expression of disgust and turned to leave. Chunyi, however, was very interested in this face skin. Identifying this item costs 90 killing points, which is less than the previous skin of the skin-eating ghost, but it's still a good item. Seeing Zhu Che's excited expression, Chunyi didn't know what to say. The skin of the skin-eating ghost he traded with Zhu Che earlier was clearly more precious than this human-faced scorpion's face skin. In the system's evaluation, the scalp of the skinning ghost can be used to make a rare item numbered below 2,000. However, this person's face skin does not have such a reputation. Even if it cannot be used to make a rare item below 2,000, it probably isn't much worse. How about you? Do you want this thing too? Captain Zhu saw Chunyi's intense gaze, and his expression looked a bit mischievous and sneaky. The skin I gave you before, I don't know exactly what it is, but I guess it's quite valuable. Since I got it by chance, I don't mind parting with it. If I trade it to you, I will. After all, you're part of our team. In the end, it will be used for the team anyway. But this thing. Hee. Zhu Che stroked the skin in his hand, his mischievous expression deepening. If we hadn't killed the human-faced scorpion, if Nana's sword hadn't struck, if Iron Lion hadn't stood in front, if your smoke fog hadn't appeared, or if I hadn't used my blood-spattered tricks, we wouldn't have been able to kill the human-faced scorpion. Therefore, this face skin of the human-faced scorpion, along with its shell from before, is shared among the 4 of us. You have no objection, right? Hearing Zhu Che say this, Chunyi had nothing to say. And Zhu Che was right. Without any one of us, it would be impossible to defeat the human-faced scorpion. It's even less likely to get the face skin and shell. No objection. So, if you want this face skin or shell of the human-faced scorpion, you need to trade something. Fairness is the most important. Chunyi. He was interested in this item, but currently, he didn't have anything valuable enough to trade. Moreover, after this sandstorm, he probably lost quite a bit of supplies. This item will be kept with me for now. When you have enough to trade, come find me. I'll help you talk to Nana and Iron Lion. Captain Zhu patted Chunyi's shoulder, smiling kindly. The sun was setting in the west, casting an orange glow over the dunes, beautiful like a dream. Who would have thought that this land had just experienced a sandstorm? The big fool Iron Lion was still lying on the dune, snoring loudly. Oldly had already set up a canopy tent to block the hot, orange sunlight. The wounds on Iron Lion's body had begun to heal. There are a few wounds that are clearly turning black, indicating they were caused by scorpion stings, as scorpion tails are venomous. Dark blood slowly oozes from the wounds. Oldly left a young girl to take care of Iron Lion. Whenever the black blood seeps out, the girl takes a towel to wipe it away. When she sees Chunyi coming over, she shrinks back in fear, clearly very afraid of him. Most of the vehicles are covered by sand dunes. 2 small cars are even mostly buried under the sand. Pulling the cars out of the dunes is not easy. Plus, after a sandstorm, the sand is soft, making the work harder for the survivors. At this point, everyone, regardless of gender, works together, using anything they can find to dig out the sand. Vehicles are one of the most valuable possessions in the apocalypse. Chunyi quickly checked his post-apocalyptic pickup truck. Both side windows were shattered by the wind. Even the windshield was not spared. The carport behind the vehicle was damaged, and the roof was blown away somewhere. Only an empty truck bed remains. The supplies that were tied to the roof of the carport are missing. Fortunately, the food is still safe. The chili fish head, though a small two-door car, also has a back seat. Chunyi had previously stored food there. The sandstorm blew away the carport, but did not damage the cabin. It was just slightly deformed from the pressure before. System checks showed the vehicle was mostly intact. This made Chunyi feel a little relieved. This car already had a rugged, post-apocalyptic look, and after the sandstorm, it looks even more fitting for the end of the world. Chunyi comforted himself that without windows, driving might be cooler. A group of survivors worked until midnight to pull all the vehicles out. After this sandstorm, Chunyi noticed that the number of people in the convoy had decreased significantly. Hey, when we left Chongshou village, there were over 40 of us, and now there are less than 30. Uncle Abeo's face showed deeper wrinkles. Did we lose some along the way? Chunyi was smoking a cigarette, wearing sunglasses, and asked. Earlier, there were 2 survivors on motorcycles, but they got lost. There was also a guy named Akai, and he got lost too. Uncle Abao was talking to himself. He was clearly a man in his 40s, but now he looked like he was in his 50s. He was responsible for the daily affairs of the convoy. After all, these people had spent some time with him in the convoy. Now that they were gone, Uncle Abao felt a bit sad. As long as we're alive, that's what matters. In this situation, we can't even take care of ourselves. Chunyi's voice was calm and steady. He didn't know these people well. They only nodded to each other when they met. Even when Zhou Lan went missing, he didn't show much emotion. Seeing Chunyi's indifferent look, Uncle Abao sighed inwardly. This man really has a heart of stone. Only Chu Che, Nana, and Iron Lion, who are also extraordinary, might catch his attention. In this end-of-the-world scenario, people keep dying every moment. When they escaped from Jiangxing earlier, there were too many dead to count. To survive, Chunyi had to become colder and more distant. Chunyi, there aren't many people left in the convoy. Che suggests that we eat together from now on. This way, we can save some resources. Of course, you'll need to bring your own food. Uncle Abao approached Chunyi to discuss eating together in the future. Chunyi thought for a moment and agreed. Eating together sounded good. He was tired of cooking himself. Apart from instant noodles, which he was pretty good at making, everything else was just SOSO. According to Uncle Abao's report of Chu Che's idea, they would share a big pot meal from now on. Chunyi, Chu Che, Nana, and Iron Lion would eat together. They would eat with other survivors as well, divided into 2 groups. Of course, if anyone didn't want to, it wouldn't be forced. Chunyi understood Captain Chu's idea and even agreed with it. After Uncle Abao left, Chunyi planned to check his kill points before dinner. When he saw the number on the system, his heart suddenly jumped. There were over 30,000 kill points. This was the most kill points he had ever had since getting the system. Seeing that the system showed I had over 30,000 kill points, Chunyi felt very happy. Even with the blood moon hanging high, Chunyi still felt a sense of celebration. Having over 30,000 kill points would definitely boost his strength a lot. Whether it was upgrading his vehicle or improving his power, both seemed possible now. He had enough kill points. He was tired of days when he lacked kill points. As for the system debt of 10,000 kill points, Chunyi had no plans to pay it back for now. He decided to keep it for later. Can the system really kill me? And those potion capsules? And upgrading the blood-vengeful chopper. I want them all. Oh right. When I killed the human-faced scorpion before, Chunyi clearly saw a gray mist being absorbed by the blood-vengeful chopper when the scorpion died. Thinking of the 3rd feature of the blood-vengeful chopper, which can absorb resentment and cause a change, he remembered he hadn't looked at it closely before. Chunyi quickly drew the chopper from his waist. Under the blood-red moonlight, he looked at it with his right eye. The shape of the chopper hadn't changed much, still looking the same as before. Wait, it seemed like the blood-vengeful chopper had changed again. For example, the patterns on the blade now had a faint dark line, which he might not notice if he wasn't paying close attention. He reached out and touched the blade, feeling its coldness. Information about the chopper appeared in his mind. Blood Vengeful Chopper. Number 04880 04880. The number had increased by 1. Is this possible? Xinyi suddenly realized that among all the rare materials he had, the bound resentment willow branch might be the most underestimated. Even a small amount of its special property could greatly increase the value of this chopper. If he had the chance, he might go back to Chongshou village again. He happily sheathed the chopper at his waist. Not far away, a campfire was lit. Captain Chu Che waved at Xinyi. On the other side, a girl with pink hair was also waving casually at Xinyi. It looked like it was time to eat. Xinyi staggered over to his pickup truck, climbed into the back seat, and took out a bag of flour. After thinking for a moment, he also pulled out some leftover cured meat. The cured meat had been in the car for many days. Because his cooking skills were poor, he was afraid to waste such good food and had not eaten it yet. Now that someone else was cooking, he was willing to share. Fortunately, it was preserved through curing, or it would have spoiled long ago. With a quick cut of his knife, Xinyi split the cured meat in half. He repacked the larger piece and held the smaller piece in his hand. Throughout, the knife blade never touched a drop of oil or grease. If Chu Che knew Xinyi was using such a special tool this way, he would probably be furious and scold him. Finally, Xinyi found some potatoes in the back seat. He then, smoking a cigarette, staggered toward the campfire. Along the way, many survivors looked at the supplies in Chunye's hands and salivated. Even though it was cured meat, many hadn't tasted meat in a long time. Uncle Abeo, this is my food. Xinyi handed his supplies to Uncle Abeo. Seeing so much, Uncle Abeo's eyes smiled like crescent moons. All right, don't worry, I remember everything. There was also a bag, apparently carried by the girl with pink hair. People aren't eating actively, they have a problem with their minds. The girl with pink hair held up a beer and gestured to Xinyi. Xinyi ignored her teasing and instead sat down near the campfire. How much have you drunk? Are you drunk like this? The girl with pink hair blushed. Hee. Just one can. Just one can and you're this drunk? That's fake, right? Xinyi was surprised at her poor alcohol tolerance. No wonder she still had alcohol to drink now. It explained why she always looked drunk whenever he saw her. He remembered a college roommate who always drank a whole case of beer. The girl with pink hair's alcohol tolerance was really poor, almost insulting to the word alcoholic. Who says you can't like drinking just because you're bad at it? The girl with pink hair stubbornly said. She does like drinking, but she's terrible at it. Captain Chu explained nearby. Xinyi shrugged, meaning, as long as she's happy. The Iron Lion was still sleeping, probably won't wake up for a while. Today, only the 3 of us are eating. This is Aunt Chu. She is good at cooking. I tried her dishes, so from now on, we will let her cook for us. The middle-aged woman raised her face and smiled kindly at Xinyi. She was about 50 years old. Although she looked a bit messy, her demeanor seemed extraordinary, giving off a sense of elegance and nobility. Xinyi didn't object, but he felt that this middle-aged woman looked familiar. Zhu Che noticed Chunye's gaze and explained. Aunt Chu used to run a chain restaurant. She was the head chef. We are lucky to have her now. With this hint, Chunyi remembered. This woman, who once ran a chain restaurant, had a very legendary life. She started from a small snack shop and later became famous nationwide, accumulating assets worth billions. She was a well-known, inspiring female entrepreneur. Xinyi thought she looked familiar because she was very high-profile and had appeared on 2 variety shows. He never expected that she would now become their exclusive chef. After the apocalypse, life indeed changed a lot. Those are all in the past. Just being alive now is enough. The middle-aged woman sighed softly, her eyes full of helplessness. She finished cooking and silently left. The meal was very enjoyable, much better than what Xunyi could cook himself. The whole meal only took 30 minutes. They didn't even leave any soup at the bottom of the pot. Nearby survivors, drinking potato porridge, were greedily swallowing their saliva. Since the sandstorm, their daily food supply had become even worse. They could only barely maintain their basic needs. But no one was dissatisfied. Today, they had personally witnessed the terrifying face of the monster. If it had been an ordinary person, they might have been eaten by that face scorpion. After that incident, the survivors understood more clearly the gap between themselves and the extraordinary. Sulina looked at the few pieces of potato and the porridge in her bowl, then glanced at the abundant food nearby, and felt her mouth watering uncontrollably. The smell of meat wafted over, making her feel like a cat scratching at her heart. She had never felt such a strong craving for meat before. But now, if Chunyi could give her a piece of meat to eat, she would be willing to move into Chunyi's pickup truck. Lina, keep going. I believe you can impress Chunyi. Keep it up. Sulina quickly finished the porridge in her bowl, her eyes more determined. Chunyi was about to take out a cigarette to relax, but he noticed the pack of cigarettes had fallen on the car. Chuche casually threw a pack of cigarettes over. My car has a small problem. Can you help check it out? It was probably caused by the dust storm, but it shouldn't be a big issue. Before Chun-Yi could say anything, the pink-haired girl nearby also threw a pack of cigarettes over. Help me check this too. In an instant, Chun-Yi received 2 packs of cigarettes, and his eyes curved into crescent shapes. No problem. I'll take a look after a rest. Burp. The pink-haired girl picked up a beer and drank a big gulp, not leaving a single drop. She crushed the beer can into a ball and threw it far away. This woman then took out another can of beer, still 500 milliliters. Hey, can you really drink this? If it were someone else, Chun-Yi wouldn't ask. His concern wasn't because his temper had changed, but because this woman was the top expert in the convoy. She might be useful later. None of your business. I want a drink. The pink-haired girl drank half of the newly opened beer in one gulp, her eyes blurry with drunkenness, staring at Chun-Yi. Although her words sounded full of fire, there was a hint of sadness and resentment in her voice, soft and gentle. Chun-Yi touched his nose and wasn't angry about her words. After all, she was just a teenage girl. He was an adult who had been through many years. Fine, take your time. I'll go back to sleep. Yawn. I'm sleepy. Actually, Chun-Yi wasn't sleepy. He was planning how to distribute the kill points he had. Even if the pink-haired girl is very cute and even useful, his patience is limited. Chun-Yi looked down and saw the pink-haired girl's big, watery eyes filled with tears. Under the blood-red moonlight, she looked strangely delicate and pitiful. This is a kind of confusing beauty. Unlike Zhou Xiaoxiao and Su Lina, she is different. Using a popular internet phrase, she is the ultimate pure and alluring girl. Chun-Yi had never seen a girl like Nana before. Next to him, Captain Chu-Che saw this scene and became very excited. His usual calm eyes looked different now. It was like seeing a dog that found a bone. Chun-Yi was sure he saw a fiery curiosity burning in Chu-Che's eyes. Cough, cough. You guys talk slowly. I'm tired. I'll go back to rest first. Isn't that the same phrase I just used? Captain Chu, it's not. It's not what you think. You old man. Chu-Che chuckled softly, his eyes playful. I understand. Don't worry, no one will bother us. You old man. Chun-Yi wanted to pull his leg away. The pink-haired girl tightly held onto Chun-Yi's leg, making it impossible for him to leave. Chun-Yi suppressed his impatience. For the sake of the team's reputation, for the fact that he's the top expert in the team, and maybe for future help from her, he decided to be patient today. Nana, you've had too much to drink. I haven't. It's not that much. Chun-Yi, listen to me. The girl leaned on Chun-Yi's shoulder, her body full of alcohol smell. Earlier at dinner, she hadn't eaten much. It seemed she had something on her mind today, so she kept drinking. Everyone knows that when someone who's been drinking starts saying, listen to me, it means they have a story to tell. Chun-Yi, do you know? Actually, I'm not called Nana. My real name is Qian. Nana is my sister's name, son Nana. When Chu-Che sensed there might be gossip tonight, this serious-looking but secretly mischievous captain felt like there were 100 ants crawling inside him. Captain Chu likes to hear secrets. Sometimes, secrets are just gossip. But Captain Chu doesn't like to hear gossip face-to-face, and he doesn't want to be part of it either. He prefers to listen secretly. He eavesdrops on others' secrets without them knowing. For Chu-Che, this is like a big boost to his life. Chu-Che remembers telling Uncle Abeo not to bother Chun-Yi and Nana. Then he went back to his car and turned on his eavesdropping radio. He even had time to brew a pot of pu'er tea. Chun-Yi, do you know? Maybe because of the fight with the scorpion during the day, it stirred up the deepest, darkest secret in the girl's heart. Chun-Yi didn't speak, just listened quietly. Even Chun-Yi was surprised when he heard this story. Nana's original surname was Sun Qianqian. Nana was her sister's nickname. If there had been no end of the world, Nana, no, Sun Qianqian, might now be a first-year student at a top university in the country, living carefree in her ivory tower. Sun Qianqian was born into a very happy family. Her family had 7 members: grandparents, parents, her sister, herself, and a younger brother. They were well off, with parents holding decent jobs and good incomes, making them prominent locally. Grandparents received several thousand yuan in monthly retirement pay. Her sister was a graduate student at a famous university, with a bright future ahead. Her younger brother was a bit mischievous, but very cute. Such a family was undoubtedly very enviable. Sun Qianqian often felt happy about her family. Until one day, everything changed. She had just received her admission letter yesterday. The next morning, she woke up to see everyone crowded at the door. It looked like they were watching something. Sun Qianqian rubbed her eyes, wearing a cute little bear pajamas, and went to the door. What she saw was an enormous tree. The trunk was very thick, blocking the door completely. The Sun family's house was a standalone 3-story European-style villa, with the whole family living together. This big tree was growing right in the front yard of the villa. Sun Qianqi knows this tree. It was planted by her grandfather in the front yard. But it wasn't this big before. The tree's canopy almost covers the entire house. Even the entrance is blocked. Her father wanted to go out and find help, so he had to jump from the window into the yard. That scene is something Sun Qianqi will never forget in her life. The big tree opened its mouth wide, and amid her screams and her family's watchful eyes, it swallowed her father whole. That tree is alive. It ate me. Large tears rolled down the girl's cheeks, and her body trembled slightly. Xinyi gently reached out to comfort her pink-haired girl. But inside, he was worried. Why is it always a tree? First, the long-lived village's big willow tree, and now this man-eating tree. Or is there some common trait between these two trees? The pink-haired girl tremblingly raised her hand holding a beer, took a big gulp, and the yellow liquid dripped down her white neck, wetting her front. That big tree. After that strange tree swallowed her father in front of the whole family, it was activated. Its branches, like snakes, forcefully broke through the wall and entered the house. Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, and little brother were all caught by those snake-like branches. It was like a buffet. Right in front of Sun Qianqi, it kept swallowing her family piece by piece. Only her sister and she, trembling and hiding in the corner, remained. Sun Qianqi's mind went blank at that moment. Fortunately, her older sister Sun Nana, being more mature, discovered a cruel pattern about the tree. When the tree is eating people, it's relatively safe. This discovery made Sun Nana make a decision. When the branches were about to pull her into the big mouth, she pushed her sister out. She sacrificed herself, leaving the only chance for survival to Sun Qianqi. Seeing her sister being swallowed, Sun Qianqi was overwhelmed with fear and stood there foolishly. Just when she thought she was going to die, the strange tree stopped attacking. A bright red fruit, as red as blood, appeared before Sun Qianqi. The tempting aroma of the fruit kept stimulating her. According to Sun Qianqi, she didn't know why at the time, but she grabbed the fruit and ate it wildly. Even Sun Qianqian tasted the flavors of her grandparents, parents, sister, and brother inside that fruit. This description might not be perfect, but that's how Sun Qianqian put it. Xinyi, do you know why you are all in level 1, but I am in level 2? At this moment, the girl was crying so hard that her face was hidden, and she was completely collapsed like a pile of mud. Xinyi had some guesses about her question. Could it be because of that fruit? This. Captain Chu Che, who was secretly listening in the car, looked very upset. He was sure that Sun Qianqian's rapid promotion was probably because of that bloodstained fruit. Haha, it's that fruit, Xinyi. I ate it. My whole family. Tears streamed down her face. The girl was completely exhausted. After saying this, she slumped onto Chunye's shoulder. Xinyi stayed silent. He didn't really know how to comfort her. But in this situation, not saying anything would be awkward. After thinking for a while, Xinyi opened his dry mouth and said, "It's not your fault. The end of the world has come, and everyone has lost loved ones." This sentence sounded very unskilled. I actually don't like drinking alcohol at all. I never drank before, but if I don't drink, I keep thinking, every day, every minute, every second, about my grandparents, parents, sister, and brother. Their faces are always in front of my eyes. The girl was crying beautifully, looking pitiful. Xinyi felt he should comfort her, so he exhausted his brain and said, "What's the use of crying? The most important thing now is to get revenge. When you're strong enough, go back and cut down that tree for firewood." Captain Chu Che, who was listening nearby, had a dark line on his forehead. "That's not how you comfort someone." Sun Qianqian suddenly raised her head sharply. She had never thought about revenge before. Her whole family died overnight, and the culprit was a tree. How could she take revenge? But Chun Ye's words opened a door for her. Yes, so what if it's a tree? Why can't she take revenge? If it can eat her family, she can also cut it down to avenge them. Sun Qianqi's eyes grew brighter and brighter, like stars in the sky. "Chunyi, get in the car." "Huh? You." The blood moon in the sky shyly hid behind clouds. The little girl, Xiao Fish, cursed as she tumbled down from the car, her face red. She kept saying she wanted to get a sty or something. As for Chu Che, the team leader in the off-road vehicle nearby, when he heard the sound from the hidden radio, he looked shocked and quickly turned it off, his face looking very unhappy. "My ears are dirty. Dirty. That bastard. Chunyi, Sun Qianqi, you too. You too. Shameless. Scoundrels." Others nearby chuckled quietly. Some looked sneaky. Only Su Lina had a face so gloomy it seemed to rain. For Chunyi, this kind of thing was quite normal. Sun Qianqi was already 18, an adult. He wasn't a saint or a gentleman, nor was Lu Xiaohui. After the bright moon appeared, he decided to pretend this never happened. "Do you want the face of the human-faced scorpion?" When Nana, no, Sun Qianqi, told Chunyi that she also wanted the face of the human-faced scorpion, Chunyi was surprised. Yesterday, when he found the face skin, Sun Qianqi was very resistant and didn't even want to look at it. But unexpectedly, before dawn, her thoughts had changed. Now she was acting a bit coquettishly toward Chunyi. "Yes, the human-faced scorpion is a good thing. I want it. Brother, please help me." Chunyi was about 7 or 8 years older than 18-year-old Nana. "No, Sun Qianqi," so calling him brother was fine. "But what about yesterday?" "Yesterday was yesterday. Today is today. Yesterday, we killed the human-faced scorpion and got 2 strange materials. The shell counts as one, and the face skin counts as another. Forget about the shell for now. Just the face skin isn't simple. How did you figure that out?" Chunyi interrupted Sun Qianqi, surprised. He had a system that could identify things. "But the young girl in front of me has pink hair. How does she know? Could she also have secret skills I don't know about?" "You're so naive. That person's face looks uncomfortable and nervous, but the shell seems unaffected. Any strange material that makes people uncomfortable is probably valuable. This is an important way to judge if a strange material is precious. Of course, this method isn't always accurate, but it should be right about that person's face. I didn't expect the pink-haired girl to know more than me at such a young age." Chunyi remembered the scalp of the skin-removing ghost he had collected. When he first saw it, he also felt uneasy. "I think this method should work. According to the rules of the team, the 4 of us should share everything equally. Brother, you can give me your part. You're still a mechanic, and if you talk to the captain and the big guy, it should work. Later, you can help me upgrade my sword." The pink-haired girl suddenly turned over and took out the long sword pressed beneath her. "How do you know I can upgrade it?" Halfway through, Chunyi realized he had asked a stupid question. "Hehe, do you think I'm stupid? Your car changes every day. We already suspected you might not be a mechanic, but now, who doesn't have secrets? Do you think only you do?" Hehe. The girl's face was full of cunning, like a little fox. She focused again on the sword and said, "Every sword fairy needs a special sword. This sword was originally a display piece collected by my grandfather. Since I became an extraordinary person, this sword has never left my side. Its number is only over 3,000 now. Brother, I know you have a way to upgrade strange items. Please help me." The girl pouted and begged Chunyi. Even her way of calling him became sweet and clingy. Chunyi didn't soften because of her begging, nor did he loosen his stance after their close night and the change in their relationship. His eyes became clearer. "What will you give me in exchange?" Sun Qianqian's eyes widened in shock when she heard Chun Ye's words, staring at him in disbelief. "Since I am already like this, you still remember everything clearly? 1 code equals 1 code. I only said that I also want that face scorpion skin. All right, how about this? I trade my shell share for your face scorpion skin. I take the face scorpion skin, and you take its shell. I can help you make strange objects, but I charge a lot for each attempt. Also, I can help you negotiate with Chu Zhe and the Iron Lion. But, as I said, what will you trade me? Xinya's attitude is completely like a negotiator. Xinyi, get lost. Just get lost. In the end, Xinyi was kicked out of the modified off-road vehicle. At this moment, the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon, and the temperature hadn't fully risen yet. Fortunately, Xinyi is already a sequence extraordinary, so this temperature isn't unbearable for him. Just as Xinyi shrugged and prepared to leave, the car door opened again. A pretty face with pink hair appeared in front of Xinyi, looking disdainful. Scoundrel, remember, I played you. Bang. The car door closed again. Xinyi stood there in shock, suddenly feeling a wave of humiliation. He returned to his old, battered pickup truck, lying in the truck bed. The car shelter had been torn apart by a sandstorm and was nowhere to be seen. After recalling yesterday's humiliating experience, he calmed his mind. Xinyi began to plan how to upgrade himself. There are currently 3 upgrade options. The first is to upgrade the Bloodgrudge Chopper. He still has the scalp of the Skinning Ghost, but it requires 30,000 killing points. He has enough killing points, but if he spends all 30,000, his points will be completely used up. If an emergency occurs later, the system will be just a decoration. The second option is to exchange for a magic potion capsule through the system. Chu Zhe mentioned this magic potion capsule, and Xinyi kept the name in mind. According to Captain Chu, the magic potion capsule can fully unlock human potential. It can enhance the strength of a sequence extraordinary. It is even more valuable than sequence injections. Of course, there is also a magic fruit that Sun Qianqian ate, which has a similar effect. But maybe it's better to forget about it. Using the blood and flesh of loved ones to forge a magical fruit to achieve greatness is something I could never do, even if I had a cold heart. System, how many killing points are needed to exchange for a magic potion capsule? Magic potion capsule. A capsule created before the end of the world using human wisdom, capable of greatly enhancing the body's potential, with high value. Exchanging for 1 magic potion capsule costs 50,000 killing points. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? 50,000. Hearing this price, Xinyi immediately gave up on the idea of trading. The third plan is to upgrade the vehicle. The pickup truck's canopy can be temporarily left unrepaired. The electric system of the vehicle is urgent. Now, there isn't much fuel left in the 60-liter tank. My supplies are nowhere near what Chu Che, Sun Qianqian, and Iron Lion have. They said they once found a gas station and got enough fuel before I joined the team. I can't compare myself to them. Up to now, I still owe Chu Che 15 liters of fuel. Without alternative fuel, in a couple of days, I might have to borrow again. So, this is the most urgent matter right now. I bargained with the system. In the end, I decided to spend 15,000 killing points to upgrade the solar panels within 48 hours. After the upgrade, the panels can provide 20 hours of ideal sunlight, fully charging the vehicle's 10 units of electricity. Under ideal conditions, 10 units of electricity can make the vehicle travel up to 100 kilometers. The end-of-the-world pickup truck is much larger than Chili Fish Head. It can only travel about 70 kilometers, which is still good enough. The team's daily travel distance isn't fixed. When reaching a safe enough place, Chu Che chooses to rest and camp. Sometimes, traveling 100 kilometers in a day is too much. Other times, only a few dozen kilometers are possible. When confirming this upgrade plan, Xinyi felt his fingers trembling. Looking at the 3,000 killing points just earned, they were gone in an instant, leaving only a little over 1,000. It felt like getting paid at the start of the month, only to have half of it go to the landlord. This feeling was really unpleasant. A countdown timer appeared above the pickup truck. 47:60:59. Looking at the remaining kill points, Xinyi felt a bit frustrated. He was not willing to accept that 30,000 kill points had not improved his combat power at all. He hadn't upgraded any special items, nor used them on himself. Moreover, the power system of the Doomsday pickup truck couldn't be wasted. After some thought, Xinyi remembered the potion capsules. Since he didn't have enough kill points, couldn't he find an alternative? Aren't there internal energy techniques in martial arts novels? Is there no way to improve his strength? Since awakening his extraordinary abilities, Xinyi had been practicing his powers. Improving his strength was the best way to survive the apocalypse. Of course, this kind of practice was also a slow and clumsy method. He kept smoking, blowing out smoke, and using his powers to imitate various animals. Or he would create a fog of smoke around himself. His current strength was naturally better than when he first awakened, but the improvement was limited. During the fight with the human-faced scorpion, Xinghua spent a lot of time and smoked a lot to create the fog. If his opponent had been human and he had no help, he might have died long ago. This method was slow and consumed a lot of smoke. If it weren't for his passive ability to tolerate nicotine, Xinghua wouldn't dare to practice like this. He once asked Chu Che. The Pathfinder sequence was very special, constantly sensing strange phenomena 24 hours a day. Therefore, Chu Che's powers were being trained every day. According to Chu Che, as long as he lived long enough, his powers would definitely improve. But the process might be slow. Chu Che's method was basically the same as Chunye's. Taisher was a Titan sequence extraordinary. According to Taisher, exercising the body could make him stronger. So, when not on the road, Chunye often saw Taisher training his body in the sand dunes. This method was essentially the same as Chunye's. But Xinghua was not satisfied. If only his powers were stronger, maybe he wouldn't have struggled so much against the human-faced scorpion before. Whether upgrading vehicles or improving strength, both are to help survive in the end times. Vehicles and extraordinary abilities are essential during this migration. Can it be like in martial arts novels, where practicing internal skills daily makes your power grow? As long as it's a bit faster than the usual slow practice, it should work. System. Is there a way to improve the sequence of extraordinary abilities, like Xinghua described the idea to the system based on the characteristics of internal martial arts and novels? The small spinning circle appeared again, showing the system was thinking. Could such a method really exist? Xinghua felt a little nervous, his breathing quickening. If such internal skills existed, even if they were expensive, he could accept them. They could boost his strength. In theory, the sequence of extraordinary abilities and the host's internal energy are both forms of energy use. So, that means it's possible? Xinghua couldn't help but interrupt the system, his voice trembling slightly. If it really worked? Theoretically feasible. But it requires consuming killing points for deduction. Alright, how many killing points are needed? Estimated at 10,000 killing points. The deduction will take 36 hours. Currently, the system task is ongoing. Do you want to interrupt it? Note: interrupting the current task will not refund the killing points spent. Please consider carefully, host. 10,000 killing points? And 36 hours of deduction? Xinghua thought he could get the results immediately just by paying the points. He was surprised by this new feature of the system. For simple information, paying killing points gets instant results. The more complicated the task, the more points and time it requires. For this method of training the sequence of extraordinary abilities, it might be quite troublesome for the system, but it would also be very helpful for him. As for interrupting the current task, Xinghua definitely refused. That task cost 15,000 killing points. I had to suppress the excitement in my heart and wait 48 hours before I could say anything. The dawn was breaking, and the blood moon was slowly sinking. The red glow on the sand dunes gradually faded. Every morning, I could still see the sunrise. This definitely gave hope to the survivors in the end-of-the-world situation. Even Xinghua, when seeing such a sunrise each morning, felt some of his gloom lift. Some people had already gotten up. In the camp, there was noise. Someone got out of a vehicle to take care of personal hygiene far away. Others started building fires and preparing breakfast. A delicate figure descended from the nearby sand dunes. Her long pink hair shimmered in the morning sunlight. But this pink-haired girl was soaked in sweat, her wet hair sticking to her face and neck. She was still holding a long sword. Could it be that she was going to practice swordsmanship now? Last night and now, she really seemed to be. This morning, she ate porridge. I have to say, the cook here is really talented. Even simple plain rice porridge smelled fragrant and delicious. Iron Lion was still sleeping. According to Chu Che, the injuries on Iron Lion from the fight with the face scorpion were minor. The real trouble was the poison on him. If it had been someone from a higher level, they might have died from the poison already. The pink-haired girl and Xinghua met again, and surprisingly, there was no awkwardness. It was almost as if nothing had happened yesterday. Xinghua was a bit surprised, but he quickly calmed down. Actually, Xinghua didn't know, but Sun Qianqian was also feeling nervous, worried about whether Xinghua would blame her. For the girl, Chunyi was born after 2000, while she was born after 2010. She was 18 this year, having turned 18 in 2030. By the end of this month, she would be 19. Chunyi, being quite old-fashioned, probably had different ideas. In the past, when watching movies, old-fashioned people thought that if something happened, they would be together for life. Because of this, the girl felt a lot of pressure. Asking Chunyi for a share of the face Scorpion's hide this morning was mostly a test. Later, Chunyi refused her. So, she wasn't disappointed. Instead, she felt a bit relieved. Although she is only 18 years old, her thoughts are not as simple as those of adults. Otherwise, she wouldn't have survived until now. In the end-of-the-world situation, almost no one with simple thoughts can live. Seeing that Chunyi was completely indifferent at this moment, I finally let out a big sigh of relief. But that little feeling of sadness in my heart was like a thorn, not deadly, but it constantly reminded me that this man in front of me was truly different. Actually, the girl didn't know that Chunyi was even colder than she imagined. If faced with danger, and sacrificing one person could save everyone, Chunyi would do it without hesitation. Even if they had a past story, Chunyi even hoped the girl would treat him that way. To survive in the end of the world, everyone must rely on their own skills. Love-mindedness won't help in the end of the world. Captain Chu kept watching the two of them, hoping to see some clues from their behavior. But when he saw that they showed no signs of flirtation or awkwardness, he was confused. Did I hear wrong last night? After dinner, help me check the car? Don't forget. Okay, just a pack of cigarettes to check the car. That's too expensive. If you think it's too expensive, you can find someone else. Humph. Then give me back the cigarettes. I'll find someone to check. Do you have no shame? Things given away shouldn't be taken back. Stop. I also paid for it. Yezi will check the car first. Then you can check. Is that okay? Seeing that they were about to argue, Chu Che quickly stepped in to mediate. The girl with pink hair tilted her head and pouted proudly, making a humph. On the other side, Taisher didn't ask Chunyi to help check the car. First, because Chunyi was helping someone with their car, and a pack of cigarettes was too expensive. Before the end of the world, a pack of cigarettes was only about 10 or so yuan. But now, it's the end of the world. Second, because there were many people on the school bus, and they had their own auto repair staff. Chunyi only stepped in when things couldn't be fixed. By the way, how much water do you two still have? Just after putting down the bowl, Chu Che asked seriously. Chunyi also put down his bowl. I have about 4 or 5 bottles left. I have more, still 10 bottles. Chu Che frowned slightly, his expression unusually serious. Everyone should save water. We might encounter other groups of vehicles in the next few days. If things go well, we can exchange some water with them. I hope Iron Lion wakes up before then. Other groups of vehicles? Hearing this, Chunya's face also grew serious. Even Sun Qianqian's small face tightened. In the end of the world, sometimes the danger isn't just strange creatures. People can be more dangerous. Meeting other groups of vehicles at this time is even scarier than facing face scorpion monsters. A few months ago, the phone lost all signal and became just a brick. Later, after Shanghai fell, the radio never picked up any signals. No one knew what was happening outside. The people in the convoy had no idea. It was surprising that Chu Che managed to get news from other groups. Maybe that's one of the leader's skills. Of course, this is just a guess. Chunyi still doesn't know much about extraordinary abilities. There are hundreds of different types of extraordinary powers, each with its own unique skill. Chunyi didn't ask Chu Che why he could contact others. Just like Chu Che didn't ask why Chunyi, who isn't a mechanic, could turn a tricycle into a post-apocalyptic pickup. Chu Che once said that in this kind of end of the world, everyone has secrets. Chunyi never even mentioned the silly idea of avoiding other groups. First, the convoy was out of water. Without a water source, exchanging some water with other groups is a good plan. Second, talking to other groups can give some news from outside. Without phones or computers, it's hard to get outside information. Now that other groups suddenly appear, it's risky, but for water and news, it's worth taking the risk. The convoy seems stable, but in reality, it's like an island in the desert. After Shanghai fell, what changes happened in the world? Did the government prepare backup plans? Or are there survivor bases? For Chinese people, this kind of wandering life is undoubtedly painful. Only by settling down can people reignite the flame of civilization, and even reclaim their cities. All of this is very important. However, when encountering other convoy groups, it is crucial to stay alert. Chen Yi checked Chu Che and Sun Qiqi's cars again. Their cars are mostly okay, though some sand got inside due to the sandstorm. Fortunately, the problem was caught early, preventing small issues from becoming big ones. Today's desert remains hot and dry. The distant sand dunes look like illusions, twisted and unreal. Captain Chu's modified off-road vehicle is still leading, moving at a steady pace. Chen Yi can even hear music coming from the car. This makes him feel a bit speechless. His own car is already in poor shape, and now it doesn't even have a shelter. Among the convoy, his car is the most damaged. Other vehicles may have some scratches, but they are still mostly intact. Sometimes, Captain Chu stops, seeming to look for directions. Other times, he retraces the route they took in the morning. Resources are scarce, so the convoy usually eats only 2 meals a day. A while ago, there were a few overweight people in the group. Now, they've all become thin. 1 or 2 are as skinny as bamboo sticks, clearly malnourished. In this end-of-the-world situation, the only good thing is that there's no need to bother with dieting. There's nothing to eat anyway. The porridge from this morning has long been digested. Chen Yi finds a small bread from the back seat and slowly nibbles on it. The little water left in the bottle has been drunk, just enough to moisten his lips. He's not full, but he's reluctant to open a new bottle of mineral water. He carefully stores the bottle, as it's an important resource. He reaches into his pocket and lights a cigarette. It helps ease his anxious feelings a bit. The weather is hot, and people tend to get anxious easily. Behind Chen Ye's end-of-the-world pickup truck is that strange old man's vehicle. This sandstorm caused many deaths. But that old man's vehicle is still there. Chen Yi is slightly surprised. Everyone else is gone, but the old man is still alive. And that iconic old man's vehicle is calmly following behind his car. The roof rack is swaying, loose but still hanging on. Chen Yi was smoking and looking at the old man in the rearview mirror. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. You should know, this old man was charging. Normally, he should have run out of power long ago. But this old man was still alive. And the car could still run. So many people had died, yet this old man was still thriving. There must be something wrong with him. But Chen Yi had no intention of trying to find out his secret. This was the end of the world, not a horror movie. In those movies, the main characters, even knowing there was danger, still go to risky places and meet dangerous people. In the end, everyone dies, leaving only the title. Then new heroes appear, continue to take risks, and keep dying. Even though Chen Yi knew this old man might be suspicious, his choice was to stay far away and observe first. He wouldn't act rashly until he understood this old man's situation. At 5 p.m., Captain Chu found their resting spot. It was behind a sand dune. The slanting afternoon sun provided some shade. Dinner was still somewhat filling, but a bit dry. It showed that water was very scarce, affecting daily life. As for other survivors, things were even worse. Each person could only get a small sip of water each day, just enough to prevent dehydration. Many survivors' lips were cracked, and they looked like withered flower buds. Chen Yi saw Sulina. When she saw Chen Yi, she managed a faint smile. Do you want a sip of water? Chen Yi waved the half bottle of mineral water. Her eyes seemed glued to the bottle, staring hard at it. But in the end, she shook her head with difficulty. I know, you probably don't have much water left either. I'm not even thirsty. Sulina's hoarse voice showed she was extremely dehydrated. God knows how much courage it took for her to say that. What she wanted wasn't just a sip of water. It was the passenger seat of that end-of-the-world pickup truck. The wise avoid small gains for greater plans. This saying described Sulina well. Compared to the other women in the convoy, Sulina was clearly more capable. Chen Yi looked deeply at the woman but said nothing. As for what happened that night between Chen Yi and Sun Qianqian, everyone in the convoy knew about it. But Sulina didn't even give Chen Yi a resentful look. Chen Yi and Sun Qianqian seemed to get along normally, with no change in their interactions, as if nothing had happened that night. This made Captain Chu, who was always curious, feel uncomfortable. They had a quiet night. The vehicle's electrical system still had 24 hours before the upgrade was complete. It would be finished by this time tomorrow. Fortunately, today's journey was not far, so the vehicle could keep going. In the morning, Chen Yi saw the girl with pink hair return to the convoy, sweaty. Could this tall, pink-haired girl who liked to drink had become a determined, hard-working girl. It looked like she had been practicing swordsmanship all night. Since that day, Chunyi noticed she had changed. She became more diligent. Today, she wasn't drunk anymore. After eating, she went to practice her sword. Her younger sister Xiao Yu said that during the daytime migration, she was meditating inside the vehicle. This morning, when they set out, the Iron Lion finally woke up. His wounds had healed, but the toxins in his body hadn't been fully expelled. The venom of the human-faced scorpion is very strong. It won't kill me, but it will make it hard for me to recover fully for now. At least a week? A week? Hearing the Iron Lion speak so slowly, everyone fell silent. According to Captain Chu, they were very close to another convoy. Both groups had been looking for a chance that wouldn't attract strange attention. After all, with two convoys together, there could be many people. The more people there are, the easier it is to attract attention. And it was troublesome that the Iron Lion, an important fighter, couldn't join the fight. Today's migration was repeatedly delayed, as Captain Chu seemed to be avoiding something while trying to head somewhere else. At night, the pickup truck's power upgrade system finally finished. This meant the system had completed its task and could now be used to develop methods for practicing superpowers. The appearance of the upgraded Apocalypse pickup truck hasn't changed much. There is now a solar panel on the roof of the cockpit. Inside, there are some new buttons and a battery-level display. Connecting the solar panel to the vehicle's charging port starts the charging process. The 2 electricity power bank obtained from Iron Lion can now be used. Also, the electronic fruit watch from the Long Life Village chief's house is functional. In this kind of end-of-the-world situation, having a watch to check the time is very useful. But now it's nighttime, so charging will have to wait until morning. Chunyi can only wait. However, there is a more important task now. That is to let the system simulate and train the extraordinary sequence. System, start the simulation, based on the host's request, using internal martial arts as a blueprint, beginning simulation. Estimated time, 36 hours. Deduct 10,000 killing points. 35:59:59, 35:59:58. Seeing that the previous total was 30,000 killing points, now it has dropped to 5,000. Chunyi feels a sharp pain in his heart. These killing points are too fragile. Fortunately, starting tomorrow, this pickup can switch to a hybrid mode of gasoline and electricity. It will save a lot of fuel in the future. It takes 2 days to fully charge the electric vehicle's battery. The theoretical range is 100 kilometers, but the actual distance might only be around 70 kilometers, possibly even less. Although not perfect, it is still usable. If Chunyi earns more killing points later, he can upgrade again and completely eliminate fuel consumption. Today, the vehicle has run out of fuel, and it is still charging. Only after the vehicle has stored some electricity can the electric system be activated. Chunyi had no choice but to humbly ask Chu Che to borrow 30 liters of fuel. After all, the more problems, the less they matter. Debt is just debt. Owing is just owing. Captain, how much fuel do you actually have hidden? It seems like you all never run out. After borrowing so much from you, I don't have much left. Oh, and remember to return the fuel can. Chunyi looked unconvinced. I'm telling you, we expect to meet another convoy tomorrow. Rest early today, and stay alert when you interact with them these next few days. When Chu Che left with the oil can, he said this to Chunyi. Tomorrow? So sudden? Refilling the car with 30 liters of fuel should last a while. Seeing the girl with pink hair practicing swordsmanship on a nearby sand dune, under the blood moon, her long sword like a flowing dragon, reflecting the moonlight and giving it chilling feeling. This woman seems to have become stronger. After filling up the tank, Chunyi returned the oil can. Nothing happened overnight. The next morning, Chunyi sensed something unusual in the camp. First, Captain Chu was wearing a new outfit, and he looked cleaner than before. Young son Qianqian also looked more energetic and spirited. Even Taisher had tidied himself up. What's going on with you all? We're meeting another convoy today. We can't let them look down on us. All right, Chunyi felt a little distressed, pouring half a cup of water and using a damp cloth to wipe his face. As for his clothes, no choice. His previous clothes were blown away by the sandstorm. Now he only has this set on him. As for his shoes, just these flip-flops on his feet. The convoy today seemed to have a plan. They headed east right after setting out. Chunyi also turned on the solar panel charger. Beep. A notification sound, and the dashboard inside the vehicle started showing charging. Seeing the battery indicator light up, Chunyi had a vague sense of nostalgia. As the sun grew hotter, Captain Chu found a spot to stop. He scooped up a handful of sand from the desert, tasting it carefully like eating broad beans. After eating a few grains, Chu Che tossed the remaining sand into the air. This place is safe until tomorrow morning. Other survivors had already started setting up camp. Some took tents out of the vehicles. Others moved food supplies out. Chu Che, barefoot, walked to the sand dune, shielding his eyes from the bright sun, gazing into the distance. It was clear they were searching for the location of the agreed-upon convoy. After so many years of the apocalypse, this was the first time Chunyi saw another group like theirs. It made him feel a little hopeful, but also cautious. Obviously, Captain Chu hadn't found any sign of another convoy, so he handed this important task to the team assistant, Xiao Wang. They came down from the sand dune and found a shady spot to set up a tent. Today, Captain Chu surprisingly brought out his special tea, and everyone sat under the tent to drink tea and chat. Only Xiao Wang stayed alone on the dune, enduring the hot weather of over 40 degrees Celsius. Fortunately, he had brought along a tattered umbrella for shade. "They're coming. Captain, they're here," Xiao Wang suddenly called out excitedly. Soon after, everyone stood up and headed toward the dune. The other survivors also looked alert, their faces showing anticipation as they climbed the dune. This was the first time in months they had encountered another convoy. When they reached the top of the dune, they looked in the direction Xiao Wang pointed. In the distance, a long line of tiny ants was slowly moving toward them. Because of the distance, Chunyi couldn't see the details of the other convoy, but he sensed something was off about that long line of tiny ants. "This doesn't look like a convoy," someone questioned. "Someone's suspicious," another said. "No, this speed is way too slow. They have a lot of people." "Yeah, a lot of people." The long line of tiny ants in the distance did seem to be a large group, stretching nearly a few hundred meters. Suddenly, the sound of ringing bells came from afar. Could it be a caravan? Chunyi wondered, but said nothing. Soon, his suspicion was confirmed. It was indeed a caravan. A caravan slowly approached through the desert toward them, giving a strange feeling, almost like crossing into another world. If not for their clothing and the modern-looking supplies on the caravan, Chunyi might think he had traveled through time. The caravan was very long. Roughly estimating, there were over 30 camels. Only the front few camels carried people. The camels at the back are loaded with supplies. The supplies are even more than those in the fair convoy. I wonder if they just collected the supplies recently. As the caravan approached, Chunyi noticed something strange. At the front was an old man with bare feet, sitting on a camel with a sunshade on his back, and holding a dry tobacco pipe in his mouth. This should be the companion of Captain Chu, a very experienced guide. Some people were also sitting on the camels behind, and there were even more people who weren't on camels. These people, men and women, were dressed in ragged clothes. Their faces looked sunken and pale, with dull eyes. They were so thin they looked like grasshoppers. Even their hands and feet were tied with ropes, held by a strong man. Seeing these people, Chunyi could only think of one word: slaves. "Hello, M.O. Huiran. Call me Captain M.O., or just Old M.O." The old man with a cigarette in his mouth smiled like a sunflower, barefoot on the hot sand, reaching out his hand to Captain Chu. His strong Northwest accent made him sound a bit comical. Captain Chu also smiled and shook hands. "Chu Che, leader of the fair convoy. Captain M.O., welcome." The two groups finally met. They looked each other over, wary and cautious. Chunyi stepped back half a step behind the Iron Lion, trying not to draw attention to himself. This move of stepping back behind the crowd was somewhat inspired by old Demon Han. As the caravan approached, the first thing they noticed was the survivors in the convoy. These ragged survivors looked even more pitiful than beggars. Each one was extremely thin. Their eyes were dull and lifeless. They looked exactly like slaves in TV shows. What was even more shocking was the ropes on their hands and feet. When they saw Chun Yi and the others, their eyes remained unchanged, still empty and hollow. These people were treated worse than the camels. Compared to them, the survivors in their convoy were only a little thinner but in much better condition. The survivors in the convoy whispered among themselves, glancing occasionally at the old man leading the others. The old man pretended not to see and happily chatted with Captain Chu. The strong smell coming from the camels made Chun Yi want to cover his nose. There are more camels in this caravan than he expected. Not only that, but there are also 5 large dogs among the camels. These 5 dogs are much more impressive than the 2 black dogs raised by Captain Chu. They are bigger and more powerful. Wait, these aren't dogs, they're wolves. Chunya's heart tightened. The 5 wolves had fierce eyes and silently formed a circle around the caravan when they approached. They seemed to see the people as prey. Chunya's pupils shrank slightly. Awu, a strange howl sounded. The 5 wolves lowered their bodies and nervously moved to a man nearby. Chunyi looked in the direction of the wolves. It was a young man in his 30s. He was making strange sounds, as if communicating with the wolves. The wolves circled around him obediently. This man can control wolves. He must be an extraordinary rank. Captain Chu, let me introduce you. This is Zhang Lei, an important member of our team. Ha! Mo Huiran pointed at the young man playing with the wolves and introduced him to Chu Che, not mentioning his rank. But from the situation, it was easy to guess. This person's extraordinary rank is probably related to beast control. Also, this is Ding Dong. She's also an important member of our team. The old man pointed to a fit woman with her arms crossed. She looked plain, with bandages on her hands, and had a cold, tough expression. She didn't seem easy to mess with. When Mo Huiran introduced himself, she just nodded and said nothing. Chunyi looked more closely at the bandages on her hands. They looked like boxing wraps used during training. Her rank is probably related to those bandages. That person over there is Lu Yang. He's a kid, not yet an adult. Don't mind him if he's naive. Finally, there was a young man standing at the back of the group. He was wrapped in a hooded cloak, hiding behind a camel to avoid the sun. Chunyi noticed a problem. The survivors around them, the slaves, seemed especially afraid of this young boy. Even the other extraordinary companions from different groups didn't seem eager to get close to him. When Chunyi looked at him, the boy grinned and made a throat-cutting gesture with his hand. Is this a challenge? No, this challenge isn't directed at me. It's aimed at the big, silly guy, Tai Shi. Sure enough, the big, silly guy blushed and looked a bit flustered, his aura unstable. Chu Che also imitated the boy and pointed at their group, saying, Tai Shi, Sun Qianqian. Chunyi. Well, your introduction was simple, but mine is even simpler. As for what level they are, I don't know your abilities, and you probably don't know ours. These few should be the extraordinary members of the camel caravan. They are similar to us, with 4 members each. But currently, Tai Shi's fighting strength hasn't fully recovered, so he's probably a bit weaker. I just awakened a few days ago, and my abilities haven't fully developed yet. Once I get the system's training methods and my strength grows rapidly, I'll feel a lot safer. And those 5 wolves, each standing as tall as an adult. If they have any secret tricks left, I don't think we can match them. Chunyi scanned the surroundings and mentally planned an escape route in case they couldn't win. Remember, Chunyi has always looked up to old Demon Han as a hero. He's very familiar with the tactics of retreat behind the crowd and escape first. He doesn't see these as shameful. If he can win, he'll take what he wants. If he can't, he'll run. That's a simple rule even kids understand. In his mind, Chunyi is already planning the upcoming conflicts. It's only been a few minutes since they met. Both groups set up camp behind the sand dunes. Chunyi's group pitched their tents around several vehicles. Meanwhile, the camel caravan arranged their camp based on the positions of their camels. At this moment, Chunyi realized that the supplies of this caravan were much richer than his own. They had all kinds of tents and supplies laid out neatly. The area behind the dunes is 3 times larger than the area on Chunyi's side. The ragged slaves, both men and women, are being driven by a man holding a whip. They slowly start setting up the camp by taking things off the camels. Captain Chu, your team is a bit small. Mo Huiran, rubbing his eyes shining, scans the survivors of the fair convoy. Everyone he looks at is terrified and looks away. This is now the end of the world. The survivors already know that ordinary people have no rights. Just look at the ordinary people in this convoy. Captain Mo, it's the end of the world now. The fewer people, the better. Captain Chu, your convoy is pretty good, and you still have vehicles. TSK. But I guess fuel is hard to get now. Huh? Captain Mo, you're right. You don't know the half of it. An old man and a young man, both barefoot, are chatting happily. If you didn't know better, You'd think they were old friends who hadn't seen each other in years. But in fact, both have their own secrets. Despite the old man's appearance of being very old and frail, he's quite clever, using various words to find out about the convoy. Captain Chu is also not easy to deal with. While defending carefully, he's also trying to learn about the other's situation. The blood moon hangs high, adding a strange atmosphere to the desert. But inside the camp beneath the dunes, it feels lively. Of course, this lively scene is limited to a small area. Other survivors are drooling at the smell of roasted meat coming from the campfire. In the big pot over the fire, there might just be a few canned meats and dried vegetables. Some picky eaters wouldn't even touch such canned food before. But now, these are extremely precious ingredients, and just having a bite is impossible. Next to the campfire, a radio is playing music. 7 or 8 people sit around the fire, chatting and joking. The big pot over the fire is about a meter in diameter. It was taken from a camel's back. The ingredients inside the pot are shared equally between 2 teams. In this end-of-the-world situation, feeding 7 or 8 people is almost a disaster. A few bottles of white wine have been opened. Captain Mo Huiran had a full glass nearby. Every sip he took looked very enjoyable, as if he was drinking fine wine. Actually, today's white wine was neither famous nor good. It was collected earlier from Chongshou village. A small village shop naturally wouldn't have good wine. Hey, I used to be a village official, with only 7 or 8 family members at home. Our village isn't as rich as others, but it's okay. Except for water shortages, everything else was pretty good. Later, many people came saying there were ghosts outside, and the city was gone. How could I believe that? But more and more people kept coming. Little Chu, you don't know. Everyone kept telling you that the city was gone, and so were the people. You don't understand. I was really scared back then. The former Captain Chu was now called Little Chu. Chu Che was making a fuss, just picking his teeth. Hey, you're the captain, I'm the captain too. We're equals. Why do you call me Little Chu, and in front of so many people, calling me that? That's not right. But to gather information, Captain Chu could only endure it. Old brother, take it slow. Let's drink slowly. Chu Che poured his own drink into the old man's cup. Since Chu Che didn't like strong drinks, giving it was fine. The old man squinted his eyes, clearly enjoying both smoking and drinking, not refusing anyone. How can that be? How can that be? He said he didn't like it, but his actions showed he enjoyed it. Little Chu, you don't know. These people are bad. At first, they came to our village, and we treated them well with good food and drinks. But then they weren't satisfied and started to steal. Oh my goodness, these dogs, really no good at all. The old man was eating meat from a big pot with chopsticks while drinking, his mouth greasy. The general situation was that the city was mysteriously occupied. Survivors came to their village. Then conflicts happened between them. Later, strange things also appeared in the village. They ran out of the village. Their experiences were very similar to others. Brother, after that, did the government and the army do anything? We have so many people and so many troops. Why is there no sign of action? Brother, I heard that Chongshou is finished. But Chongshou is a huge city with millions of people. How could it be? Just gone like that? Chu Che's face looked serious, and he asked with some frustration. There's no way it's gone. Go call that chubby guy over. The old man used chopsticks to pick up a piece of meat and threw it out. The skinny man, who looked like a monkey, suddenly jumped up, grabbed the meat, and shoved it into his mouth, not caring if it was hot or not, and chewed hurriedly as he ran toward the group of slaves. Soon, a tall, thin man appeared. This man looked nothing like the chubby guy. Hee. Little Chu, this guy used to be chubby. I heard he was a leader before. Now he's so thin because he hasn't eaten much. He just escaped from Chongshou. Listen to him talk. He knows a lot. Chu Che's eyes lit up slightly. This tall, thin man was suddenly called in front of everyone. He trembled, but managed to stand. Tell Brother Chu what you know. The tall, thin man steadied himself and started to speak slowly. Chongshou is one of the top cities in the country. Not just in the country, but in the whole world. There are only a few cities that can compare. He used to be a government official in Chongshou. When strange things started happening in Chongshou, the government clearly took action. But the strange events were too fierce, and the whole city couldn't respond in time. According to this tall, thin man, Chongshou changed almost overnight. At night, the whole city was eerily silent. The more crowded places, the more cases of strange phenomena appeared. It was like a living hell. Naturally, the higher-ups paid attention and quickly sent in the army, but unfortunately, things didn't settle down. Conventional weapons were useless against these strange phenomena. In just a few days, humans started to retreat. Chongshou became a forbidden zone for humans. Later, some groups went in to investigate. Many people have gone into Chongshou for investigation, but none have returned. Chongshou is now one of the most dangerous, uninhabited areas in the country, even the world. When mentioning this, the tall, thin man trembled and tears welled up in his eyes. Seeing his reaction, Chu-Che realized he should speak generally about the situation, avoiding details that might trigger more frightening memories. Is there no government or organization that has set up a base there? I know about that. Mo Huiran waved his hand to dismiss the tall man, then said to Chu-Che, I heard the government has a survivor base in the south. That base has hundreds of thousands of people. Later, too many people went there, and strange invasions happened. Some died, some escaped. Actually, a person from the caravan escaped from there a while ago and died a few days ago. Otherwise, I would have him tell you, it's not just one. Several bases have been established over time. Some had tens of thousands of people, others only a few hundred, all gone now. In this end-of-the-world situation, it's really, living one more day is good enough. Don't think too much. Damn it. Mo Huiran gulped down his drink, a faint flush on his face. Chunyi poured his own wine into the old man's cup and lit a cigarette. The old man ignored Chunyi and smiled at Chu-Che. Don't want to think about it. Since it's the end of the world, just survive each day. Little Chu, do you want to see internet celebrities? My little wife is a big internet star. She used to have millions of fans, a real big star. She earns more in a day than we could in a lifetime. If it weren't for the end of the world, I wouldn't even dare to dream of such wealth. Hee. She dances beautifully. Do you want to see? Chunyi wasn't very interested in such things. He glanced at the system. There were 10 hours left for the skill deduction. It should be finished by tomorrow morning. But this caravan might not be so peaceful. After a moment of action, I found myself right beside Sun Qianqian. A strong expert from the Sword Immortal sequence is not so simple. Chunyi had already made up his mind. If I can fight, I will fight. If I can't, I will run. While Chunyi was thinking about various plans, a charming figure stepped out from the crowd. At first glance, Chun felt something strange. A very odd feeling. It's not that this internet celebrity isn't attractive. On the contrary, she is very beautiful, about 1.75 meters tall, with a slim and well-proportioned figure. When she walks, her hips sway dramatically, making it hard not to look at her in places you shouldn't. No wonder she has millions of followers online. She is indeed very charming. But Chunyi just felt uncomfortable, a strange feeling. Before the apocalypse, a big internet celebrity with millions of fans earned as much as a third-tier star. In some ways, she even outperformed top-tier stars. Now, she could only be a small wife to an old man. If that's the case, then this old man probably has more than one wife. Chunyi turned his head toward the darkness, only seeing eager or suppressed eyes. The woman swayed her hips as she approached the old man, sat beside him with her long legs, and coquettishly said, Husband, what are you calling me for? This old man was shameless. He was about the same age as her grandchildren. Hee. Little darling, this is Captain Chu-Che from Chu Team. I'm happy tonight. How about you dance a song for everyone? Husband, I'm tired and haven't eaten yet. Huh? Good girl, little treasure. As long as you dance well, I'll give you a good meal tonight. How annoying. The two flirted and teased each other without caring about others. Chunyi watched this with growing discomfort. Not only did he not recognize this internet celebrity with millions of fans, but the interaction between the two. It gave him an indescribable feeling. Captain Chu, who usually avoids women, even shifted slightly to the side. Of course, some people were watching this big internet celebrity with eager eyes. Feeling a teasing gaze, Chun looked up and saw it was Sun Qianqian, the girl with pink hair. This young girl was looking at me with a teasing gaze. Chunyi was slightly surprised and didn't understand why. At that moment, the old man's little wife swayed her hips and walked to the center of the area. Although her clothes weren't very fancy, she looked cleaner than other survivors, with a simple beauty. It seemed that the old man also treated her well. This little obedient girl even winked at Chunyi. as if hinting at something. For some reason, Chunyi suddenly felt a shiver down his spine. Someone took out a phone and started playing music. Although there was no internet anymore, using a phone as a music player was still possible. The music started playing. The old man's little obedient girl began to dance. Her dance was quite good, showing she had a solid foundation. If it weren't for the apocalypse, the old man would never have a chance to be with such a beautiful woman. As she danced, Chunyi felt more and more strange. This woman had unusually large hands and feet, and her skeleton seemed taller than that of an average woman. When he saw her Adam's apple, Chunyi understood. This was a man dressed as a woman. Damn, she had just flirted with me earlier. Chunyi. He had never looked down on such people and believed everyone had the right to choose their own path. But this was the first time he saw someone so striking. He was a bit stunned. He also moved back a little. The expressions on Iron Lion, Captain Zhu, and Chunye's faces were quite similar. But many people on the camel team looked relaxed and happy. Only the plain-looking young woman showed clear disgust. Her face had strong features, and she drank the white wine in her cup in one gulp before leaving without saying a word to anyone. Old man Emo didn't seem to notice her departure at all. Hee, how is it? Are you moved? The pink-haired girl's hair brushed against Chunye's nose. Chunye rolled his eyes and said nothing. Captain Emo, on this journey, besides us, have you encountered any other survivor groups? Captain Shu, who is not interested in romantic matters, was not very interested in the performance of the male performer either. He was talking to Captain Emo about other things. The old man looked very happy as he spoke. Hearing this, Captain Chu had to start a conversation with him. I have met a few survivor groups, including yours. I've encountered 2.5 groups so far. Oh, the old man picked up his cup and took a sip, making a satisfied sigh sound, as if the drink in his cup was the finest wine. Before, I met a team that traveled on motorcycles. They planned to go south to avoid trouble at sea, but now, with the current situation, even the sea might not be safe. Chunyi and the others listened carefully. These stories are very valuable in the end of the world. They might be useful someday. Before the disaster, many news could be found online. Now, without the internet, most information is passed by word of mouth. Who was the other half of the team? Taisher asked curiously, sounding muffled. I'm not very sure about the other team. I only saw them from afar. It looked like they built a city on the back of an extremely huge elephant. While saying this, Old Emo seemed to be recalling something unbelievable. He hesitated even as he spoke. A city on the back of an elephant? Captain Chu quickly asked, his eyes flickering wildly, clearly thinking of something based on that statement. Chunyi, Sun Chichi, and Taisher all looked at each other in surprise. It was definitely a big elephant, very large, with a city on its back. Or maybe a creature similar to an elephant. I saw the city on its back very clearly. It was a real city, with many people, probably hundreds, at that time. Because we were too far apart, I didn't stop to contact them. Seeing that Chunyi and the others didn't believe him, Old Emo chuckled and said, that's nothing. I also heard that some groups built their homes in the sky, like sky cities. Now, in this end-of-the-world world, with superpowered beings and strange powers, anything is possible. There is now a belief that strange events happen because two different worlds' spaces overlap. Many unbelievable things will happen in the future. Don't be so surprised. Have you ever thought about such extreme weather, hot during the day and freezing at night? It is said that some people have encountered worlds they've never seen before. But these are nothing compared to what's coming. Maybe because he had drunk too much. Old man Emo kept talking non-stop, never stopping his words. Whenever Chu Che started to speak, this old man would keep talking endlessly. Through this, everyone learned a lot about what's outside. But whenever the topic of their ranks or positions came up, the old man would avoid it. It seems he still had some clarity. Originally, the evening was supposed to be for trading. But since it was too late, the trade was postponed until tomorrow. After the dinner, everyone was about to get up and go back to their cars or tents to rest. Suddenly, they saw the survivors who had been hiding in the dark earlier rushing toward the leftover stew in the big pot. They didn't care that the soup was still boiling. They grabbed whatever they could and started eating. Some weaker ones couldn't get close, so they picked up bones they had discarded earlier and gnawed on them loudly. Old man Emo turned around and laughed proudly. End of the world. It's really the end of the world. Mr. Zhang, take your time. There's plenty of bones. And you, Mr. Wong. Haha, this is interesting. Little darling, let's go back. Back. All these bone grabbers were survivors from the camel caravan, whom Old Man Mo and others called slaves. After a short contact, Chunyi learned that the situation of the camel caravan was very different from that of the fair convoy. These survivors, with shackles on their hands and feet, were private property owned by Old Man Mo and a few others with extraordinary ranks. Compared to the slavery of the camel caravan, the fairness upheld by the fair convoy was like paradise. In the fair convoy, everything was based on fairness. As long as you worked hard, you could eat well. Even if you were just a little diligent, you wouldn't go hungry. Many survivors looked sad and scared. The group looked at each other silently, saying nothing, and simply went into Captain Chu's tent. The sandstorm didn't blow away Captain Chu's tent. A person found a chair and sat down. Captain, when do we start? Chunyi asked directly as soon as he sat down. He had just looked at the other team, the camel team, and saw they had many good items. Maybe even some rare treasures. Chunyi's words made everyone look at him. The girl with pink hair looked at him with disdain and said even more contemptuously, Chunyi, you're really a born troublemaker. Are you planning to betray your own team? The tough man with a deep voice said, Wild child, that's not right. We are all survivors. Fair trade benefits everyone. Captain Chu looked at him with disdain and said, TSK, TSK, TSK. Chunyi, I knew you weren't a good person. Chunyi replied, Hey, do you dare to say you haven't thought the same? No. The three of them said in unison. They all looked at Chunyi with contempt. Chunyi felt a surge of frustration but didn't know if he should speak. It's the end of the world. Why bother with manners and politeness? In Chunyi's opinion, black eating black is the normal thing to do now. Whether to do it or not is something to discuss. At least, you should have that intention. All right, wild child, you're not wrong. You shouldn't have malicious intent, but you should be cautious, said Chu Che, starting to summarize. Sun Qianqian, with her white legs crossed, looked thoughtful. We don't plan to betray others, but we also need to prevent others from betraying us. Plus, I think Old Man Mo is tricky and cunning. We should stay alert. Chunyi nodded. Finally, someone supports me. No wonder she's got a good connection. The tough man with the deep voice said, That kid in their team makes me uncomfortable. You don't know? Just now during dinner, that kid didn't eat a single bite. He's the one wrapped in a cloak. Chunyi became interested. What do you mean? That kid doesn't eat? During the end of the world? Is there anyone who doesn't like to eat? That's not normal. Very abnormal. Iron Lion frowned and thought, I don't know, but when we were eating, this kid ran outside for a while. I was curious, so I followed. Guess what I saw? The three of them looked at Iron Lion without speaking. Iron Lion scratched his head, still shaken, and said, I saw this kid go out to find someone from their team. He broke that person's fingers one by one, just listening to their screams. If that person's mouth hadn't been sealed, you might have heard it too. This kid's expression. Very strange, like, I can't really explain it. Iron Lion's face looked bad. Recalling what he had secretly seen earlier, he seemed a bit uncomfortable. After he finished, Chu Che, the team leader, also looked hesitant. He seemed to be thinking about something. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly, and he hesitated. I think I know what kind of sequence this kid belongs to. It should be the demon sequence. The demon sequence. The pink-haired girl looked surprised. Yes, this demon sequence is said to be the most suitable for the end of the world, an extraordinary type. People with this sequence can't eat normal food. If they eat human food, they will have a strong rejection reaction. Human delicacies are like poison to them. The demon sequence feeds on negative emotions. What Iron Lion saw was probably him feeding. Everyone looked at each other, unsure of what to say. They couldn't believe such a strange sequence existed. Moreover, negative emotions are the fuel that enhances the power of the demon sequence. The more intense the negative emotions in a place, the faster the sequence's power grows. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. It's the end of the world now, and negative emotions are everywhere. No wonder Chu Che said the demon sequence is the most suitable for the end of the world. Not only does it avoid food worries, but it also quickly boosts strength. This is almost like the ultimate version. Even Chunyi found it a bit tricky. If he didn't have his system, encountering such an extraordinary sequence would probably make him turn and run. Tomorrow at noon, I will find a way to gain extraordinary powers. Recently, there have been many areas to upgrade, whether it's vehicles, strange objects, or my own strength. But I always run out of battle points. Also, my awakening sequence is too short. If I had more time, I could easily defeat a version of the child of the world. But that's only if. Things don't always go according to my wishes. In the early stages, I can only learn a little from old Demon Han. And this kid might even be a level 2 sequence, Chuche said. How can you tell? Xinghua was curious. Did you see the cloak he's wearing? That's his demon wing. Every demon reaches level 2, they grow double wings. Usually, these wings turn into a cloak covering the whole body, but during battle, they become real wings. Chuche's words made everyone think deeply. Xinghua looked at Captain Chu with interest. Clearly, Captain Chu knows a lot about demon sequences. This is interesting. I really want to see who is stronger, a fellow level 2. The girl with pink hair put down her crossed legs and licked her lips. The girl with pink hair, who ate the magic fruit, has the strongest talent among them and is the top expert in the fair team. She has never fought against someone of the same level before. Now that she faces a fellow level 2, she is eager to try. Recently, she has been working hard and is eager to see how much her strength has grown. Although she has only been practicing for a few days. Let's be careful. If we can avoid conflicts, let's try not to fight. Captain Chu clearly doesn't want any trouble with Old Man Mo and his group. With Iron Lion losing his fighting ability, only Chun Yi and Sun Qianqian can fight. Right now, the fair team is at its weakest. That's one reason Captain Chu doesn't want to start a conflict. If it really comes to a fight, we might have a chance. Xinghua rubbed his chin, eyes shining. What do you mean? Chuche turned to look at Xinghua. Xinghua chuckled slyly, looking a bit sinister. Haven't you noticed? This caravan isn't as peaceful as it seems. That plain-looking woman seems to be at odds with the others. After Chunye's reminder, everyone remembered how the sharp-spirited woman had left during dinner. I think I should go talk to her now. Maybe I can. Stop it, Yezi. Don't think about causing trouble. It's best to avoid problems and have a smooth deal, Chuche quickly interrupted. Xinghua pouted, secretly muttering to himself. Captain Chu, we're in the end times now. If you don't want to fight, does the other side also refuse? You're still too inexperienced. All right, let's hear what the other side is thinking first, Chuche said, taking out a radio. Seeing the radio again, Xinghua couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. He didn't know what the number 01257 meant before, but now he understood clearly. Sun Qianqian, upon seeing the radio, seemed to think of something and blushed slightly, looking a bit uncomfortable. Fortunately, no one noticed her, which eased her nerves. Chuche fiddled with the radio a few times. ZZZ, Captain, I think the only sneaky one in this convoy is that little white-faced guy. We should be more careful around him, someone said. The others all looked at Xinghua. Little white-faced guy? Iron Lion is a big, silly guy, and the pink-haired girl is a woman. It couldn't be them. Why are you all looking at me? Captain Chu and I are about the same age. He's even whiter than me. The little white face must be him, Xinghua argued. Besides, I didn't say a word all night. I was honest. It definitely wasn't me, he added, trying to defend himself. He was secretly thinking, damn it, it probably is me, right? The others also thought Xinghua made sense and looked back at Chuche. Chuche's face darkened like a pot's bottom. Just as he was about to speak, the radio crackled again. Yeah, that kid didn't say much all night. He looks honest, but his sneaky eyes kept scanning everywhere, and he even looked at our supplies several times. We need to be careful. They might try to cheat us. Xinghua. Damn it. Currently, the 4 extraordinary members of the fairness team have different opinions on how to deal with Mo Huiran and his group. Xinghua believes in striking first, so they can catch the others off guard. When they lost powerful fighters like Iron Lion, the team was at its weakest. So, acting first is very important. Of course, if that doesn't work, Xinghua will definitely run away. Contrary to Xinghua, Chuche thinks it's better to try peaceful negotiations and contact. It's best not to have conflicts. First, because the team is weak. Second, because cheating others goes against Captain Chu's principle of fairness. Attacking others without reason is unfair. In simple terms, Captain Chu is somewhat idealistic. People like that tend to suffer in the end times. But it's also true that such people make the fairness team better off than the camel team. It also makes the team members trust him more. No one wants to be with someone scheming all the time. Everyone prefers to be friends with good people. Although Chunyi doesn't agree with Chu Che's attitude, he doesn't oppose it either. They're all adults. Small disagreements won't cause big conflicts. Chunyi can only prepare himself to act at any moment. And then there's the girl with pink hair. Her attitude is somewhere in between, leaning slightly toward Chunyi. Maybe because of their little relationship. In short, the girl with pink hair is still quite combative. As for Iron Lion, he's always silly and straightforward, so he doesn't have any strong opinions. Hearing the voices from the radio, Chunyi felt a bit confused. Am I really not a good person? When encountering the camel team, Chunyi's first thought was to cheat them. But it seems like no one else is thinking that way. Even old Mo doesn't plan to cheat. It's not that serious. Chu Che is a good person. I see that everyone in their convoy is doing well. No need to worry, old Mo's voice comes from the radio. The team leader said so. Hopefully, the trade will go smoothly tomorrow. Don't worry. Everyone, go back and rest early. Yawn. Chu Che reaches out and turns off the radio. Chunyi shrugs. It doesn't matter. You're the team leader, so whatever you say goes. Yezi is right. It's better to be cautious. All right, everyone, go back and rest. We need to get up early tomorrow. People start coming out of the tents one after another. The girl with pink hair follows Chunyi, nudging his arm softly. Do you think they will really betray us? Chunyi whispers back, what do you think? If you were in their place, what would you do? The girl with pink hair thinks for a moment. I understand now. She turns and walks toward the distant sand dunes. Hey, it's so late. Where are you going? Practicing swordsmanship. The girl with pink hair flicks her ponytail, leaving Chunyi with a beautiful, hopeful image. Chunyi silently gives her a thumbs up. The girl, who used to be a heavy drinker and tall in high school, has become a motivated high school girl with pink hair. Not far away, a figure moves among the camel caravan. Chunyi glances over and sees the young man controlling the wolves, patrolling the caravan with them. Under the blood moon, Chunyi's right eye glows intensely. His enhanced vision makes everything clearer than before. He sees the man pressing his hand on the camels' foreheads, seemingly saying something. Some strange sounds drift over now and then. The previously restless camels become calm and obedient under the man's touch. This man's skill must be related to animals. Chunyi takes a deep look, then flicks his cigarette and returns to his apocalypse-style pickup truck. Since the roof was blown off, Chunyi feels like he's back to living under the sky. If he ignores the blood moon on the horizon, the starry sky is truly a beautiful sight that relaxes the mind. Without human industrial pollution, the air seems much fresher lately. He glances at the countdown for his training system. There are 13 hours left. In the future, if I develop a cultivation technique, my extraordinary abilities will improve much faster. I estimate I will reach level 2 soon. As for tomorrow, Chunyi tightened his waist knife. Even if Chu Che wanted to successfully make contact, it would be difficult to succeed. This is the end of the world. After Chunyi and the others left the tent, Chu Che's eyes flickered. He was also thinking about what Chunyi had said earlier. He only acts according to principles, but he's not a fool. Chunyi's words make sense. He knows this, but as the team leader, he can't support them to act now. In fact, Chu Che considers himself to be in a much higher position than the team leader. In just a few months, over 99% of the people in the world have been lost, maybe even more. The remaining humans are very few. Every life saved is important. That's why Chu Che, even knowing that Su Jiao Jiao is causing trouble in the convoy, didn't kill her. Thinking of Chunyi's words, Chu Che turned on the radio. Tonight, he decided to listen in secretly all night, hoping to hear something different. Just then, a voice came from the radio. You. I think you're from Xiao Chu's convoy, right? How come you're in my tent? It was old Mo's voice. Then, there was no more sound. Chu Che's face looked very grim. Although the sentence was short, its meaning made him feel cold. Are they from our convoy? Old Mo knows him. Going to old Mo's tent in the camel team? Who is it? Sun Qianqian? Iron Lion? Or Chunyi? Just as Chu Che wanted to hear what would be said next, the radio suddenly went silent. Not even breathing sounds could be heard. No, wait. Does this traitor know what the radio is for? Only someone who understands its purpose would stay silent like this. Many ways exist to communicate without words. Chu Che's intuition told him something was very wrong. Who could it be? At dawn, the first streaks of morning glow appeared in the sky, and the camp began to bustle with noise. The survivors from the camel team were the first to start. They cleared a large open space between the camels and the convoy. Then, they began to take items down from the camels' backs. It must be said that the supplies on the camels were really abundant. Each camel was heavily loaded with several large bags. I heard Mo Huiran mention that they had recently entered a small town to gather supplies. So, their resources were quite rich. Chenyi even saw a small desktop fan among the items. This might not be useful to others, but for him, it was very helpful. The car's battery was now half charged and could power some devices. Since there was no air conditioning in the vehicle, he could put this small fan inside. It wouldn't be as good as air conditioning, but it was better than nothing. It probably wasn't very expensive either. Chenyi also saw many tapes. Finding tapes in this era was rare, as most people now listen to music on their phones. But in the apocalypse, tapes were valuable. If he could get a tape player, driving would be less boring in the future. There were also many canned foods and bottled water. Soon, a huge skeleton caught Chunye's attention. It looked like a cow's skeleton, but much larger than normal. Is this a rare creature material? Such a large rare creature material. Even a normal rare material would be extraordinary. Chunye had always thought that if he could find suitable rare creature materials, he might use them on his apocalypse pickup truck to turn it into a true rare item. This giant cow skeleton seemed perfect, but he wasn't sure what quality the rare material was. He opened the system to identify it. It surprisingly required 70 kill points. It needed 70 kill points, which surprised Chunye. Now, he had developed his own standards for identification. Any item with less than 100 killing points is usually a common magical material. Even if made into a magical item, it is unlikely to rank within the top 2,000. However, 70 killing points is already quite high. Without hesitation, Chunye clicked confirm. The system quickly responded. Item name: human-eating double-headed bull bone. Type: a relatively valuable magical material. Origin: the remains of a human-eating double-headed bull killed by 5 exceptional beings. One of the exceptional beings was even bitten off by the bull. Comment: this item contains special energy. If made into a magical item, it would be a very good large magical item and worth collecting. Just by looking at the bull bone in front of him, one can imagine how big the double-headed bull was. If he used this set of bones to craft a magical item, it would definitely be a large one. Therefore, Chunye thought of his end-of-the-world pickup truck. As long as he paid enough killing points, the system could upgrade and modify it according to his design. If he could turn the end-of-the-world pickup into a magical item, his chances of survival in the apocalypse would greatly increase. System: can this be melted down to turn the end-of-the-world pickup into a magical item? The familiar small circle started to spin again. Soon, the system responded. There are 2 options for integrating the human-eating double-headed bull bone into the end-of-the-world pickup. Option 1. Melt the bones and incorporate them into the vehicle body to increase its rigidity and prevent deformation from impacts. Option 2. Melt the bones and reinforce the chassis and undercarriage to improve off-road performance and overall vehicle strength. In simple terms, one method uses the bones to strengthen the outside of the vehicle and the other to reinforce the internal structure. Previously, when upgrading the pickup, Chunye designed a chassis and undercarriage. But at that time, to save killing points, the design was very simple and used the cheapest materials provided by the system. Although the system guarantees quality, the design was too basic. After a dust storm, the vehicle slightly deformed. Plus, since the vehicle had been driving on desert terrain, the requirements for its durability were even higher. During the drive, Chunye could even feel the vehicle sometimes acting like a soft-bodied creature, with the body occasionally making creaking sounds. If a collision happened, the consequences would be serious. Chunye might get hurt. Of course, this doesn't mean the system's products are useless. If there had been no sandstorm, this chassis and frame would have been enough for Chunye to drive on normal paved roads for many years. But now, it's the end of the world. In the future, he might even need to go off-road in extreme environments. Therefore, having a good chassis and frame is very important. Originally, Chunye planned to repair the system after practicing his extraordinary abilities. But unexpectedly, he found this set of strong bones. If he upgrades his end-of-the-world pickup with these bones, it would become much stronger. It might even gain some special effects. In the future, the end-of-the-world pickup could be more than just a vehicle. It could become a special object. Does little Chin want this thing? While Chunyi was thinking, an old voice came from nearby. It was Mo Huiran, that old guy. He was smoking a pipe and grinning at Chunyi, looking mischievous. Chunyi also had a pipe in his mouth, with his left eye glowing white because he was thinking deeply earlier. His expression looked a bit fierce, making him seem untrustworthy. The two standing together could scare away all nearby people within 3 meters. Sure enough, when they were together, the survivors around kept their distance. Captain Mo, good morning. I didn't expect you to wake up so early. Chunyi quickly changed his expression to look friendlier. Old Mo was startled by Chunyi's previous expression and thought the young man might attack at any moment. Seeing Chunyi's face soften, Mo's expression also relaxed. Yes, I wanted to get up early today and finish things sooner to avoid trouble, he said with a double meaning. Chunyi chuckled but didn't reply. This set of bones was hard to get. Our caravan had 5 extraordinary members, Mo continued. But we were chased by that twin-headed man-eating bull. To kill it, one of our extraordinary members was fatally injured and will never wake up again. That time, we lost many people. When he said this, old Mo looked a little sad. Seeing his expression, Chunyi didn't know how to comfort him. In this kind of end-of-the-world situation, people die every day. But why did the strange creatures start chasing the caravan? Normally, a team led by a guide wouldn't be easily pursued by strange creatures. Did something strange happen? It seemed old Mo saw through Chunyi's thoughts. Old Mo rarely said more. With our guide leading, most strange creatures can't catch up, but there are always exceptions. Also, like Xiao Chu, I am only a level 1 danger detector, so my abilities are limited. Strange creatures have all kinds of strange powers. Many are beyond what we can imagine. For example, this 2-headed cow that eats people. All right, young man, I've explained so much. Now, how do you plan to exchange for this cow's bones? Chunyi looked troubled. The most valuable thing he had was his end-of-the-world pickup truck and the blood-venom machete on his waist. He definitely couldn't trade those. There was some food in the car, but not much left, so he couldn't trade that either. He also had some materials from killing the Fey Scorpion before, which could be useful. But he needed the other's agreement first, which was unlikely. Chunyi forced a smile. I'm just curious. Captain Mo, this thing is so precious, I can't trade for it. Old Mo smiled casually. That's okay. You can look at other things. So he's just a poor guy? Old Mo muttered to himself, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then left. Chunyi reluctantly looked away from the cow bones and turned to look at other items. He had to admit, the caravan had a lot of good stuff. Much better than him, a poor guy. Not to mention the many foods. Even bottled water, dozens of boxes. It seems what old Mo said about raiding a supply point last night was true. Chunyi didn't realize that, in others' eyes, his eyes were glowing green, full of greed. He looked like a starving bandit. The survivors on the convoy also woke up and started working. On the other side of the caravan, their supplies were laid out one by one. Among them, Iron Lion had the most supplies, taking up a large space in an open area. Iron Lion's team had the most people and the most supplies. After many survivors died, their supplies became Iron Lion's private property. Whenever supplies were collected, anything obtained by survivors on Iron Lion's vehicle was considered shared property. Over time, Iron Lion became the richest person in the team. Of course, he also used the most resources. These people contributed all their supplies, and Iron Lion was responsible for their daily needs, making sure they wouldn't starve. If the collection was very successful, their daily provisions would be a bit better. When supplies were scarce, like recently, they only had about 2 bowls of porridge each day. Also, being on Iron Lion's vehicle meant a basic level of safety. The 3 survivors on motorcycles, who had lived more freely, probably had already turned into dried corpses under the sun. Iron Lion's supplies were spread out over a large area. The most eye-catching items were boxes of the latest model smartphones. Before the apocalypse, these phones were valuable currency, each costing over 10,000, with top models reaching 20,000. No one knew where Iron Lion got them from. Even after the end of the world, these phones probably turned into bricks, but they still attracted attention. Of course, no one would really trade for these phones. There were also some clothes and other items. As for food, there was some too. The only way to exchange for drinking water was with food. There were also a few bottles of alcohol and cigarettes. When these items were displayed, Chunyi could clearly see Mo Huiran, an old guy, sniffing the air with interest. He, like Chunyi, was a heavy smoker. Getting cigarettes in this era was not easy. Compared to Iron Lion, Sun Qianqian had fewer supplies. But when she laid out her row of knives, it also drew many people's attention. In the Great Summer, it was very hard to get guns, so these knives became very valuable. Although these knives are just ordinary tools and not very effective against strange creatures, they still have a strong deterrent effect on people. In the end of the world, not only can strange creatures kill, but sometimes people are even more frightening. Captain Chu's belongings are quite diverse. He has all kinds of items. The most attractive are undoubtedly the two strange materials obtained from the face scorpion. Captain Chu discussed with a few others before showing these two items. Everyone really wanted to get these strange materials to make special items in the future, but the current situation didn't allow it. The most urgent thing now is to solve the drinking water problem. Although reluctant, they had to use some. As for Chunya's supplies, they are the fewest among the group. Some food was lost during the sandstorm, but the cockpit still had some. Chunyi had to take out a part of his supplies, including a few bottles of white wine. These wines were collected earlier in Xinghua town and had been stored in a corner. All the beer had been exchanged by Sun Qianqian before. They kept these drinks hoping to trade them for supplies later, and now they finally had a use. Of course, Chunyi also had some cigarettes, but under normal circumstances, he wouldn't take them out. Like shopping, Chunyi walked past the camel caravan stalls one by one. From what he knew, most of the supplies in the caravan belonged to a few extraordinary individuals. Slaves didn't have their own property. Of course, there were a few thin slaves helping to watch the stalls. This was also to serve Chunyi and the others. Chunyi, Tai Shi, and Sun Qianqian lingered in front of these stalls. Even the assistants of Tai Shi were now circling around the caravan stalls. As for Captain Chu and Old Mo, they had already gone into the tent to discuss a large deal. How do you want to trade this? What size are they? Chunyi pointed to a pair of high-top sneakers with red and white stripes and asked, if these shoes are real, they would be worth at least 2,000 before the end of the world. The previous shoes had already been worn out in the desert. Therefore, Chunyi is still wearing flip-flops. It doesn't matter in the desert now. In the future, he will definitely leave the desert, and having a good pair of shoes will be very important then. The person selling things is a young man with deep cheek hollows. Hearing this, he weakly lifts his head and says, size 43, 2 jean of rice, or 10 packs of instant noodles. Looking at the cigarette Chunyi is holding in his mouth, the young man adds, 1 pack of cigarettes is fine too. Any kind of cigarette will do. My shoes are a special edition, guaranteed authentic. You can check them. Chunyi sneers. Are you crazy? Just a pair of shoes, and you want to trade for 2 jean of rice. Before the apocalypse, if Chunyi had asked like this, someone might have spat in his face. The young man also gets angry. I spent over 3,000 on these shoes. Is trading for 2 jean of rice a lot? Do you even remember how things were back then? Just 1 pack of instant noodles. If you don't want to trade, then forget it. 1 pack of instant noodles? You. The young man's chest rises and falls violently, as if insulted. He looks at the shoes, then at Chunyi, and it seems like tears are about to appear in his eyes. He grits his teeth and says, I will trade. These 2 words seem to be spoken with all his remaining strength. Chunyi turns around and goes back to the car, takes out a bag of pickled vegetables, and throws it over. The young man looks at the pickled vegetables in his hand, his face showing a pained expression, like he's constipated. At least give me some braised beef. I don't like pickled vegetables, want it or not. That's all there is, no more. Chunyi bends down, grabs the white and red high-top special edition shoes, along with the box, and takes them away. A middle-aged man walks over, snatches the pickled vegetables from the young man's hand, and leaves with a sneer. The young man's face twitches wildly, tears almost spilling from his eyes. The shoes are his, bought for over 3,000, and now he's only getting a jar of pickled vegetables in exchange. And they've been taken away. Life is unbearable now. Of course, today he did manage to exchange for some food, and dinner will be a spoonful of clear broth as a reward. Chunyi returns to the small desktop fan he was at earlier. He exchanges it with 3 cigarettes. This small fan is even less valuable than the previous pair of shoes. Without electricity, this fan is just a decoration. As for those tapes, Chunyi only used one cigarette to exchange for dozens of boxes of tapes. These items were already unwanted before the end of the world. Now, in the current apocalypse, they are even less popular. Most cars now support Bluetooth for music, and even older models can only play CDs. Playing tapes is considered old-fashioned and is only possible with certain special devices. But Chunyi is different. As long as he has killing points, he can exchange for anything he wants. Chunyi has decided that once he has enough killing points, he will trade for a car stereo that can play tapes. He just checked with the system, and it only costs 80 killing points to get such a device. Chunyi is willing to pay that much. At least, driving won't be boring anymore. Now, Chunyi is doing better and even thinking about enjoying himself. Brother, how do you trade for that white liquor? An old voice suddenly spoke near Chunyi's ear. It was old Mo, who had just come out of the tent. This old man had clearly noticed Chunyi's white liquor. He doesn't mind alcohol or cigarettes and saw the white liquor at Chunyi's stall, so he couldn't move away. Trade you that cow bone for it. In the apocalypse, the currency system has already collapsed. Even 1,000,000 might not buy a single cigarette. Now, the most stable currency is food. Other supplies come after that. Anything can be exchanged for food, even people. For example, Chunyi just got a limited edition red and white joint brand pair of shoes, worth 3,000 yuan before the end of the world. Now he traded a jar of old pickled vegetables for them. Even rare materials can be exchanged if you're willing to give food. In the desert environment, water is even more precious than food. Without food, a person can survive about 3 weeks. Without water, only about 72 hours, and in a desert, this time could be even shorter. Therefore, water resources are now the most valuable. Zhu Che and Old Man Mo's negotiation, the scorpion shell with a human face, and the face of the scorpion, only exchanged for 10 boxes of bottled water. Each box has 12 bottles, each containing 550 milliliters. Before the end of the world, the value of such rare materials could be worth hundreds of millions. These strange materials each hold incredible, mysterious powers. But now, they can only be traded for 10 boxes of bottled water. This isn't just water, it's life itself. And this was a deal Old Man Mo made to avoid pushing Zhu Che into a corner. Although these strange materials can be made into magical objects to protect life in strange situations, they only become useful after being crafted. The convoy has run out of water. The remaining drinking water can only last for 1 day, maybe even less than a day. Those strange materials probably won't be turned into magical objects in time, and the entire convoy might die from dehydration. Survival is the top priority. Items like cigarettes and alcohol only matter to certain people. For example, having cigarettes could help trade for other supplies. And ordinary white wine, in Old Man Mo's eyes, is a rare treasure. In the end times, alcohol can help numb the mind. But when Chunyi proposed trading a cow bone, Old Man Mo reacted strongly. You little brat, I knew you were sneaky. You really want my cow bone? Old Man Mo looked like he had seen through everything. So what do you say? Want to trade? No way. Unless you can bring me 50 bags of rice, I might consider trading the cow bone. Trying to trade a cow bone for just 2 bottles of white wine is impossible. Chunyi was just testing the waters. Unless Chunyi has more white wine, the deal might happen. White wine doesn't kill if you don't drink it. But not drinking water will definitely kill you. Little Zhu, I have another deal for you. Are you interested? Seeing Zhu Che approach, Old Man Mo showed a lecherous smile. Zhu Che felt a bad premonition but stopped in his tracks. Chunyi turned around and looked into the distance. There, a woman with an ordinary appearance sat on a sand dune, her face cold as she fiddled with the bandage on her hand. It seems the woman noticed Chunyi's gaze. She slightly looked up at him, then focused again on wrapping her bandage. This all happened in less than 1/10 of a second. Nearby, the boy wrapped in a cloak also sensed Chunyi's look. He sneered and made a throat-cutting gesture at Chunyi. Chunyi was surprised. When he first saw this boy, he had also made that gesture towards the Iron Lion. That made the Iron Lion very angry. Now it seemed the boy was not targeting the Iron Lion, but himself. How interesting. Chunyi smiled warmly, like a gentle spring breeze in May, and gave the boy a friendly look. The boy looked at Chunyi with disdain, trying to provoke him. Chunyi ignored him completely. If this little act made Chunyi angry, he wouldn't beat Chunyi. But that doesn't mean Chunyi was showing much patience. Chunyi was a very petty person and planned to settle the score with the boys soon. He looked over to the distance. The slaves in the caravan were already packing their supplies, tidying up everything on the ground, preparing to tie it onto the camels and leave. It was already bright, and the temperature was rising. Old Mo and Zhu Che were still talking. Xiao Che, I think that Su guy in your team is pretty good. How about trading him to me? I'll give you 10 bottles of water. In the desert, water is more precious than gold. And that girl named Zhou Xiao. What do you say? Add her, and I'm willing to give 2 boxes of drinking water. Is that a fair deal? Old Mo licked his lips and looked at Su Lina, who looked exhausted but had a good figure, standing near the cart, and Zhou Xiao, watching the distance. These 2 women were the most attractive in the team. They were also the women many survivors loved deeply but couldn't sleep at night. Maybe Old Mo's intense gaze made them notice. When they looked over and met Mo Huiran's eyes, they shivered as if they were being stared at by a fierce beast. It was only about 10 hours of contact, but everyone in the team saw the slaves in the caravan. Everyone realizes how lucky they are to have Captain Zhu Che. At the same time, they are extremely afraid of Mo Huiran and the other exceptional members of his team. Now, as Old Mo and Zhu Che talk, anyone who is not an idiot can see what kind of trick Old Mo is playing. Moreover, Zhou Xiaoxiao and Su Lijuan are not far from each other. They overheard most of their conversation. Zhou Xiaoxiao trembled all over, her face pale and bloodless. As for Su Lijuan, she looked at Chunyi with a pleading gaze and slightly moved closer to him. When Zhu Che heard Mo Huiran's words, his face slightly changed. Captain Mo, please don't mention that again. Huh, little Zhu, you're still too naive. It's the end of the world, and you're still trying to be a good person. Does that even matter? Or how about this? I'll add one more condition. Last night, someone came into my tent. Guess what she told me? Zhu Che's face stiffened. He knew someone had entered Mo Huiran's tent last night, but he didn't know who it was and didn't dare to guess. Without making a sound, even listening to the radio secretly, he couldn't tell who was who. Because of this, Captain Zhu couldn't sleep all night. His face flickered with different expressions, clearly very anxious inside. In just a few seconds, his face changed several times. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, Captain Mo, Su Lijuan, and Zhou Xiaoxiao are people. They are not goods. They cannot be exchanged. His last words were firm and decisive. Zhou Xiaoxiao collapsed completely, as if she had been through hell. As for Su Lijuan, she was not much better. She reached out and grabbed Chunye's arm, trembling slightly. Mo Huiran looked at Zhu Che and laughed loudly. Haha, Captain Zhu, I really underestimated you. This time, Mo Huiran's way of addressing Zhu Che changed from Little Zhu to Captain Zhu, and his tone became more respectful. Forget it. I don't want these 2 women anymore. I can't even enjoy my own women. I'll tell you directly, last night, a woman named Su Jiao Jiao came into my tent. She almost sold you all out. He told you what your ranks are. Captain Chu, sometimes you can't be too kind. Remember, this is the end of the world now. Mo Huiran scolded like a teacher lecturing a student. Hearing this, Chu Che's face darkened like a storm cloud. If Chunyi had been the leader, this woman would have died countless times. But Chu Che thought differently. The world already has few people, and he didn't want special privileges or extraordinary control in his team. That's why he hadn't killed this woman yet. And later, she turned out to be honest. Unexpectedly, it was she who betrayed the team. For the first time, Chu Che's eyes showed a hint of killing intent, but he still smiled at Mo Huiran and said, Thank you, Captain Mo. Ha, no problem. We are both leaders. I hate traitors in the team just as much as you do. Finally, Mo Huiran looked greedily at Su Lina and Zhou Xiaoxiao, licking his lips, feeling a bit regretful. These 2 beauties are not easy to find. Chunyi also withdrew his greedy gaze from the supplies and camels. The drinking water, food, and camels. When the conversation ended, Chunyi chuckled and said, Captain Mo, our leader won't change with you. I'll trade with you. Su Lina is mine. If you give me that cow bone, I'll give you this woman. Deal? Chunyi took Su Lina's hand and grinned as he walked toward Mo Huiran. The dagger behind him trembled slightly. Not far away, An ordinary-looking woman was talking to a young man. As for Sun Qianqian, she was directing some men to load supplies onto the vehicle, her right hand already on the sword hilt. When Su Lina heard Chun Ye's words, her face turned pale. She almost collapsed to the ground. Chun Yi, how could he do this? He is simply a monster. When Chun Yi said this, everyone's reactions varied. Captain Chu's face darkened. Usually smiling and kind, his face now looked very grim. He never expected Chun Yi to do such a thing. Although Chun Yi was ruthless and cruel, to Captain Chu, he believed this person was just trying to survive and still had some bottom line in how he acted. At least he wouldn't treat his teammates like goods to sell to others. But now, Chun Yi was doing just that. Su Lina felt her whole body go limp. She had been deliberately trying to get close to Chun Yi, thinking that even if she didn't win his heart, she at least left a mark in his mind. But Chun Yi's words shattered her hopes completely. Chun Yi, how could he be so cruel, so heartless? Su Lina's body trembled even more. She didn't want to be treated as a commodity. She didn't want to become this old man's plaything. She certainly didn't want to be a slave among the caravan. That old and frightening term just made her feel uncomfortable all over. Zhou Xiaoxiao's face was the most complicated. She and her sister had the deepest and earliest conflicts with Chun Yi. After her sister's death, she hated Chun Yi very much. Over time, she calmed down and tried to see things from Chun Yi's perspective, realizing that he probably wouldn't have saved someone he didn't know in such a situation. Maybe Chun Yi's strength made Zhou Xiaoxiao find excuses for him. Now, after witnessing the slavery system in the caravan, Zhou Xiaoxiao's fear and panic grew every day. Chun Yi's coldness made her tremble with fear. The survivors from other caravans dared to be angry but didn't dare to act. They wanted to rush forward and be heroes, but no one had the courage. Because that was Chun Yi, an extraordinary person with dual abilities in the caravan. Everyone was angry but silent. At this moment, a thin figure stood up and walked toward Chun Yi. It was the innocent college student, Xiao Fu. You're crazy. Someone nearby grabbed Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu gritted his teeth and said, Brother Chun Yi, can't do this. He's an extraordinary person with dual abilities. He can do whatever he wants. Who are you to interfere? Even if I have dual abilities, I still want to. The survivors around noticed Xiao Fu's unusual behavior. This usually naive and somewhat timid college student was once mocked by everyone. Unexpectedly, today he dared to stand up. Not far away, Sun Qianqian slightly shifted her steps, standing just behind the hooded young man. Not far away, a young man who seemed to be a trainer was gently stroking a strong wolf king, paying no attention to the surroundings. This wolf king was the strongest of the 5 wolves, standing about 30% taller than the others. Its claws alone were as thick as an adult's arm. Riding on it wouldn't be a problem. The surrounding slaves kept their distance from this person. Although he never spoke, no one dared to provoke him. Even the most rebellious of the demon-ranked extraordinary beings didn't dare joke with him. Chun Yi, you. Zhu Chei's face turned pale, and his eyes warned him. This time, Captain Zhu was truly angry. Little Zhu, don't worry. Xiao Chun wants to trade. That's his right. You're a good person, but a bit old-fashioned. Now it's the end of the world. We're all extraordinary beings. Should we still live like ordinary people? In the past, we were just common folks, bullied by others. Now, we're all extraordinary, part of the privileged class. Captain Zhu, you need to change your views. He used to respect Zhu Chei, but now his words carried a hint of mockery. It had to be said, this old man was really cunning. Ha. Xiao Chun, I believe in you. Mo Huiran interrupted Zhu Chei's mood, his eyes constantly scanning Su Lina's body. Su Lina always cared about her appearance. Even in such a situation, she spent a lot of time grooming herself every day. So, she looked much more appealing than other women. But there was a pair of resentful, deadly eyes staring at Su Lina. She was the popular online influencer with millions of followers. Xiao Chun, wanting to eat the double-headed ox's bones isn't impossible, but if there's only one, it might not be enough. Mo Huiran turned to look at Zhou Xiaoxiao. When those old eyes saw her, Zhou Xiaoxiao felt a chill run through her. But in Mo Huiran's eyes, this girl looked even more tempting and attractive. However, what was going on with her gaze? Why was she staring so wide-eyed? Was she scared? Or suspicious? Or excited. No, wait. Mo Huiran was suddenly alarmed and quickly turned his head away. Only a smiling face and the person holding a firewood knife in their hand could be seen. Mo Huiran felt himself slowly falling and surprisingly saw his own back. What a cruel kid. He actually attacked me. I didn't notice at all. At the moment Chun Yi made his move, a plain-looking woman nearby furrowed her brows and suddenly emitted a dangerous aura. She transformed from a proud little cat into a fierce female leopard. The woman clenched her fists and punched the young man in the hood. The force of her punch even blew up the sand dunes beneath her feet, lifting the young man's hood along with it, revealing a surprised yet slightly disdainful look. The young man's hooded cloak seemed to come alive, like ocean waves layered upon each other, blocking her punch and dispersing its power. Bang! The young man retreated quickly, his face flushed. He spat out a mouthful of blood, but smiled. Ding dong. You. Poof. Before he could finish, he felt a cold sensation enter his body. Looking down, he saw the tip of a sword appear at his chest. He stared in disbelief at the sword tip, his face full of terror and confusion. His strength was slowly draining away, while dark energy surged wildly within him. It seemed to be trying to heal his wounds. Struggling, he turned his head and saw a girl with pink hair a short distance away, performing sword gestures. How? Can you control a sword? These words were spoken with great difficulty. Just learned. The pink-haired girl flicked her hair and was about to say something, but her expression suddenly changed. A rough scream of pain sounded. She turned her head and saw several fierce wolves rushing toward the iron lion. The largest wolf had already bitten into the lion's neck. Blood sprayed from the lion's neck. Half of the lion's neck was torn apart. The wolves swallowed the meat in their mouths, their bodies covered in the lion's blood. Even the nearby sand dunes were stained red with blood. Another wolf bit into the back of the lion's neck. If the iron lion has already recovered, it would be easy for him to deal with these wolves. But right now, the iron lion is at his weakest point. He tries to shake off the wolves, but their jaws are tightly clamped on his hands. These wolves are not ordinary. They are carefully bred and raised by a powerful expert named Zhang Lei, and they are much larger than normal wolves. The iron lion keeps struggling wildly. If he can hold on for just half a minute, or maybe only a few seconds, he won't die. Even if his neck is bitten in half, given enough time, he can survive. A cold flash of light streaks across. The iron lion's head, bloodied and flying through the air, is struck by a silent, powerful expert from the sequence. His head hasn't yet hit the ground. Zhang Lei, the expert from the sequence, is riding on the Wolf King's back, rushing toward the desert. Iron Lion. Sun Qianqi's eyes are wide with rage. Her long pink hair moves without wind, and her sword instantly returns to her hand as she mutters a spell. Go! Her sword transforms into a rainbow and shoots straight at the figure on the wolf's back. The figure groans softly and collapses from the wolf's back. The whole scene lasts less than 10 seconds, maybe even less. For powerful experts from the sequence have already fallen. And the mastermind behind all this, the true culprit, is Chun Yi.